Chapter 500. Furthermore, most people would have to swear to their heart demons not to spread the secret technique. Only people of Leng Tianyu's level did not need to follow such rules. Xiaochen asked somewhat excitedly, "Where is your adoptive father now?" He could finally hand over the divine weapon. No matter what, that thing was a hidden danger. Once it was exposed, even if he had 9 lives, it would not be enough. Shi Feng's gaze turned wary. She asked, "What are you trying to do?" "I'm fine. I was just asking. Can you tell me? I want to seek advice from him. After all, I am from the Heavenly Saber Pavilion." Xiaochen wanted to tell the truth. However, when he thought about it, the divine weapon was too important. He could not reveal it so easily. So, he could only make up an excuse. Shi Feng said coldly, "You are hemming and hawing. With one look, I know you are lying. It would be strange if I told you." Xiaochen smiled and did not deny it. This matter could not be rushed. He finally had some clues. All he had to do was grab hold of Shi Feng. He would eventually find Leng Tianyu. The two of them continued forward. Xiaochen was very interested in the girl wearing the mask. Along the way, he tried to find something to talk about. He discovered that Shi Feng was different from what he imagined. She was not as cold as she looked. Although she was wary of Xiaochen, she was not too guarded against him. "Speaking of which, why are you wearing a mask? Why would you not dare to show your true face?" Xiaochen asked another question that interested him. Shi Feng said indifferently, "My adoptive father made me wear it. He said that when I fight, I cannot control my expression. It is easy for my opponent to see through me." Xiaochen felt it was strange. He said, "In that case, if you cannot control your expression for the rest of your life, won't you have to wear this mask forever?" Shi Feng said coldly, "Are you cursing me?" Xiaochen smiled and said, "How can that be? I was just saying it casually. Don't overthink it. I hope that you can take off your mask now. That way I can see your true face." When Shi Feng heard this, she said, "I will. The first purpose of this experiential training is to take off my mask." "What's the second purpose?" "One more step and then I'll defeat you. I've never lost to someone of the same generation. You'd better not die on the battlefield." Xiaochen was speechless. "Speaking of which, you're helping me lead the way now. Could it be that you're also afraid that something might happen to me? When the time comes, your strength will increase greatly, but you won't be able to find a whetstone, right?" Shi Feng nodded and smiled. "You are absolutely right. However, the whetstone has to be changed to a whetstone. I train with the sword, not with the saber." Xiaochen immediately felt depressed. No wonder Shi Feng was so kind. It turned out that she had such a motive. "In that case, I will still curse you to never be able to take off this mask for the rest of your life." Shio. Shi Feng unsheathed both her swords, and 2 sharp sword chi flew towards Xiaochen at lightning speed. Xiaochen was startled and quickly dodged to the side. 2 strands of sword chi slid past him and created 2 long waves on the water surface. "Then, you have no sense of direction. Go ahead by yourself. I won't be accompanying you." Shi Feng sheathed her swords and no longer bothered with Xiaochen. Her figure flashed, and in a few breaths, she disappeared into the vast sea. You really don't understand a woman's heart. She changes on a whim. Xiaochen felt extremely depressed as he watched Shi Feng disappear from his vision. "I'll just wait. After all, it will be dark soon. I'll just head west. Gurgle, gurgle." Just at this moment, a large number of bubbles appeared on the water surface in front of Xiaochen. After taking 10 steps back, Xiaochen's expression changed. He placed his right hand on his saber hilt and cautiously sized up the situation in front of him. Chi! A huge azure dragon head emerged from the water. The dragon head was made of metal and did not get wet. With a "kas" sound, the dragon opened its mouth. 2 middle-aged men in purple robes jumped out of the dragon's mouth. Their purple robes were embroidered with gold, and a blue dragon was drawn on their backs. "Are you here to participate in the 3rd grade trial of the battlefield? You just need to answer yes or no," the person on the right said quickly. The person on the right spoke very quickly. When he saw Xiaochen nod, he said, "All right, come up then. We are from the Divine Dragon Palace." Xiaochen was not in a rush. Instead, he asked, "What proof do you have?" When the person on the right heard this, he could not help but frown. He said impatiently, "You are just a medial grade martial king. Why are you speaking so much nonsense? I told you to come in, so just come in." The person who spoke first did not waste any time. He took out a medallion and said, "This is the medallion of the Divine Dragon Palace's outer sect elder. It is the real deal. Hurry up. This is still the outer sea. It is under the control of the Black Dragon Group. We cannot stay here for too long." After Xiaochen saw clearly, he no longer hesitated. He followed the two into the dragon's mouth. The dragon's mouth closed and quickly sank to the bottom of the sea. Then it swam forward. As the two walked into the dragon's body, Xiaochen discovered that it was a small underground palace. There were night illumination stones overhead, so it was not dark. When they arrived at the main hall, there were already 10-odd people there. Xiaochen took a look. They were all cultivators going to the third-grade trial of the battlefield, just like him. However, he did not see Bai Lixi or Sun Guangquan. The atmosphere of the place was rather heavy. Xiaochen found a corner and closed his eyes to rest. After the two Divine Dragon Palace outer sect elders brought Xiaochen to this place, they did not linger. They rushed forward anxiously. "I heard that 70% of the cultivators who came to participate in the third-grade trial were intercepted by the Black Dragon Group. Of the remaining 30%, 10% were killed. Only 20% managed to escape. With only 20% of the cultivators participating in the third-grade trial, this battlefield will be much more difficult than usual. There will be a slim chance of survival. It looks like the Black Dragon Group is going to make a big move this time. Recently, the Divine Dragon Palace has been rising very quickly. With only 20% of the cultivators, it will be difficult for them to eliminate the demons in the third-grade battlefield. We came at a bad time. Unexpectedly, we ran into the internal conflict between the Black Dragon Group and the Divine Dragon Palace. I wonder if this is a blessing or a disaster for us." He. Whether it is a blessing or a disaster, it depends on how you look at it. An intense battlefield is more in line with the true meaning of a trial. If it is like playing house, what is the point? The instant the blue dragon swam around, some people in the hall sighed, some became excited, and some remained calm. Everyone was different. Xiaochen felt that this blue dragon warship floated up and down 3 or 4 times, picking up another 5 or 6 people. After that, it swam around for a long time before it finally broke through the water and soared into the sky, piercing through the clouds. After flying for an entire night, Xiaochen leisurely landed on a small island. "We have arrived. Come on down." 2 Divine Dragon Palace outer sect elders, who had led Xiaochen in, said indifferently to the crowd when they entered the hall. Xiaochen opened his eyes and followed the crowd. Then he leaped out of the dragon's mouth. Xiaochen looked around and discovered that he was in a huge drill ground. There were hundreds of blue dragon warships in the drill ground. Cultivators continuously leaped out of the dragon's mouth. There were many of them. When all of them gathered, there were more than 2,000 people. Xiaochen felt astonished. Only 20% of them are here, and there are already more than 2,000 people. If all of them are here, there will be more than 10,000 people. The 2,000-odd people here were all elites who had escaped the Black Dragon Group's pursuit. They were all elites. The weakest of these cultivators was a peak superior grade martial king. A third of them were even half-step martial monarchs. Xiaochen did not stop looking. He continued looking and finally discovered Bai Lixi and Sun Guangquan. He quickly parted the crowd and walked over. Bai Lixi laughed loudly and said, "I knew that nothing would happen to you. Indeed, it is as I expected. You are not injured at all." Xiaochen nodded slightly and said, "I heard some things on the ship. It seems like only 20% of the people are participating in the deep-sea battlefield." Bai Lixi nodded and said, "I do not know what the Black Dragon Group is up to this time. However, that is a matter between them and the Divine Dragon Palace. It has nothing to do with us. To us, this might not be a bad thing." Sun Guangquan continued, "The third-grade battlefield is actually not as horrifying as you imagine. The combined strength of the demons does not surpass that of a martial monarch. With fewer people, It only means that we have more missions than usual. Xiaochen asked, what exactly do we do in the battlefield? Bai Lishi replied, it is very simple. We just have to kill demons in the battlefield. Every demon we kill will give us some points. We can exchange the points for medial-grade spirit stones or superior-grade spirit stones at the Divine Dragon Palace. Xiaochen exclaimed in shock. We can even exchange superior-grade spirit stones? Bai Lishi smiled and said, of course. The spirit veins in the deep sea are much more abundant than those on land. Otherwise, why do you think there are so many people rushing to the battlefield? To put it nicely, it is experiential training for cultivators. Actually, every deep-sea battlefield is a hidden danger to the Divine Dragon Palace. Once there are too many demons and they run out of resources, they will naturally go to the nearby islands to plunder. So, you understand what I mean, right? Xiaochen nodded to indicate that he understood. Simply put, the experiential training of the deep-sea battlefield was because the Divine Dragon Palace did not have enough manpower and had to spend spirit stones to hire people to help. Cultivators could participate in experiential training and increase their combat experience. At the same time, they could obtain spirit stones. It was killing two birds with one stone. No wonder so many people came. Elder Feng, everyone is here. This disciple went to take a head count. There are only 2,300 people. The rest have been taken away by the Black Dragon group. A middle-aged man in purple dragon robes reported respectfully to an old man on the high platform of the drill ground. This old man's name was Feng Bu. He was a martial monarch and was one of the Divine Dragon Palace's inner sect elders. He was also the person in charge of this third-grade battlefield. Feng Bu muttered, don't bother with the Black Dragon group's matters. The higher-ups will naturally send someone to discuss countermeasures. 2,000 elites should be barely enough. Gather them up and set off. We obey. The purple-robed man received the order and left. He immediately passed down instructions, and the outer sect elders immediately got to work. They gathered Xiaochen and the others. Kasu. The Azure Dragon battleships that were lined up vertically on the battlefield were divided in the middle and then inlaid together. Soon, to Xiaochen's astonishment, they formed a huge, rectangular platform. Hundreds of dragon heads lined the sides of the platform. Bai Lishi patted Xiaochen's shoulder and said, don't be so shocked. It is just the Divine Dragon Palace's Divine Dragon warships. When you reach the battlefield, you will be able to see bigger ones. Go on. Chapter 501. When the 2,000-odd people leaped onto the warship, the huge circular platform immediately soared up and floated quietly in the air. The 15 dragon heads behind the warship spewed out a huge shockwave. The Divine Dragon warship immediately shot forward. It carried 2,000-odd people and moved at Mach 4. The surrounding scenery flashed by quickly. After flying for more than 50 kilometers, the sky above them suddenly turned gray. Dark clouds churned. The further they went, the darker the color of the clouds became. In the end, it was completely black, completely blocking out the sunlight. When the group looked down, the azure seawater had turned scarlet. A faint smell of blood lingered in the air for a long time. The smell of blood mixed with the smell of the seawater. It was extremely unbearable. Xiaochen frowned slightly. Aside from the unbearable smell of blood, he could also clearly feel resentment in the air. The resentment of the dead made one feel uncomfortable. It put a faint pressure on one's mind. Xiaochen, you felt that mental pressure as well, right? Sun Guangxuan, who had been silent all this while, suddenly asked. Xiaochen nodded and said, yes. It would be difficult for a regular cultivator to bring out their full strength under such circumstances. Sun Guangxuan smiled and said, that's right. The closer you get to the core of the battlefield, the stronger the mental pressure. There is a challenge, but it can also temper one's mental energy. This is why so many half-step martial monarchs come here. As Xiaochen spoke, a huge divine dragon warship appeared in front of them. It was more than 8 kilometers long and 1 kilometer wide. When they looked up, it looked like a small city flying in the sky. No wonder Bai Lishi said that there was no need to be too astonished at the warship under them. Compared to the huge warship before them, It was like comparing a baby to an adult. They were on completely different levels. Figures in purple robes flew out from the huge warship with killing intent all over their bodies. Bang! The warship under Xiaochen docked with the huge warship. Everyone walked towards the huge warship like it was flat ground. Exquisite tents were set up on the battleship, and a few magic energy cannons could be seen every 100 meters. Feng Buyu led the Divine Dragon Palace's people over to the crowd and introduced the situation of the battlefield. It was not much different from what Bai Lishi had said. After saying that, someone came over and gave everyone a jade card. The front of the jade card was engraved with a cyan flood dragon. That was the symbol of the Dragon God Palace. Behind it were hundreds of horizontal and vertical lines that formed small grids. If one counted carefully, there were no less than 10,000 of them. Every time you kill a demon dweller, a black dot will appear in your grid. Each black dot is 1 point. With this jade token, you can go to the camp to exchange for whatever you want. The person who gave Xiaochen the jade plate explained everything in detail. After the jade tokens were distributed, some warriors immediately left the place and flew towards the darkest part of the sky. Xiaochen felt somewhat puzzled. He said, "Even if the experiential training starts like this, there are no rules and regulations?" Bai Lishi smiled and said, "It is not that the Divine Dragon Palace does not want to talk about rules and regulations. It is that the demons do not have any rules and regulations. All you need to do on this battlefield is kill the demons you see. I will take my leave first. The two of you will take your leave first." Sun Guangquan performed a cupped fist salute to Xiaochen and Bai Lishi before leaping into the boundless Scarlet Sea. Xiaochen felt it was strange. He asked, "Big brother's son is not coming with us?" Bai Lishi explained, "This time, he is going to the core of the battlefield. He will not come out until he breaks through to Martial Monarch. His destination is different from ours." As Xiaochen watched Sun Guangquan leave, he could not help but feel solemn. If he did not come out, it meant that he was prepared to die. If he did not succeed, he would die for a righteous cause. Although Xiaochen enjoyed a great reputation and was undefeatable unless a martial monarch appeared, he was nothing. However, if a martial monarch appeared, he would be nothing. Xiaochen was a proud person. Naturally, he was not willing to be stuck below martial monarch for the rest of his life. For this, he would not hesitate to risk his life. Xiaochen withdrew his gaze and looked at Bai Lishi. He said, "Your destination should be different from mine, right?" Bai Lishi nodded and smiled. "Previously, I only went around the periphery a few times. This time, I am going to the inner area. This is your first time here, so you should go around the periphery first. Be careful. I'll be leaving as well." The strength of the three differed. Sun Guangquan was the strongest, Bai Lishi was second, and Xiaochen was the weakest. Naturally, they could not have their experiential training in the same place. Xiaochen was not too surprised by this. He muttered, "Sun Guangquan can promise himself that he will not come out until he becomes a martial monarch. In that case, I, Xiaochen, can also promise myself that I will not come out until I become a half-step martial monarch. Deep sea battlefield, here I come." Xiaochen shouted in his heart. A resolute gaze appeared in Xiaochen's eyes. He did not hesitate to jump off the Divine Dragon warship and set foot on the boundless Scarlet Sea. Xiaochen walked calmly on the Scarlet Sea. Occasionally, cultivators rushed past him, leaving Xiaochen in the dust. Xiaochen was not in a rush. He simply walked calmly. After 1 hour, 3 small islands appeared in front of him. The islands were not large, only a few hundred meters in radius. All sorts of talisman scripts floated around the islands, forming a defensive formation. The formations of the 3 islands seemed to be connected to each other, giving off an indistinct spiritual light. If the Divine Dragon warship was the Divine Dragon Palace's main camp, then these 3 islands would be the outposts, acting as a buffer for the main camp. Cultivators in front continuously returned to the small islands in sorry states from the pitch-black sky. Immediately, healing-type cultivators on the islands went to check on the injuries of the people who returned and performed emergency treatment. It looked like these small islands were not just the outposts but also a supply and treatment station for the cultivators participating in the experiential training. the friend in front, wait up. A shout came from behind him. Xiaochen turned his head to take a look and saw a small team of about 10 people rushing towards him. The person leading the group wore heavy blue battle armor and carried a huge sword on his back. He had thick eyebrows and a wide forehead. With one look, it was clear he was a cultivator who used brute force. This person was a peak superior grade martial king. His eyes were very spirited. Xiaochen turned around and asked, "What's the matter?" That person smiled and said, "Let me introduce myself first. I am Wu Quan, a disciple of the great Chu nation's giant sword gate. These are the companions I invited to participate in the experiential training. I see that you are only a peak medial grade martial king. How about you come with us? After we pass these 3 outpost islands, we will officially enter the battlefield. With more people, it will be easier for us to take care of each other." Xiaochen thought for a while. Then he performed a cupped fist salute and said, "In that case, many thanks, Brother Wu. However, my cultivation realm is rather low. Will I be a burden to you?" Wu Quan smiled and said, "That won't be the case. Cultivation realm is not the only way to measure a person's combat prowess. I see that you walk on the water very easily. Your shoes are not wet at all. You must be an expert in movement techniques. Coincidentally, our group lacks such a person." Xiaochen smiled and did not say anything more, agreeing to the other party's invitation. Xiaochen did not know what the deep-sea battlefield was like. It would be good to join this group and familiarize himself with the environment. After that, Wu Quan introduced Xiaochen to the group. Aside from Wu Quan, the others scoffed at Xiaochen. They did not show much interest. Although none of them were half-step martial monarchs, none of them were lower than superior-grade martial kings. Hence, they looked down on Xiaochen, who was only a medial-grade martial king. Xiaochen smiled faintly and ignored them. He followed the group and continued forward. As he continued forward, the originally dark clouds above his head turned completely pitch black. It was as if ink had been applied to the sky, blocking all the sunlight. Although it was clearly daytime, Xiaochen's vision was dark. He could see only 500 meters around him. He needed to circulate his essence to his eyes before he could see anything further. There was no wind on the sea. The faint smell of blood in the air seemed to have solidified, making one feel very uncomfortable. The heavy resentment and the formless pressure on one's spirit also put some substantial pressure on one's body. "Xiaochen, we have arrived at the deep-sea battlefield. Look around. If you see any demons, immediately come back and inform us." The one who spoke was the vice-captain of the group, Ping Xingting. Like Wu Quan, he was a peak superior-grade martial king. However, he looked down on Xiaochen. When Wu Quan invited Xiaochen, Ping Xingting had an unsightly expression on his face. However, because the other party was the captain, Ping Xingting could not say it out loud. He could only endure it. Xiaochen was unhappy in his heart. Ping Xingting's tone was very commanding. However, he did not say anything. He pushed off the ground and left this place. After 15 minutes, Xiaochen rushed back. He said calmly, "There are 10 middle-ranked blood demons about 3 kilometers to the southeast. There are 6 or 7 ghost race cultivators 5 kilometers to the north. There are dozens of high-ranked shadow demons 6 kilometers to the east. There are other cultivators fighting in the demons closest to the other directions." Before coming, Xiaochen had read some books and gained a basic understanding of the 18 races of demons. Hence, he could name all the demons in the deep-sea battlefield. Wu Quan smiled and said, "Brother Zhao's movement technique is indeed powerful. Not many people can do that. It has saved us a lot of trouble." Ping Xingting smiled coldly and said, "So what if your movement technique is powerful? Can it be of any help in battle?" Xiaochen did not bother to argue with Ping Xingting. He smiled and said, "Brother Ping is right. When the time comes, I will just watch. I will not cause you any trouble." Ping Xingting smiled and said, "It's good that you know. Wu Quan, tell me, which of the 3 directions should we go?" Wu Quan analyzed for a while and said, "The ghost race is difficult to deal with. Let's not go to the north. The shadow demons are weaker. If there are too many of them, it will be problematic. Let's go to the southeast. There are 10 middle-ranked blood demons." With some effort, We should be able to deal with them safely. I think so too. They are just middle-ranked blood demons. They are not that powerful. Ping Xingting nodded. Xiaochen had met middle-ranked blood demons in the demon battlefield before. They were as strong as a superior-grade martial king. However, in the deep-sea battlefield, everyone's mental energy was suppressed. They could bring out only 90% of their strength at best. As for local battles, the blood demons would not be affected at all. Chapter 502. Given the situation, they had to be careful when dealing with the blood demons. Otherwise, they might fail miserably. With everyone hurrying at full speed, the blood demon appeared in everyone's field of vision in the time it took to brew 2 cups of tea. Ping Xingting waved his hand, and a saber appeared in his grasp. He smiled sinisterly and said, "I'll take the lead. Let's see how many blood demons there are in the deep-sea battlefield." The others also drew their weapons and followed closely behind him. They all had excited expressions on their faces. Boom, boom. The scarlet sea churned and waves surged. Ping Xingting was pretty strong. With a sudden burst of power, he severely injured a middle-rank blood demon with 3 saber strikes. However, the other 9 blood demons surrounded him. Wu Quan drew the huge sword on his back and shouted, "Go and help!" Dang, dang. The situation quickly turned chaotic. This team that had formed at the last minute did not have any tacit understanding. The moment they charged over, the experienced blood demons split them up, forcing them to fight their own battles. The advantage of numbers instantly vanished. The scarlet water in the sea choked the noses of several cultivators. Several cultivators even panicked for a moment when the blood splashed on their faces. Xiaochen shook his head to himself. However, he could not just leave them to die, so he could only wander around. Wherever someone was in mortal danger, Xiaochen would rush over and draw the attention of the blood demons away. The only one who could attract Xiaochen's attention was the team leader, Wu Quan. This person was very bold. When he saw that the situation was not right, he immediately attracted the attention of the 3 blood demons. This alleviated the pressure on the team significantly. On the other hand, Ping Xingting did not feel any pressure at all. On the other hand, although Ping Xingting was strong, he only cared about killing excitedly, not paying attention to his surroundings. The battle lasted for an hour. At the price of light injuries, Ping Xingting managed to turn the situation around. How delightful! Ha! Ping Xingting laughed excitedly as he wiped off the blood on his face. With 1 saber strike, he severely injured the last blood demon. Wu Quan quickly stopped Ping Xingting and said, "Brother Ping, wait for a while. Let's give the points of this blood demon to Xiaochen. After all, he was the one who discovered the blood demons. Otherwise, we would not have been able to find these blood demons so easily. You would have obtained 2 points already." As the team leader, Wu Quan was still very competent. He had hunted down 3 blood demons, but he had only managed to kill one of them. The last hits from the other 2 sides were given to the other team members. He only got 1 point. Ping Xingting stopped, feeling somewhat displeased. He said to Xiaochen, "You are right. You can kill this blood demon. I will let you have it." Xiaochen waved his hand and said indifferently, "There is no need. These points are not enough for everyone to share. I will not join in the fun." Ping Xingting laughed mischievously and said, "Brat, you are quite tactful. In that case, I will not be polite." When the saber chopped down, the blood demon's aura disappeared. Another black dot appeared on the back of Ping Xingting's jade pendant. Wu Quan shook his head. Ping Xingting had killed those 3 blood demons himself, so he could not say anything. After that, it was time to split the spoils of war. The middle-ranked blood demons did not have many valuable items. However, with Wu Quan's help, everyone more or less obtained something. The heads of the 10 blood demons were split among the 5 injured people. With Wu Quan's explanation, Xiaochen learned that these heads could be exchanged for some high-quality medicinal pills and spirit herbs on the outpost islets. Under normal circumstances, no one had any objections to giving the heads to the injured cultivators first. After resting for a while, the group continued on their way. With Xiaochen scouting the way for them, they would always find the most suitable prey. After a day of fighting, no one in the group suffered any serious injuries. Only a few people were slightly injured. After some treatment, they would be able to recover their combat prowess. The sky turned completely dark. The dark clouds above made the night seem even darker. The moment night fell, everyone's vision became so dark that they could not even see their own fingers. When Wu Quan saw that someone wanted to take out a night illumination stone, he quickly stopped him. Don't. If you take out a night illumination stone, it will attract all the demons in the periphery. At that time, even if you have 9 lives, you will not be able to survive. That person was startled and quickly stopped what he was doing. With a flip of his hand, Wu Quan took out a palm-sized model of a house. After Xianxia formed hand seals, the house immediately turned back to its normal size. It looked very mystical. Wu Quan smiled and said, "This is a secret treasure that I obtained by accident. It is useless in battle. However, it is best to use it to rest. Everyone, go in." The house had tables, chairs, and wooden stools. All sorts of furniture of various sizes were available. There was even a stove for cooking. The night illumination stones were embedded in the ceiling, illuminating the room. However, none of the light shone out. Wu Quan smiled and said, "You all take a simple rest. Tonight, Xiaochen and I will keep watch." A sinister wind blew. It was already late at night, but the Scarlet Sea was not peaceful. All sorts of strange roars came from it, never stopping. They reverberated endlessly in the night sky, seemingly never going away. The sounds that were not horrifying during the day caused one's hair to stand on end when they heard them late at night. One could even hear the miserable cries of some unlucky cultivators caught by the demons in the night and eaten. The heart-wrenching screams made one's heart palpitate. Wu Quan's and Xiaochen's expressions did not change much despite all these strange sounds. The two sat on the roof, each holding a bottle of wine as they chatted leisurely. "It was all thanks to you during the day. Now that I think about it, it is incredible." Unexpectedly, not a single severely injured person appeared. Wu Quan took a big gulp of wine and wiped away the wine at the corner of his mouth. Then he thanked Xiaochen. Xiaochen brought the bottle of wine to his lips and took a sip. Then he smiled gently and said, "You are a good leader. I did not do much." Xiaochen's words were not exaggerated. Wu Quan was indeed a good leader. After the initial run-in, the team had already formed some tacit understanding. They would no longer be separated by the demons after a short fight. Such a situation was inseparable from Wu Quan's leadership. Xiaochen did not do much himself. He just went out for a walk and used his spiritual sense to scan the area. When Xiaochen fought, he did not put in much effort. He only paid attention to the abilities of each type of demon. When Xiaochen saw a teammate in a dangerous situation, he would lure the demons away. This was basically all he did. After a few more days, when Xiaochen figured out the habits and abilities of all the demons, he would leave. Hence, there was no need to leave any impression here. Wu Quan smiled gently, tacitly acknowledging Xiaochen's praise. He took another sip of wine and asked, "Xiaochen, why did you come to the deep-sea battlefield?" Xiaochen thought for a while and said, "Naturally, it is to temper my strength and improve further." Wu Quan shook his head and said, "I am not talking about that. Let me put it this way. After you improve further, what do you want to do? Do you want to be a grandmaster of a sect? Do you want to be a wanderer? Do you want to be the protector of a sect? Or do you want to join the royal court?" Xiaochen was slightly stunned. Wu Quan's question was somewhat interesting. Simply put, why do you want to practice martial arts? Xiaochen thought for a while and said seriously, "I want to climb to the peak of martial arts and see what the scenery is like at the peak. Then I want to leave my name in history. Even after 10,000 years, the world will not forget your name because of the passage of time." Wu Quan's mouth gaped slightly. He smiled embarrassedly and said, "This dream is really grand. People like the Tianwu Emperor and the Thunder King are hard to come by even in a few thousand years." Xiaochen smiled gently and said, "I was just joking. I want to be a wanderer. I want to travel the world and meet the famous bladesmen of the world." Only then did Wu Quan smile in relief. If others heard what Xiaochen said earlier, they would definitely treat it as the nonsense of a youth who did not know the gravity of the situation. The latter was more normal. However, Xiaochen did not know that after many years, every time he recalled the conversation he had tonight, he would sigh. The youth from that day had indeed become an existence comparable to the Thunder King. His name would be left in history, lasting for 10,000 years. Furthermore, the so-called legend was by his side. History remembered that white-robed bladesman who liked to wear white robes and always had a calm and indifferent expression. However, it did not remember such a night. He, Wu Quan, had drunk wine and chatted with that legendary person. Furthermore, that legendary person was his leader in name. The night passed unknowingly as the two drank and chatted. Nothing unexpected happened. The cultivators in the room woke up one after another. When they pushed open the door and looked out, visibility was still very low. However, it was not to the point where they could not see their fingers when they stretched out their hands. After circulating their essence, they could still see very far. Hey Xiaochen, go out and see if there are any demons. This elder brother's treasured saber has been thirsty for an entire night. The first thing Ping Xingting said when he came out was to order Xiaochen around. His tone was very smooth and did not seem unnatural at all. Xiaochen found it funny. This fellow is really addicted to using me. He does not seem embarrassed at all. Wu Quan said somewhat worriedly, "How about I go? You did not sleep for an entire night. You might not be in good spirits." "It's fine. It is fine to not sleep for an entire night." Hearing Xiaochen say that, Wu Quan did not bother with Xiaochen anymore. It was indeed fine for cultivators to not sleep for a few days and nights. Xiaochen's figure gently drifted away, and he moved 100 meters. With a few flashes, he disappeared from everyone's sight. Ping Xingting smiled at the crowd and said, "Although this fellow is not very strong, I admit that I am inferior to him in terms of movement techniques." In yesterday's battle, Xiaochen's information was very accurate. It was as he had said. Xiaochen had basically just drifted around, not burdening them at all. He did not compete with Ping Xingting for any rewards. He has a good temper and does not compete for anything. I like such youths. Speaking of which, the few of you should learn from him. Newcomers should have the awareness of newcomers. Xiaochen is your role model. Unfortunately, the youths these days are not very capable, but their ambitions are higher than the sky. They are afraid that others will take away their points. They do not know how to be down to earth and move forward step by step. That is the most important thing. Now, Ping Xingting already had more than 100 points. He was very pleased with himself and started giving pointers to the crowd. Wu Quan shook his head slightly and interrupted, "Let's not talk about this for now. Let's rehearse the formation from yesterday and prepare in advance." Chapter 503. When everyone heard Wu Quan's words, they immediately revealed expressions of relief. They quickly tossed Ping Xingting aside and said, "No problem, Captain." In yesterday's battle, Wu Quan's performance had already won the respect of this group of cultivators. After 1 hour, a white figure appeared on the Scarlet Sea. It was Xiaochen returning. Ping Xingting immediately asked anxiously, "Xiaochen, quickly tell us what's going on. My blood is already burning." Xiaochen felt speechless and amused. He did not know what to say to this person. Xiaochen took a deep breath and explained the situation he had investigated. Then he said, "This is the situation. You can decide what to do." Xiaochen's information was as detailed as before, allowing them to choose calmly. Wu Quan and Ping Xingting discussed for a while and decided to head west. He decided to walk towards the west. There were over 20 middle-level winged demons 2,500 m away from him. The winged demons were demons with wings on their backs. Their entire bodies were covered in a hard layer of skin. They were born with the ability to fly. The green layer of skin on their skin gave them a physical defense that humans did not have. Speed and defense were the winged demons' greatest strengths. However, their greatest weakness was their weak attacks. Even if they used their full power, they would not be able to deal any fatal damage to the group. Of course, it would be a different matter if they were struck in a vital spot. Dealing with the winged demon's speed was also a problem. After 7 or 8 minutes, the group saw the group of winged demons that Xiaochen mentioned. They were 2 meters tall and were resting on the surface of the sea. They were currently fishing out some strange fish to eat. Ping Xingting had an excited expression on his face. He drew his saber, and a saber light flickered as he charged forward. However, Xiaochen narrowed his eyes. Among the 20-odd winged demons, he discovered a winged demon with a long aura. It was as strong as a peak martial king. Earlier, Xiaochen had only used his spiritual sense to scan the area. He had not discovered this hidden winged demon. If they were careless, they would be in trouble. When the winged demons discovered Wu Quan and the others, they stopped eating. They revealed ferocious gazes and flapped their wings, arriving before the group at lightning speed. Dang, ding, ding. Following Ping Xingting's excited roar, the intense battle officially began. The calm Scarlet Sea was immediately stirred up, splashing everywhere. The surface of the sea surged, kicking up huge waves. The group had already matured. They no longer panicked over the blood on their faces. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he arrived before the winged demon that he paid special attention to. He threw a punch and stopped the winged demon from making a move. This winged demon was a bit shorter than the surrounding winged demons. However, its green cuticle was much darker. Its black eyes looked more distant too. Xiao Chen withdrew his fist and faced the winged demon in front of him. He revealed a faint smile on his delicate face and said, "Your opponent is me." That winged demon sneered. It flapped the wide wings on its back and turned into a green light as it charged at Xiao Chen. Its speed had actually reached 3.5 times the speed of sound. Seeing the approaching winged demon, Xiao Chen's calm expression did not change at all. He stomped heavily on the Scarlet Sea. Xiao Chen clenched his fist and sent out a sharp fist wind, clashing with the winged demon. Bang! The winged demon laughed strangely and punched as well. A huge force knocked Xiao Chen back 100 meters. Xiao Chen pushed off the surface of the water and spun around a few times before he managed to dissipate the force. Who said that the attacks of the winged demon are weak? This winged demon is not weak at all. Although Xiao Chen had only used 30% of his strength in that earlier punch, it still contained 150 tons of force. Yet he was knocked back like that. It looked like Xiao Chen was right. This was a strengthened winged demon. It was much stronger than the other middle-ranked winged demons. That winged demon was not completely unscathed. It was knocked back several dozen meters before it stabilized. Roar! The winged demon roared ferociously and charged at Xiao Chen again. Xiao Chen did not show any fear as he charged forward as well. However, he increased his strength to 40%. When the fists collided, there was a loud, dull sound. This time, no one moved back. Both sides were evenly matched. However, while the winged demon used its full strength, Xiao Chen only used 40%. When the winged demon's force entered his body, Xiao Chen circulated his essence and easily expelled it. However, the force that Xiao Chen sent into the winged demon's body made the winged demon feel extremely uncomfortable. Xiao! 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 The strengthened winged demon spread its wings. Knowing that Xiao Chen was not easy to deal with, it did not clash head-on. Instead, it flapped its wings and flew up. The winged demon controlled the air currents and shot at Xiao Chen like an arrow. It wanted to use its advantage in speed to harass Xiao Chen and obtain victory in the end. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. He could not be bothered to continue moving. He planted his feet on the water's surface and moved his fists continuously, clashing with the winged demon. If Xiao Chen did not use his essence, he would be faster than the winged demon when the winged demon moved at full speed. However, Xiao Chen's physical defense was much stronger than the winged demon's. When Xiao Chen landed a punch on the winged demon, it was equal to 10 punches from the winged demon. After exchanging more than 100 moves, the winged demon could not hold on any longer. It could not understand why this human's defense was stronger than its own. Xiao Chen looked at Wu Quan's side and discovered that the battle there was almost over. With everyone's perfect cooperation, the 20 ordinary middle-ranked winged demons did not pose much of a threat. There is no need to continue playing. Xiao Chen's gaze suddenly turned cold as he raised the strength of his fist to 80%. Then he punched at the winged demon. Bang! When Xiao Chen's fist landed on the winged demon's chest, there was a crisp sound. The winged demon's internal organs had all shattered. Its eyes immediately lost all luster. Hu Qi! The winged demon's body flew forward like a broken kite. Ping Xingting, who had just dealt with a winged demon, looked at the winged demon flying over. His face lit up in joy as he laughed loudly. Good timing. Ping Xingting stomped on the ground and swung his saber. A saber light flashed, and the winged demon's head flew off. When the others saw this scene, they could not help but be shocked. The winged demon's defense was extremely strong. When they chopped at it with real weapons, they could only leave a shallow wound. The neck was a vital point. Logically speaking, the winged demon's defense should be even stronger. How could Ping Xingting chop off the winged demon's head with one strike? Everyone could not understand. Speaking of which, Vice Captain, I only found out today that your saber is so sharp. I really underestimated you in the past. Ping Xingting also felt apprehensive in his heart. This is too easy. It feels like the winged demon flying over is dead. Its defense is much weaker. However, Ping Xingting's expression did not change. He chuckled and said, "It is a piece of cake. A mere winged demon is not worth mentioning." Xiao Chun looked at the back of the jade pendant and saw an additional black dot. He thought to himself, this jade pendant is really miraculous. I just killed a winged demon with one punch, and a black dot appeared on the box. I wonder how this works. Speaking of which, Xiao Chun, you fought with that winged demon for so long. Why did you not draw your weapon? Another member of the team asked curiously when he saw the lunar shadow saber hanging from Xiao Chen's waist. Before Xiao Chen could reply, Ping Xingting quickly said, "Can you stop discouraging Xiao Chen? It is clear that Xiao Chen is embarrassed to draw his saber when he sees a peak bladesman like me. Why are you still asking? Aren't you just deliberately discouraging him? You cannot be like this. Go do what you need to do. Don't disturb Xiao Chen." Ping Xingting walked over to Xiao Chen's side and consoled him, "Don't be discouraged. I had a similar experience with you in the past. I understand the grievances in your heart. Work hard, and one day, you will become a bladesman like me." After Ping Xingting spoke, he patted Xiao Chen's shoulder twice to show his encouragement. However, right after Ping Xingting patted Xiao Chen's shoulder, his expression turned somewhat unnatural. He withdrew his right hand and hid it behind his back, trembling in pain. Ping Xingting asked in a quivering voice, "I say, Xiao Chen, what is the meaning of those two steel plates on your shoulders?" Steel plates? Xiao Chen could not react immediately. After thinking about it, he understood. When he clashed with the strengthened winged demon earlier, he had circulated the firmament body tempering art. Before he could disperse his body tempering art, a heaven-ranked body tempering cultivation technique would make every part of his body harder than steel. No wonder Ping Xingting said that. When Xiao Chen thought about it, he found it funny. This fellow could be considered a peak. After Ping Xingting dispersed his body tempering cultivation technique, he nodded helplessly and said, "I am too weak, so I can only do this." When Ping Xingting felt his swollen right hand, he cursed Xiao Chen in his heart. Damn it, it is really painful. However, Ping Xingting could not find any excuse. He could only say depressingly, "In the future, don't place steel plates on your shoulders. What use is that? Not only can you not injure the enemy, you even injure your own people. No wonder your saber techniques have not improved at all. This is the weakness of your intelligence. It cannot be changed. You are destined to be an errand boy forever. Xiao Chen, come and split the loot." Wu Quan's voice rang out at an appropriate time. Xiao Chen ignored Ping Xingting's pestering. He quickly walked over and split the loot. After that, everything proceeded as usual. After resting for a while, Xiao Chen continued to search the periphery for suitable targets. After that, they swarmed over and attacked as a group. With Xiao Chen's extremely accurate information and the help he provided during the battle, the team moved very smoothly in the periphery. The team's points rose continuously. All the team members were very excited. At the same time as they fought with the demons, they became more experienced. They were no longer the newbies that they were when they first arrived. This continued for 5 peaceful days. Suddenly, Ping Xingting suggested, "It is pointless to remain in the periphery. Wu Quan, let's go to the inner area. The demons there are stronger, and the value of the materials they have is higher." The smooth sailing of the past few days caused the other team members' confidence to soar. They all agreed, "Leader, let's go to the inner area. There is no point in staying in the periphery." That's right. With our strength, staying in the periphery is too much of a waste. The human heart is never satisfied. Xiaochen sighed to himself. This group of people overestimated him. Chapter 504. It was not that Xiaochen wanted to discourage them. Without his secret help, this team would have struggled to survive in the periphery. Now, Xiaochen was so ambitious that he wanted to go to the inner area. That was a place that only people of Bai Lishi's level could go. Wu Quan remained silent, not in a rush to answer. He looked at Xiaochen and said, "Xiaochen, what do you think? Can we go to the inner area?" Xiaochen sighed softly and said, "When I went out to scout, I did not see any small perfection half-step martial monarchs returning in defeat." That was all Xiaochen said. As for what to do, it would depend on Wu Quan and Ping Xingting. Xiaochen did not want to worry about this. Xiaochen's purpose in joining this team was to make use of the time they fought the demons to observe the unique characteristics of the demons. Xiaochen wanted to make full preparations for his future cultivation. He would have to leave sooner or later. Wu Quan pulled Ping Xingting to the side and started to discuss in whispers. Clearly, he was very cautious about whether to go to the inner area or not. After 15 minutes, the discussion was over. Wu Quan walked over to Xiaochen and said, "I have decided. We will go to the periphery of the inner area and take a look. If we cannot make it, we will still make it in time to retreat. I know that the inner area is very dangerous. Xiaochen, I will not force you this time. If you are not willing, we can escort you safely to the outpost islets first." When Xiaochen heard this, he smiled bitterly to himself. Since Wu Quan already said that, what else could he do? After coming to this world, Xiaochen had seen too much mutual deception and betrayal. There were not many people like Wu Quan who were truly righteous. To Xiaochen relied on these people to obtain the information he wanted, and Xiaochen helped them in secret. They did not owe each other anything. Whether they lived or died, it did not have much to do with Xiaochen. He could just wash his hands of this matter. However, no matter what, the reason why these people were so confident was more or less related to Xiaochen. It was difficult for Xiaochen to wash his hands of this matter and let them die. This was especially so since Wu Quan treated him very well. After taking a deep breath, Xiaochen smiled gently and said, "Very well, I agree to go to the periphery of the inner area and take a look. I will continue to help you gather information." Wu Quan revealed a smile, and the others heaved a sigh of relief. In their opinion, although Xiaochen was not strong, his movement technique was indeed amazing. Without Xiaochen in the team, they would definitely not be used to it. Ping Xingting laughed loudly and said, "I knew that I would not misjudge you. Although your intelligence and saber techniques are not that great, I really like your temper. When we have time in the future, I will teach you some saber techniques." Is to do. After Ping Xingting spoke, he was about to pat Xiaochen's shoulder out of habit. However, he seemed to recall something. At the last moment, he withdrew his hand at lightning speed. After Ping Xingting spoke, he was about to pat Xiaochen's shoulder out of habit. However, he thought of something and withdrew his hand at the last moment. Ping Xingting smiled embarrassedly and said, let's go. Same rules. Xiaochen, you lead the way." Xiaochen nodded to indicate that he understood. Under everyone's expectant gazes, he disappeared with a few flashes. Xiaochen nodded to indicate that he understood. Then, under everyone's expectant gazes, he disappeared with a few flashes. Even from 5,000 kilometers away, one could still vaguely see a humanoid silhouette made of resentment in the whirlpool, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. There was an island below the whirlpool. That was the core of the third-grade battlefield. The bloody bladesman, Sun Guangquan, was on that island, undergoing the final trial for his martial spirit. No one knew if he was dead or alive. The area within 8 to 9 kilometers of the island was the inner area of the third-grade battlefield. The closer one got to the island, the greater the danger. However, Wu Quan and the others only wanted to wander around the periphery of the inner area. For now, they had no intention of entering the inner area. Xiaochen's spiritual sense turned into rings of light and recorded everything within 3 kilometers into his mind. Then, he easily avoided the demons in the periphery and carefully made his way to the periphery of the inner area. After a while, Xiaochen stepped onto the boundary between the inner area and the periphery. The instant he stepped over, his spiritual sense picked up strong auras. Bang! 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 All sorts of shouts resounded in his mind. It was the sound of other cultivators fighting intensely. Xiaochen hesitated for a while before he sent out his spiritual sense. All sorts of battle scenes entered his mind. Xiaochen also gained a rough idea of the strength of these cultivators. After a while, Xiaochen withdrew his spiritual sense. He muttered, "It is as I expected. The cultivators in the inner area are at least small perfection half-step martial monarchs. Otherwise, they are all teams of peak superior grade martial kings." In Wu Quan's team, only 2 people were peak superior grade martial kings. The rest were ordinary superior grade martial kings. This won't do. There are already 5 superior grade winged demons. Wu Quan cannot handle their defense, speed, and attacks. 10 superior grade shadow demons. This won't do either. 3 superior grade ghost race cultivators. This will be even worse. They will be wiped out in one exchange. After circling the periphery of the inner area, Xiaochen searched for suitable prey. Then he eliminated them one by one. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He discovered 2 lone high-ranked blood demons. These high-ranked blood demons were stronger than Wu Quan's and Ping Xingting's. If Xiaochen used his advantage in numbers and paid a price, he should be able to take them down. He could make them suffer a little without paying too much of a price. Given this, Xiaochen just needed to understand his own strength and retreat in the face of difficulties. After that, Xiaochen circled the area again. He carefully scanned the area with his spiritual sense, checking for other strong cultivators. This was to prevent unnecessary conflicts. The human heart of the battlefield was always more sinister than the demons. Fortunately, the nearest team is 5 kilometers away. After the battle, I should not have any interactions with this team. After making up his mind, Xiaochen no longer hesitated. He soared into the air and returned the way he came. After 7 or 8 minutes, he appeared before Wu Quan and the others. Xiaochen told Wu Quan and the others about what he saw in detail. Then, he waited for the other party's decision. Wu Quan muttered, "We can deal with 2 high-ranked blood demons. The demon core of a high-ranked blood demon is worth less than 10 times that of a middle-ranked blood demon. We can give it a try." The other team members also felt that they could give it a try. None of them had any objections. Ping Xingting's face was filled with excitement. He wished he could charge over immediately. "Let's move quickly then. If we are late and the others snatch it away, there will be nothing left." Ping Xingting roared and immediately called Xiaochen to lead the way. Along the way, under Xiaochen's lead, nothing unexpected happened. The group traveled smoothly. They stopped behind a reef about a kilometer away from the 2 high-ranked blood demons. In terms of appearance, there wasn't much of a difference between the blood devils and humans, apart from the fact that they were slightly fairer. The 2 high-ranked blood demons looked around the Scarlet Sea, searching for humans they could deal with. Clearly, while the humans were hunting demons, the demons were hunting humans as well. When the blood demons' gazes landed on the reef, everyone felt a strange chill. Their arms trembled slightly. What a fellow! A high-ranked blood demon is indeed much stronger than a middle-ranked blood demon. Just that gaze alone is enough to make one's heart go cold, someone in the team muttered. Even the usually bold Ping Xingting calmed down. He did not charge forward rashly. After Wu Quan thought for a while, he said, "Xingting, each of us will lead 5 people and separate the 2 blood demons. We will not give them a chance to work together and end the battle quickly." Ping Xingting nodded and said, "That is all we can do. You and I have to attack together." After the 2 discussed who they wanted to bring, Wu Quan said to Xiaochen, "You should stay the same as before. Just roam around and ensure that you do not get attacked. Fight!" Ping Xingting and Wu Quan soared into the air at the same time and attacked the 2 blood demons at lightning speed. The moment the 2 moved, the high-ranked blood demons immediately felt their killing chi. They laughed strangely and attacked Ping Xingting at the same time. A piercing red light appeared on their palms. One high-ranked blood demon blocked Ping Xingting's saber light while the other sent a palm strike at Ping Xingting's heart. The two blood demons ignored the attack from Wu Quan's gigantic sword. It looked like they were determined to kill Ping Xingting in an instant, even if they got injured. Damn it! Do you really think this great me is a pushover? At the crucial moment of life and death, Ping Xingting completely erupted. His saber light lit up again and knocked away the high-ranked blood demon blocking his saber. Bang! Wu Quan's gigantic sword immediately chopped the other blood demon's waist, leaving behind a bloody wound. The sword chi was like a pillar, pushing the blood demon back 2 steps. The attack aimed at Ping Xingting's heart also shifted. It only left 5 claw marks on Ping Xingting's shoulder, saving Ping Xingting's life. The other team members behind Xiaochen roared and quickly moved according to their original plan. The 6 people on each side split the 2 high-ranked blood demons. Xiaochen did not make a move. He sat on the reef and watched. The recovery ability of a high-ranked blood demon was not something a middle-ranked blood demon could compare to. To them, it would only take them a few minutes to recover from such minor wounds. Demons were born with an advantage over humans in terms of their physical bodies. Every kind of demon had their own special characteristics that humans could not compare to. They could endure it. High-ranked blood demons were not so easy to deal with. Xiaochen shook his head slightly and stopped thinking about it. The situation was as Xiaochen expected. Although they successfully separated the 2 high-ranked blood demons, the battle was still very arduous. The final result was easy to predict. It would definitely be a miserable victory. That way, Xiaochen would have achieved his goal. By relying on their strong recovery ability, the high-ranked blood demons did not fear the blood demons at all. The more they tired, the more wounds they suffered. Several people were caught off guard and sustained significant injuries. Bang! A blood demon opened a bloody hole in one of the team members' chests. This person flew towards Xiaochen and sank into the Scarlet Sea. Xiaochen waved his hand and pulled this person out. Then he immediately pressed on a few vital acupoints to prevent further bleeding. Then, he took out some recuperation medicine and quickly treated this person. This person's face was pale, and his eyes were wide open. His horrified expression had yet to fade. In that instant, this person had truly felt death approaching. It was like he had just passed by the gates of hell. That kind of horror could not be described with words. Chapter 505. Bang! 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 A few more people were severely injured by the high-ranked blood demon. One of them was especially severely injured. The blood demon's sharp hand had already grasped the other party's heart. All it would take was a little more force to crush it. Fortunately, Wu Quan managed to save the other party in time. The instant the blood demon was about to succeed, Wu Quan chopped off the other party's head with his heavy sword. It was truly a critical moment. In the blink of an eye, someone had died. Xiaochen had taken on the role of a medic. In the end, with one high-ranked blood demon dead, the remaining one would be easier to deal with. However, Ping Xingting had been careless and allowed the other party to escape. Under such circumstances, no one dared to chase after the blood demon. They could only watch as the heavily injured blood demon fled. After this battle, Xiaochen had gained a few points and a high-ranked demon core. That was a pretty good value. However, when compared to the price he had paid, he could not smile anymore. 5 people were heavily injured and could not fight for at least 3 days. The others were also injured to varying degrees. Aside from Xiaochen, the others were all injured. They were both physically and mentally fatigued. They could only end the day like this. Wu Quan looked at the dispirited crowd and felt somewhat heavy in his heart. The price was too high. Xiaochen was right. The inner area was not a place they could survive. Even the outer area was not good. The difference in strength was clear. Xingting, dig out the demon core and leave this place quickly. This place is too dangerous. Go to the outpost islets. Wu Quan collected his thoughts and stopped blaming himself. He checked everyone's injuries and instructed Ping Xingting. Ping Xingting had an unsightly expression. He sighed and walked over to the high-ranked blood demon's corpse. As Xiaochen was taking care of an injured person, he suddenly frowned. Someone was coming. The thing that he worried about the most had finally happened. We are really lucky today. The battle just ended, and we already picked up a fat sheep. Leave behind the high-ranked blood demon's corpse, and you can leave. Suddenly, a team of 7 or 8 people walked over from 100 meters in front. The leader was a middle-aged swordsman over 40 years old. He had a sinister gaze and a long and narrow face. A tyrannical aura spread out from this person's body. With this person's special support, the scarlet water on the surface of the sea rippled and spread out in all directions. As a swordsman, Wuquan felt a strong pressure. He revealed a horrified expression. Unexpectedly, this person was a half-step martial monarch expert. At this moment, Ping Xingting had just dug out a superior-grade demon core. He said angrily, "We spent a lot of effort to kill them. Do you think we will give them to you with just a word?" The swordsman's gaze turned cold. He sneered, "You want to negotiate with me? Very well. Not only do you have to hand over the high-quality monster core, you have to leave behind your space rings as well. Otherwise, none of you can leave." Kacha kacha. The people behind the swordsman immediately drew their weapons and looked at the crowd with hostile gazes. Everyone immediately tensed up. His eyes were filled with deep unwillingness. He really could not enter the inner area. Not only would he not be able to obtain the monster cores that he had painstakingly killed, now even the wealth that he had accumulated over the years would be taken away. Hand it over to. The swordsman took 2 steps forward and tried to grab the superior-grade demon core in Ping Xingting's hand. Ping Xingting cursed, "Screw off. I nearly died to obtain this. It would be strange if I gave it to you." Ping Xingting withdrew his hand and drew his saber. A saber light soared into the sky and hacked at the swordsman. "You overestimate yourself." The swordsman shouted angrily when he saw the ignorant Ping Xingting. He stomped heavily on the Scarlet Sea, and the surface of the sea surged up. Ping Xingting could not stand stably due to the surging waves. His saber light deviated and struck the swordsman's left, kicking up a huge scarlet wave. Shio! A bright light flashed in the middle of the scarlet water. The swordsman had drawn his sword. The sword light tore through the scarlet water and flicked gently, knocking away Ping Xingting's saber. The sword trembled and a drawn-out sword hum resounded. When the sword light spat out, the scarlet water in the air split in half. Then, the sword pierced towards Ping Xingting's chest. Fast, accurate, and ruthless. Ding. Wu Quan's figure flashed forward and knocked Ping Xingting aside. Then, he held his heavy sword horizontally in front of him, helping to block this sword strike. A surging sword chi came from the sword, causing Wu Quan's internal organs to churn. He felt something sweet in his throat, and he nearly vomited a mouthful of hot blood. Wu Quan forcefully suppressed his hot-bloodedness and said indifferently, "Senior, you can take the superior-grade demon core and I will give you 1,000 medial-grade spirit stones. Can you let us leave first? Who do you think you are to negotiate with me? If you are not strong enough, don't come to the inner area." The swordsman snorted coldly and pressed his sword forward. A huge force came, and Wu Quan could no longer block it. He vomited a mouthful of blood and flew back. Logically speaking, there was indeed a gap between Wu Quan and this swordsman. However, the gap was not that big. Xiao Chen had exhausted his essence and had not recovered from his internal injuries. Hence, he was easily defeated by the swordsman in 2 moves. But a gentle force landed on Wu Quan's back, neutralizing all the force in his body. Then he landed firmly on the water. Xiao Chen had made a move. When Wu Quan landed on the water, he looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Your movement technique is good. Don't bother about us. Leave by yourself." Xiao Chen shook his head slightly and took out a medicinal pill for Wu Quan. Then he raised his hand and sent Wu Quan to the reef. Wu Quan was horrified to discover that the force from Xiao Chen was so strong that he could not resist at all. Ping Xingting, who had picked up his saber, looked at the approaching Xiao Chen. His eyes were filled with shock. "Xiao Chen, why aren't you running? Why are you sending yourself to death? With that saber technique of yours, don't embarrass yourself." Scram. Ping Xingting was speechless. He thought to himself, there must be something wrong with this fellow's intelligence. Since his movement technique is so good, why is he still here? However, what surprised Ping Xingting was that the swordsman in front did not make a move immediately. When he saw Xiaochen slowly walking over, his expression turned grave. Ping Xingting seemed to hear the hum of a saber in the other party's eyes. When he used his essence, he was startled. Xiaochen was clearly only a peak medial grade martial king. However, the purity and breadth of his essence seemed to be stronger than Ping Xingting's. There was only one explanation. This youth could be a genius disciple of a super sect. He had used countless natural treasures and cultivated the peak earth-ranked cultivation technique, or even higher. Might I ask, little brother, what is your name and which sect you are from? The swordsman decided to ask around first. If Xiaochen was a genius disciple of a super sect, even if Xiaochen could defeat him, it would not be worth it to offend the power behind him. Xiaochen's expression remained calm. However, at some point in time, his right hand was already on the hilt of the lunar shadow saber hanging at his waist. Xiaochen replied indifferently, "Brat, Xiaochen, you are not from a sect. If you are not satisfied, you will have to pay a price. You can take this superior grade demon core. However, don't have any other ideas." A faint smile appeared on the swordsman's face. Since Xiaochen is not from a sect, it is easy to deal with him. However, I have to test him first. So, he made a gesture with his left hand behind his back. You are just a medial grade martial king. What qualifications do you have to negotiate with our boss? One of the swordsman's subordinates immediately understood. He grasped his saber tightly and released a sharp saber light. Then he took a step forward and hacked down at Xiaochen's head. Xiaochen smiled coldly to himself. When he used his spiritual sense to scan the swordsman, he had already seen through all of his opponent's tricks. Xiaochen's right hand, which was on the hilt of his saber, drew it out by 1 centimeter. Wang! The saber hummed and an unparalleled saber intent poured out wantonly. The swordsman's opponent's sharp saber trembled continuously under the influence of this inextinguishable saber intent. That swordsman was horrified to discover that he could no longer control the saber in his hand. That swordsman quickly stopped and grasped the saber hilt with both hands. However, it was all for naught. There was another melodious saber hum, and that saber flew out of his hand, flying into the air. The long sabers in the hands of the other people were immediately drawn into the air by the saber intent and started to spin non-stop. The smile on the swordsman's face froze. Shock filled his eyes as he said in astonishment, "Saber intent." He comprehended saber intent at such a young age. How is this possible? There was a crisp sound and the saber that Xiaochen had drawn out by 1 centimeter returned to its scabbard. The weapons that were flying in the air immediately fell into the sea, splashing up blood as they sank. Xiaochen had used only half a move to defeat his opponent's sudden attack. The appearance of his saber intent shocked everyone present. Ping Xingting could not believe his eyes. He rubbed them hard and discovered that everything was real. That white-robed youth who had not drawn his saber all this while had not only exquisite saber techniques, but they had also materialized Ping Xingting's carelessness. Ping Xingting was far superior to Ping Xingting. Ping Xingting thought back to his shameless boasting about teaching Xiaochen how to use the saber. Now that he thought about it, there was nothing more stupid than that. It was not that Xiaochen's intelligence was lacking. Rather, it was that Ping Xingting's intelligence was lacking. Just thinking about it made him feel like an idiot. Suddenly, Ping Xingting startled awake. His saber had fallen into the sea. If he did not pick it up now, he would not be able to. Ping Xingting quickly stuck his hand into the water and used his essence to fiddle with it. That saber had been with him for many years. It was his second life. He could not lose it. Ping Xingting relied on the subtle connection he had with the saber over the years to pull it up. However, before he could rejoice, he cried out in pain. It turned out that Ping Xingting's fiddling had attracted some of the strange fish in the sea. They swam over with the saber and bit off a few pieces of flesh on his arm. The pain was heart-wrenching. However, no one noticed Ping Xingting at this moment. No one had seen this embarrassing thing. The swordsman calmed down. A cultivator with saber intent and a storage of essence that was no weaker than his was already capable of fighting him. Xiaochen's chances of victory were only 50-50. Let's go. The swordsman put away the superior-grade demon core and snorted coldly. Then he turned around and left. Shio. However, the swordsman had only taken half a step when he drew his sword. Then he spun around and swung his sword upwards, sending a sharp light at Xiao Chen's neck. Chapter 506. Xiao Chen had never let down his guard against the swordsman. Xiao Chen had observed every move the swordsman made. This little trick would only be asking for trouble. Xiao Chen drew his saber at lightning speed, moving like a silver snake. When the swordsman turned around, he discovered a pitch-black saber pressed against his neck. It was like the swordsman had turned around and handed his neck over. However, his sword was still about a meter away from Xiao Chen's neck. Xiao Chen pressed the lunar shadow saber against the swordsman's neck and said coldly, "Don't try to play tricks with me. You are just a small perfection half-step martial monarch. You are not strong enough in my eyes." Scram. The final word, scram, was like a clap of thunder in the swordsman's ears. Xiao Chen instantly thrust his saber forward and cut the swordsman's skin. The swordsman was horrified. In that instant he thought he was going to die. I'll scram. I'll scram. I'll scram. The situation was not in his favor. The swordsman put away his weapon and led his subordinates to flee in a sorry state. He no longer dared to harbor any more thoughts. When Wu Quan and the others saw Xiao Chen scare off the swordsman, the shock in their eyes was indescribable. They had not expected an expert to be hiding beside them. Wu Quan got up from the reef and walked over to Xiao Chen. He had a complicated gaze as he said, "Xiao Chen, what are you trying to do by following us?" Xiao Chen said calmly, "Don't overthink this. I have my own goals, but I have never thought of harming you. However, it looks like I will not be able to accomplish it now. Let's not talk about anything else. I'll send you back to the outpost islets first." Xiao Chen's original plan was to use this group of people to figure out the characteristics of the various demons and make preparations for his own experiential training. Right now, he had only figured out most of them. There were still a few rare demon races that he had not met. Now that this happened, Xiao Chen could only put an end to his plan and act alone. That would be much more troublesome. Along the way, Xiao Chen remained silent. The others were still fine. Although they were shocked at Xiao Chen's strength, they did not feel uncomfortable. As for Ping Xingting, he felt incredibly embarrassed. Normally, he was the most talkative. However, at this moment, he did not dare to say anything. He felt very uncomfortable walking on the water. He glanced at Xiao Chen from time to time, and his heart was filled with complicated feelings. The 3 outpost islets appeared in everyone's vision. Xiao Chen stopped and said, "I will send you off here. Goodbye. Don't ever go to the inner area again." I really didn't expect that Xiao Chen, who usually doesn't reveal himself, would actually be such an expert. In the past, I had a feeling that he had secretly helped me before. However, I felt that his strength was too low, and I was just overthinking things. Now, it seems that it was true. I really don't know why this person is following us. I really can't figure it out. How can we guess the thoughts of experts? Don't even think about it. As the team members watched Xiao Chen leave, they began to discuss in low voices. Their words were filled with puzzlement. Wu Quan patted Ping Xingting's shoulder and said, "Xingting, he has already left. Don't just stand there and watch." Ping Xingting said depressedly, "Don't call me Xingting. Damn it. I really embarrassed myself this time. How am I to face others in the future?" Night fell. The sky was pitch black. One could not even see their fingers when they stretched out their hands. Suddenly, a wooden coffin rose from the scarlet sea. The coffin door landed on the water, and the scarred man from the dark church walked out with a hazy expression. He looked around and muttered, "I finally arrived at the deep-sea battlefield." This scarred man had been paying close attention to Xiao Chen. He wanted to make a move the moment Xiao Chen left the city and obtain the major fiend essence core as soon as possible. However, Xiao Chen had been with Bai Lishi the entire time. If the two worked together, the scarred man was not confident of victory. So he could only wait for an opportunity to make a move. This wait lasted until now. The Divine Dragon Palace hated demons very much, so the scarred man had put in a lot of effort to get here. However, at this moment, the scarred man felt more relaxed. I am really going to die. Unexpectedly, I came to the deep-sea battlefield. Now that I am here, even if the two of you work together, I can easily defeat you." The scarred man looked around and verified his position. Then he returned to the wooden coffin. The coffin lid closed automatically, and the wooden coffin slowly sank into the Scarlet Sea. At this moment, Xiaochen was bitterly testing out the strength of the remaining demons. He did not know that an unknown strong enemy was targeting him. A middle-ranked ghost race corpse lay quietly on the calm Scarlet Sea. Like humans, the ghost race walked on 4 legs. However, its head was that of a monster. Xiaochen could not describe what it looked like. It was similar to the evil spirits in the Buddhist underworld of his previous life. However, it was not as malevolent. Xiaochen was alone. It was no longer as convenient to move around. The demons moved in groups. There were at least 2 of them. Fortunately, Xiaochen was very familiar with the life bestowal spell now. It was not difficult to use it to lure the other party away. However, it still took much longer than before. The ghost race has the word ghost in their name. However, their strength is not due to their strangeness. Instead, they use their mental energy to create illusions to deal with their enemies. Fortunately, Xiaochen's spiritual sense was incredibly strong. He did not feel much about illusions of this level. He focused his gaze and shot it out, easily breaking the other party's illusions like a saber. There are still 3 more types of demons to check. After I check them all out, it will be time to go to the inner area. Xiaochen looked away from the ghost race corpse as he muttered to himself. In terms of individual strength, none of the demonic beasts in the outer area could last more than 10 moves against Xiaochen. At best, they would only give him some trouble in numbers. Xiaochen would not be able to achieve the purpose of this experiential training. There was no chance of experiencing the feeling of life and death. However, Xiaochen was not so arrogant as to charge into the inner area. If he ran into some strange demons, he might not even know how he died. Hence, Xiaochen needed to seriously understand the various strengths of the demons in the outer area, knowing himself as well as the enemy. At that time, when Xiaochen entered the inner area and faced the mysterious demons, he would not panic. He would be able to face them calmly and would not die carelessly. There was no wind or rain in the Scarlet Sea. Sunlight could not shine down either. This place was dark all year round. Berserk Dragon Fist. A dragon had appeared on Xiaochen's fist, and a huge force burst out. Xiaochen directly hammered a low-ranked ice demon to death, severely injuring it. Xiaochen spread out his fingers and formed a claw. A resonant dragon image resounded, and a realistic azure-colored dragon claw appeared from nowhere. Xiaochen stretched out his hand and tore another ice demon into 5 pieces. An invisible red light immediately appeared on the ice demon's corpse and flew into Xiaochen's forehead. The severely injured ice demon on the surface of the sea crawled to its feet with a horrified expression. Then it quickly fled. Xiaochen's expression did not change as he watched the fleeing ice demon. He did not give chase immediately. Xiaochen clenched his right hand tightly and circulated his vital qi to execute the second move of the Dragon Claw Fist, burning the heavens. He felt like his vital qi was burning. Xiaochen's entire body felt incredibly hot. An azure-colored energy flowed from his dantian to the Chanzhong acupoint on his chest. Finally, it rushed out of the Baihui acupoint on his head and soared into the sky. The pitch-black clouds above his head suddenly began to churn. Waves of cyan energy began to burn in the clouds. It was as if the entire sky was on fire. Burning the heavens fist. Xiaochen shouted ferociously and punched. The burning clouds above quickly gathered and formed a dragon fist descending from the sky. Bang! The dragon fist instantly struck the fleeing ice demon, shattering it into countless pieces of ice and falling into the Scarlet Sea. Xiaochen withdrew his fist and stopped circulating his energy. The clouds above immediately returned to normal, becoming as dark as ink. What a horrifying punch! This punch actually relies on burning vital qi. The more vital qi I burn, the stronger it is. I wonder how strong it will be after I burn all my vital qi. While Xiaochen was scouting out the strength of the demons, he also started practicing the Dragon Claw Fist. The Dragon Claw Fist had a total of 4 moves and 8 moves: Berserk Dragon, burning the heavens, breaking the armor, and seizing the heart. With Xiao Chen's current cultivation of the Firmament Body Tempering Art's 5th layer, he should be able to finish practicing it. Hence, he planned to finish practicing this fist technique before he entered the inner area. This would be a good foundation for his own experiential training. At that time, he would be even more confident. Xiao Chen walked over to the ice demon's corpse. There were still 2 demon cores that he had not dug out. He could not waste them. The ice demons were even rarer than the ghost race. Furthermore, they were all low-ranked ice demons. Xiao Chen could not see any middle-ranked ice demons. The ice demons were made of white crystals and could naturally control ice-attributed spiritual energy. In this Scarlet Sea, there was an endless supply of water-attributed spiritual energy for the ice demons to use. Dealing with them was very troublesome. Even Xiao Chen did not dare to be careless. He could only lure over 2 ice demons at a time. If he lured over 1 more, he would have to spend a lot of effort. Xiao Chen placed the demon cores in the universe ring and muttered, "There are still 3 types of demons that I have not met. I will have to spend more time on them." The remaining 3 types of demons were the fire demons, iron demons, and Eros demons. They were rather rare. Xiao Chen had only seen some of them from afar. Furthermore, they were very mobile. They were not easy to find. However, no matter how difficult it was, Xiao Chen had to find them. Otherwise, if he went to the inner area alone and met higher-ranked demons, he would be in a passive position. Time passed and 1 month passed just like that. The last 2 moves of the Dragon Claw Fist were breaking the armor and seizing the heart. Xiao Chen had already completely learned them. All that was left was to slowly perfect them in actual combat. As for the remaining 3 types of demons, Xiao Chen had not found any of them. This made him somewhat depressed. Every day, he could only hunt some other demons. However, his points had increased significantly. There were already more than 100 black dots on the back of the jade pendant. That meant he could exchange for more than 100 points. On this day, the Scarlet Sea was as calm as usual. There were no ripples at all. Xiao Chen flew quickly on the surface of the water. He used his spiritual sense to scan the surroundings continuously, recording every movement in his mind. But just at this moment, there was a miserable cry. Xiao Chen frowned. That miserable cry sounded very real. It was clearly the cry of a human. On the battlefield, humans hunted demons and demons hunted humans. In this boundless Scarlet Sea, there were cultivators dying every day. In the past month, Xiao Chen had already seen too much. If there was no danger, he would lend a hand. Chapter 507. If they were too far away or there were too many demons, Xiao Chen would not be able to do anything to them. He could not risk his life for the sake of saving others. No matter who stepped onto the battlefield, they had already put their lives on the line. No one could save them. Only their own strength was real. Xiao Chen scanned the area with his spiritual sense and frowned slightly. Then he stopped moving forward. 3 kilometers to the north, there was a small team of 10 fighting 20-odd middle-ranked winged demons. This team was stronger than Wu Quan's team. Logically speaking, they should not have any problems dealing with 20-odd winged demons. However, there was actually a low-ranked iron demon hidden in that group of winged demons. Its entire body was like metal, reflecting a faint glow in the Scarlet Sea. When the weapons struck the iron demon, they gave off crisp sounds. That iron demon laughed loudly as if nothing had happened to it. The human team was thrown into chaos. Using the iron demon as a shield, the 20-odd winged demons mercilessly reaped the lives of the small team of 10. This is strange. This is the first time I saw 2 different kinds of demons hunting together. If I deal with the iron demon, this group of people might have a chance to turn the tables. Xiao Chen went over to take a look. After thinking for a while, he came up with an idea. He executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art and quickly flew over. In the time it took to brew a pot of tea, Xiao Chen had already flown 3 kilometers away. Someone is coming. When the small team, which was bitterly holding on, saw Xiao Chen, they immediately rejoiced. However, when they got close and saw that Xiao Chen was alone and that he was only a medial grade martial king, their smiles froze. The team leader had a gloomy expression. He hesitated for a while but did not warn Xiaochen to leave. The other team members did not say anything either. After all, they were going to die soon. It would not be bad to drag another person down with them. Humans would never understand the hearts of humans. When the winged demons in the air saw Xiaochen, they laughed sinisterly. Another reckless thing is coming. Two winged demons flapped their green wings and dove toward Xiaochen while thrusting their sharp claws towards Xiaochen's forehead. His speed was incomparably fast, like a sharp arrow flying in the air, emitting sharp whistles as he tore through the air. The winged demons were fast, but Xiaochen was even faster. The blood flame shoes pushed off the water, and Xiaochen moved in a purple arc, arriving at the winged demon's side. Berserk Dragon Fist. The dragon's head appeared and it roared furiously. A ferocious force exploded forth. The punch directly landed on the winged devil's head, causing a pool of blood to splatter. The winged devil's head exploded. This was a weakness that Xiaochen had discovered while fighting with the winged demons. The winged demon's entire body was covered in a hard layer of skin. Only the head was lacking. This was also the weakest spot of the winged demons. Berserk Dragon Claw. After exploding the winged demon's head with one punch, Xiaochen's left hand turned into a claw and condensed into a realistic dragon claw. Then, when the other middle-ranked winged demon turned around, Xiaochen did not hesitate to crush its head. Xiaochen easily killed two winged demons with one punch and one claw. The leader of the winged demons immediately panicked. It quickly commanded 5 or 6 middle-ranked winged demons to charge at Xiaochen. Berserk Dragon Break. Xiaochen shouted, and the dragon's head on his right hand and the dragon's claw on his left quickly merged, forming a complete blue dragon circling around Xiaochen. When Xiaochen punched, the blue dragon roared ferociously. It severely injured the 6 middle-ranked winged demons that were flying over, causing them to fall into the Scarlet Sea. How powerful! This person is a genius cultivator. We are saved. The trap team revealed joyful smiles. Genius cultivators could not be measured by the standards of ordinary people. They were all demonic geniuses that could fight above their cultivation realms, 1 in 10,000. The green face of the winged demon leader tensed up. He quickly ordered the iron demons below to block Xiaochen and wait for them to finish harvesting before dealing with this team. The iron demon with a metallic glow all over its body laughed strangely. It moved like a train on the surface of the water as it charged at Xiaochen. A 6-meter-tall scarlet wave appeared behind it. Xiaochen wanted to test the iron demon's defense. He did not dodge, instead sending out a berserk dragon fist. Bang! The dragon's head struck the iron demon's chest and gave off a dull sound. The azure light scattered, and Xiaochen felt his arm go numb. However, the low-ranked iron demon laughed loudly as though nothing had happened. Then, it kicked Xiaochen's chest. The low-ranked iron demon's kick was very fast, almost as fast as Xiaochen's attack. Xiaochen could not dodge completely, so he could only lean back to lessen the force of the kick. Bang! When the metal-like foot landed on Xiaochen's chest, he immediately felt pain. It was like a hammer had smashed into his chest. However, it was only pain. That kick did not contain any vital qi or essence, so the force could not be transmitted into his body. Xiaochen suddenly understood. This iron demon's body was as hard as the 1,000 Mountains frost iron, nearly invulnerable to weapons. It was like a piece of metal, but it did not have much strength. It was very painful to hit someone, but it would not cause any fatal damage. This probably explained why the iron demon would mingle with the other demons. They did not have much offensive power on their own. The iron demon laughed loudly and leaped at Xiaochen. There was no technique at all. Its entire body was full of openings. Bang! 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 Xiaochen's fists rained down on the iron demon's body like a storm. Dull sounds rang out continuously as he increased his strength. Xiaochen only managed to leave a shallow dent on the iron demon's body when he increased his strength to 250,000 kilograms. However, no matter what, Xiaochen's hands were made of flesh and blood. Now, it was incredibly painful. This was especially so for the last 250,000 kilograms punch. Xiaochen felt like his bones were about to crack. Just thinking about it made him feel stupid. It was like an ordinary person using their fists to punch a piece of metal, crying out in pain. If that was not stupid, what was? Xiao Chen's current situation was similar. The Iron Demon's metallic face remained unaffected. When it saw that Xiao Chen was tired, it quickly kicked again. Bang! The Iron Demon kicked Xiao Chen's chest again. Using the force of this kick, Xiao Chen retreated a few steps. He looked at the Iron Demon, who did not feel any pain. A guess appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. Perhaps the Iron Demon was born without feeling pain, no matter how strong its defense was. After using such a huge force, the Iron Demon should have felt something. It was impossible for the Iron Demon to not even frown. This did not make sense. I should test this out and see if my guess is right. With a thought, Xiao Chen quickly circulated the Dragon Claw Fist's third move, Breaking Armor. Xiao Chen's vital qi spiraled rapidly in his body, flowing through his bones and into his fist. Immediately, a cone-shaped, azure-colored, spiraling qi formed on his fist. As the name implied, the Breaking Armor Fist specialized in dealing with those with extremely tough defenses. Bang! A series of violent sounds rang out. The punch was like a blade that was as fast as the wind, cutting a large hole in the chest of the Iron Demon that was pouncing over. However, the Iron Demon's expression did not change. It continued to advance toward Xiao Chen, showing no signs of stopping. Indeed, it really does not feel any pain. Breaking Armor, Claw. Xiao Chen opened his right hand and formed a claw. Spiraling qi gathered on his fingertips, forming 5 sharp claws. Xiao Chen waved his hand and his 5 fingers sank deep into the Iron Demon's shoulder. Then, he quickly turned his body to the side and pulled with his right hand. The Iron Demon's entire right arm fell off. Then, Xiao Chen casually tossed the Iron Demon's arm into the sea. When he saw the Iron Demon charging at him, he frowned slightly, still not dead. Breaking Armor Fist. Xiao Chen had already obtained the information he wanted from the Iron Demon. So, he did not hold back. He directly used his speed to his advantage. Xiao Chen used the Breaking Armor Fist and Claw to break the Iron Demon in half. Only then did the Iron Demon die. Xiao Chen could not help but sigh. This Iron Demon's life force was too strong. Its defense was ridiculously strong as well. Furthermore, it did not feel pain. The Iron Demon was a race that was born to be the shield and the vanguard. If a huge battle broke out and rows of Iron Demons charged over without any regard for their lives, the scene would be terrifying. After dealing with the Iron Demon, Xiao Chen looked at the situation of the team in front. They had not taken a turn for the better. They could only barely block the attacks of the winged demons. It looked like the harassment from the Iron Demons earlier was too severe. Burning the heavens! Xiao Chen shouted and the vital qi in his body quickly burned. An azure qi rushed into the sky and the dark clouds churned. Xiao Chen punched and the churning clouds in the sky turned into a dragon fist. When it descended, it killed 2 winged demons and blood splattered everywhere. Xiao Chen did not stop punching. He punched 6 times in a row and instantly killed 10-odd winged demons. The other winged demons fled in all directions. Xiao Chen withdrew his fist and stood upright. The fiery clouds in the sky immediately scattered. When the team members saw Xiao Chen drifting away, they were simply startled. Genius cultivators, we are indeed different. With just a few punches and kicks, we defeated these low-ranked demons. The team leader sighed. Then, he thought of his despicable thoughts and could not help but feel ashamed. Xiao Chen had come to save him. However, he had not thought of warning him. Instead, he had thought of something along the lines of dying together. Now, he had another scapegoat. Let's rest up. We cannot stay here any longer. We have to rush back to the outpost islets. The team leader sighed and called out to the team. Right at this moment, a wooden coffin suddenly emerged from the pool of blood. This strange scene caused the team members to jump in fright. Pa! The coffin lid landed on the water and splashed up a scarlet wave. The scarred man, Wu Yang, walked out with a sullen expression. He looked around and frowned. Strange, I clearly sensed his scent. Why did it disappear so quickly? When the scarred man saw the team member beside him, who did not even dare to breathe loudly, he stretched his hand and pulled the team leader over. Then, he lifted up the team leader's collar. The scarred man's gaze turned sullen as he asked in a hoarse voice, "Did you see a white-robed bladesman? Which direction did he go? Answer me honestly. Otherwise, I will make you wish you were dead." When the scarred man felt the other party's strong aura, the team leader nodded vigorously. He said hurriedly, I saw him heading north. He moved very fast. He should be 6 kilometers away by now. Everything I said is true. Don't kill me." Chapter 508. The scarred man smiled coldly and sent out a slap, turning the other party's head around. "Foolish. Everyone who sees me has to die. What does it matter if you say it or not?" Quick run. The rest of the people panicked and ran in all directions. The scarred man smiled and said, "You think you can run?" The scarred man quickly formed hand seals with both hands. When he completed the last hand seal, he smashed his right palm on the scarlet sea within a kilometer of him. 10 wooden coffins rose from the scarlet sea and formed a circle. The wooden coffins opened, and 10 demonic corpses leaped out, launching themselves at the remaining people. The scarred man ignored the miserable cries of the crowd and looked into the distance. He had an impatient expression on his face. That brat managed to escape again. I wonder when I can catch him again. In the following days, Xianxia searched the entire periphery of the battlefield. Furthermore, he swept through the place back and forth. In the end, his hard work paid off. Xianxia managed to find the fire demon. The fire demon was completely red, and there was a clump of flames on its head. When Xianxia rushed over, an inferior-grade fire demon was cleaning up the battlefield. There were a few human corpses floating on the surface of the water. The hearts of the corpses had been dug out. It was a cruel sight. The fire demon squatted on the water, dissecting a female corpse. Xiaoqian's gaze turned cold. No matter how sinister the human heart was, it would not do such a cruel thing. Furthermore, the demons treated humans as their food, not having any qualms about killing them. The fire demon wiped off the blood from the corner of its lips and got up to look at Xiaoqian. It laughed and said, "It has been a long time since someone took the initiative to seek trouble for me. Don't you know that the fire demon race has the strongest defensive power among all the demon races?" Xiaoqian looked at the corpses floating on the water. This fire demon had easily killed a small team by himself. Without needing to know, Xiaoqian could guess how strong it was. The fire demon stared at Xiaoqian. When the fire demon focused on Xiaoqian, something seemed to move quickly in the air. Xiaoqian felt that something was wrong. A fierce flame started to burn in his right eye. The flame that the fire demon released was a Yin flame. The purple thunder true fire should be able to restrain it. Hee, the eye contact game is over. Human, you can die now. The fire demon let out a strange laugh and the surrounding fire-attributed spiritual energy suddenly moved. Countless dense sparks appeared and gathered towards Xiaoqian's body. Boom! In an instant, Xiaoqian's body was engulfed in raging flames. The blood under his feet boiled and wisps of hot air quickly rushed to the top of his head. Fire-attributed spiritual energy filled the world. Wherever there was air, there would be fire-attributed spiritual energy. As long as one was within the fire demon's line of sight, there was no way to avoid this move. Xiaoqian's eyes were fixed on the fire demon. He had already sensed the movement of the fire attribute spiritual qi in the air. However, Xiaoqian did not expect the fire demon's move to be so strange. There was no way to dodge it. No matter how he flew up and down in the sky, he could not dodge it. This was because the fire-attributed spiritual energy in the air was already controlled by the fire demon. No matter how one ran, one's body would always be in the air. Unless one could hide in the air and completely avoid the air, one would not be able to escape. Amidst the raging flames, an essence barrier separated Xiaoqian from the flames. The flames clung to the essence barrier and burned continuously. Xiaoqian's essence drained continuously. He needed to maintain the essence barrier. Otherwise, if the flames touched his body, even if he had a body of steel, he would still be burned to a pile of scraps. Boom! The situation was dire. Under the fire demon's control, The surrounding fire-attributed spiritual energy flew towards Xiaochen like motes of stars. In just 7 or 8 minutes, Xiaochen had exhausted about a third of his essence. The fire demon could continuously use the fire-attributed spiritual energy in the air. Furthermore, no matter how much essence Xiaochen had in his body, there would come a time when it would all be used up. The fire demon appeared to be very patient. He revealed a cruel smile on his red face. The flames on his head danced continuously. If one looked carefully, they would discover that the flames were shrinking at an extremely slow rate. The fire demon's eyes controlled the fire-attributed spiritual energy in the air and gathered it towards Xiaochen. The fire demon had already made up his mind to exhaust Xiaochen to death. The light of the flames penetrated the essence barrier and shone on Xiaochen's delicate face. Xiaochen's eyes were very deep. No one could guess what he was thinking. The surrounding seawater churned. Under the blazing flames, the sea of blood emitted countless flickering red steam that drifted far into the sky. The flames surged, but Xiaochen did not panic. If he wanted to leave, the divine weapon in his universe ring could help him break out of this situation. However, he had not reached that point yet. Xiaochen gently tapped the essence barrier with his finger and tore a small hole. A strand of flame immediately shot out. The hole closed and Xiaochen controlled the strand of flame on his palm. Then, he placed it in front of his eyes and observed it carefully. As the flame danced on his palm, Xiaochen felt a chill spread out. He entered deep thought. The fire-attributed spiritual energy of the natural world did not differentiate between yin and yang. It was the purest, most primitive flame. Only the user could change its attribute. The fire demon's flames were classified as yin flames. The flames he controlled changed their attribute, becoming yin flames. Furthermore, there were too many of them, resulting in the yin flames being of very low grade. They were much weaker than the extreme yin flame of the holy fire manner. Compared to the lunar true flame in Xiaochen's Sea of Consciousness, it was not even worth mentioning. After he casually extinguished this flame, Xiaochen already had an idea. He gently tore off the blue strip of cloth on his forehead. The scarlet throne mark flickered, and the lunar true flame floated out from his forehead. Xiaochen sat cross-legged on the surface of the sea. With a thought, the egg-sized lunar true flame floated above his head. Break! With a light shout, countless densely packed holes appeared on the Yuan Qi barrier, and traces of flames impatiently shot in. The lunar true flame slowly spun around and absorbed all the incoming flames. Then, it slowly swallowed them up. The two were on completely different levels. When the incoming flames came in contact with the pale white lunar true flame, they were instantly assimilated. Time passed slowly. The leaping flame above the fire demon's head had already shrunk by half. However, the fire demon could still sense Xiaochen's life force flourishing. How can it be like this? Given a human's cultivation, even if he is a half-step martial monarch, his essence should have been drained long ago. The fire demon felt that something was wrong. He revealed heavy doubt in his eyes. He did not know what had happened. I cannot exhaust too much of my origin flame. I will wait for another 7 or 8 minutes. Whether he is dead or alive, I have to go and check. After 7 or 8 minutes, everything returned to normal. As the fierce flames burned, an overwhelming blood mist dyed the dark clouds above red. However, Xiaochen's life force was still flourishing amidst the flames. The flames above Xiaochen's head drained once more. A murderous intent flashed on the fire demon's face. He closed his eyes, and the flames around Xiaochen slowly vanished. When the flames vanished completely, the fire demon saw a scene that made him want to vomit blood. Xiaochen sat cross-legged on the scarlet sea with his eyes closed. The pale white flame above his head refined the flames that it had absorbed. Many thanks for your yin flame. Xiaochen opened his eyes and revealed a faint smile. The size of the lunar true flame did not change much. However, the rice grain-sized origin flame in it had grown larger, benefiting significantly from it. Fire Demon Hong's face was filled with endless fury as he screamed, "Damned human! You are actually using my flame origin essence to cultivate. Watch as I cut open your skull and take out your flame origin essence." Shio. The lunar true flame returned to Xiaochen's forehead. Then he stood up and said indifferently, "Do you think you can do that?" The fire demon did not waste any more words. The flames above his head leaped wildly. The surrounding temperature seemed to rise significantly as he waved his hand. A flaming whirlwind appeared on the surface of the water, heading for Xiaochen, burning the heavens. Xiaochen did not move. As he burned his vital qi, azure clouds filled the sky. Then, a dragon fist descended. The azure dragon fist seemed to contain boundless force, scattering the whirlwind in an instant. So. Sparks flew everywhere. The fire demon moved his hands. The instant the whirlwind scattered, the sparks quickly formed 3 small whirlwinds and continued flying. Claw! Xiaochen turned his fist into a claw. The burning azure clouds in the sky turned into a huge dragon claw. With a gentle pull, it tore the 3 whirlwinds into pieces. Boom, boom, boom. However, the berserk flames did not show any signs of stopping. The moment they shattered, they reformed and surged at Xiaochen again. Xiaochen did not show any signs of fear. He burned his vital qi continuously as he executed the Dragon Claw Fist's 3rd move, burning the heavens, continuously changing. No matter how the flames surged and how many changes there were, Xiaochen remained unmoved. As his fist and claw switched, he shattered them all. In the fire demon's anxiety, the flames in his hand changed into countless patterns. He was very familiar with the various changes. However, Xiaochen did not budge. He directly used brute force to break the fire demon's attack. This was bullying the fire demon for not having enough strength. Xiaochen did not play tricks with the fire demon, clashing head-on with brute force. When Xiaochen saw that the flames above the fire demon's head had shrunk to the size of a fist, he squinted and finally moved. Xiaochen stopped burning his vital qi, and his figure leaped up. Then he executed the berserk dragon fist, smashing down. Roar! The dragon roared, and the sound waves spread out, shattering the flames into pieces. Then, the azure dragon head descended on the flames. A horrified expression appeared on the fire demon's face. Then, he made up his mind and spat out an incredibly vast and vigorous flame. Red flames immediately filled Xiaochen's vision. He smiled coldly, and the purple thunder true fire, which he had been preparing for a long time, surged out from his right eye. Bang! The moment the stored-up purple flames came into contact with the flames that the fire demon spat out, it tore them apart like they were rotten wood. The yin and yang flames clashed, creating a boundless shock wave. A deep, ball-shaped pit appeared in the Scarlet Sea. The surrounding seawater sank and formed a huge whirlpool. The fire demon was blasted far away in a sorry state. He, who had played with fire all his life, finally got played by it. The fire demon's skin tore open, and blood flowed out. Only a small strand of the flame above his head remained, swaying with the wind. Xiaochen walked forward expressionlessly and used the armor-breaking fist to punch a large, bloody hole in the fire demon's chest, which had a weak aura. Chapter 509. Xianxia could not be bothered to waste his breath on him. Just the thought of the corpses on the blood sea made him seethe with hatred. There is no doubt about the fire demon's techniques and offensive abilities. He should be the strongest among all the demons. If he runs into an opponent weaker than him, he can easily kill them. That is why he usually moves out alone. After the battle ended, Xiaochen summarized some of the fire demon's strengths and characteristics and felt a headache coming on. If Xiaochen ran into a fire demon of equal strength, he would be at a disadvantage in a contest of techniques. Hence, if he ran into a middle-ranked blood demon, he had to end the battle quickly and force it to clash head-on. For the rest of the time, Xiaochen spent all his time looking for the succubus, but unfortunately, he did not find anything. Succubus was a type of female demon. According to the book, she was a demon that could arouse the desires of men. She also cultivated in bewitching techniques. By absorbing the yang essence of humans to cultivate, one could experience extreme happiness and die painlessly. Of all the demons, they were the strangest and most difficult to deal with. If one's will was not strong enough, they would sink into them. It was also the type of demon that Xiaochen was most afraid of. No one could avoid the natural instincts of men. It was the deepest desire hidden in the body. Xiaochen was somewhat disappointed that he did not find any low-ranked Eros demons. If he went to the inner area, he would have to face a middle-rank Eros demon right from the start. It would be much more difficult to resist the temptation. I'll search for another 7 days. If I can't find it, then forget it. I've wasted too much time in the periphery. In midair, Xiaochen looked at the vast sea of blood and sighed softly. 7 days passed very quickly. Xiaochen still did not find anything. Occasionally, he would meet some cultivators and ask around. However, none of them had seen an Eros demon. Some said that they saw a succubus from afar, but when Xiaochen rushed over, he still found nothing. In the end, he could only give up helplessly. He had found all 18 types of demons, but he had not found the Eros demon. It was truly a pity. That night, Xiaochen found a reef and casually sat on it. He closed his eyes and did not do anything. He did not cultivate or comprehend any states. He only did one thing, and that was to comb through the 17 types of demons that he had encountered. What were their weaknesses, what were their strengths, and what were their habits and characteristics? He began to make a summary. After daybreak tomorrow, he would enter the inner area of the battlefield and begin the real trial. Xiaochen was not like Bai Lishi, who had a full set of medial-grade secret treasures. He also did not go in groups like the others. This was a matter of life and death. These preparations were necessary. The iron demons excelled at defense and were natural meat shields. However, their offensive power was not strong. If they encountered a high-level iron demon, they would avoid it if they could. No one liked the feeling of forging iron. The fire demons were the demons with the strongest techniques and explosive power. If Xiaochen encountered them, there was no need to compare techniques with them. He should just clash head-on and end the battle quickly. He could not allow the fire demons to display their advantage in techniques. Winged demons had good speed and defense, but their attack power was slightly weaker. They liked to dive down from mid-air, and their weakness was that they had less cuticles on their heads. When they dove down, they could directly explode their heads. Information like this kept flashing through Xiaochen's mind. Xiaochen kept summarizing and refining the information, and then came up with techniques to deal with such high-level demons. By the time Xiaochen opened his eyes again, the sky was already bright. He jumped off the reef and headed towards the inner area of the battlefield without hesitation. There was a clear dividing line between the inner area and the outer area. Although it was not marked, as long as one crossed that line, one could clearly feel it. The pressure on one's mind was different. The various demons were also stronger than the ones in the outer area. Not long after, Xiaochen ran into a group of high-ranked winged demons. When he scanned them with his spiritual sense, he discovered there were about 20 of them. 20 is a little too much. 10 should be the limit. I should lure some away first. Xiaochen did not intend to avoid them. He quickly formed hand seals and changed his hand seals. Then, 10 human-shaped pillars of water slowly rose up from the water. Life bestowal spell. Xiaochen shouted, and the 10 pillars of water suddenly formed. The blood turned into 10 people. They all looked like humans, both male and female. Now that Xiaochen was very familiar with the life bestowal spell, this trick was no longer a problem for him. However, the blood did not have any spiritual energy. Naturally, the figures formed would not have any combat prowess. However, they could still be used to attract the attention of the demons. Xiaochen directed the 10 figures to charge at the group of winged demons. Xiaochen slowly flew into the air and waited quietly. Puda! Puda! The 10 figures were so real that the winged demons could not tell them apart. When they felt that their prey did not have a strong aura, they laughed strangely and charged down. They took the bait. Xiaochen's lips curled up, revealing a faint smile on his delicate face. Then he gave those clones a final order to charge forward. Xiaochen's main body slowly descended and headed for the remaining 10 high-ranked winged demons. Then he placed his right hand on his saber hilt and slowly walked over. Hey, there is someone who is not afraid of death here. He is just a medial-grade martial king, and he is already running away. He is really bold. A winged demon laughed strangely in the air and dived down. It was like an arrow leaving the bow, giving off a buzzing sound as it tore through the air. Xiaochen smiled and quickly moved in an arc. He tilted his body slightly and punched the berserk dragon fist at the winged demon's head. Xiao! When the high-ranked winged demon's attack missed, it reacted very quickly to Xiaochen's attack. It flapped its wings and slid over, brushing past Xiaochen's punch. Not bad. The reaction of a high-ranked winged demon was not something a middle-ranked winged demon could compare to. If it were a middle-ranked winged demon, its head would have exploded long ago. Unfortunately, this was not enough. Xiaochen narrowed his eyes and formed a claw with his fingers. A huge azure dragon claw appeared and grabbed the other party's head, crushing it. How ruthless! The other winged demons flying in the air all took a deep breath. The main reason was not because of Xiaochen's strength but because of his expression when he made his move. Without any fluctuations, Xiaochen killed a demon in 2 moves. Blood spurted out, but he did not even bat an eyelid. Xiao! 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 The other winged demons dived down at the same time, attacking Xiaochen together. When they spread their wings, it felt like they covered the sky. Xiaochen smiled faintly and removed the blue strip of cloth on his forehead. The scarlet mark flickered continuously, and the state of massacre spread out wildly. Since Xiaochen was here to temper his killing chi, he could not use the great perfection state of thunder. If he wanted to use it, he would use the purest state of massacre. Kill! Xiaochen drew the lunar shadow saber, and a red light spread out on the slender saber. A surging state of massacre surged out like it was solid, causing the momentum of the winged demons to pause. Wuxia transforms to chi. Saber lights danced, and scarlet Wuxia tree branches flew at the 9-headed winged demons. Bang! 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 The scarlet saber chi struck the winged demons. With the support of the saber intent, it tore through the thick skin and left deep wounds. The momentum of the 9-headed winged demons was immediately disrupted. Xiaochen leaped into the air and landed in the middle of the group of winged demons. Xiaochen's figure flickered, and saber lights danced around. He fought continuously with the 9-headed winged demons, ignoring life and death. Xiaochen only treated this as a trial to temper his state of massacre. Normally speaking, Xiaochen could deal with 2 high-ranked blood demons easily. However, dealing with 3 would be problematic. Dealing with 4 would require him to pay the price of light injuries. Xiaochen did not know what price he would have to pay to deal with 9 in one go. Perhaps he would be severely injured, perhaps he would die. However, Xiaochen came to the deep-sea battlefield to challenge his limits. He wanted to comprehend the true meaning of the martial Dao between life and death. Hence, he had to force himself into dire straits. Xiaochen had already made all the preparations. All he could do now was to do his best to fight, to stimulate his potential and survive. Bang! 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 Waves churned and pillars of water rose up in the scarlet sea. Ripples spread out in all directions. The winged demons were demons that specialized in speed. Xiaochen's speed was not slow either. The battlefield between the 2 of them kept moving. They were in the sky and on the ground, moving quickly in all directions. Xiaochen's white robes were already dyed red with blood. Some belonged to the winged demons, and some belonged to him. Xiaochen's fair face was also covered in blood, making him look very ferocious. A red light flickered in his eyes. When a winged demon died, a red light immediately shot into the forehead of the winged demon. The red light in Xiaochen's eyes intensified, and his state of massacre instantly soared, becoming even more berserk. After absorbing a strand of red light, Xiaochen would not break it like he did in the past. He wanted to give it a try. Xiaochen wanted to see if he could use the euphoria of massacre to increase his combat prowess. After the battle ended, he could suppress it together. Kill, kill, kill. The thought of massacre filled Xiaochen's mind. He ignored the wounds on his body and used his sharp saber techniques to kill the blood demons flying around. After a long time, the intense battle above the Scarlet Sea finally stopped. Drops of blood dripped off the lunar shadow saber and fell into the Scarlet Sea. Xiao! 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 Countless strands of red light from the high-ranked winged demon's corpse quickly flew towards Xiaochen's forehead. Boom! When the red light poured in, it was like something exploded in Xiao Chen's mind. The euphoria of massacre that he had been feeling all this while burst forth at this moment. Xiao Chen clenched his teeth and resisted this euphoria. He had a pained expression on his face. The lunar shadow saber fell into the scarlet sea with a huang dang sound. In the end, the state of massacre is not my own. I cannot overuse it. I have to clear this stage and take the initiative to grasp the state of massacre. No matter how intense that feeling was, Xiao Chen held his head with both hands and resisted bitterly. He steeled his belief in his mind. Young hero, you look like you are in great pain. Do you need elder sister to help? Just as Xiao Chen was in great pain, a sweet voice rang out. When Xiao Chen heard that voice, the euphoria of massacre seemed to lessen somewhat. Xiao Chen's eyes regained some clarity. When he saw who it was, he could not help but be stunned. An Eros demon. The one who spoke with that sweet voice was actually the Eros demon that Xiao Chen had been searching for. Unexpectedly, it appeared at this crucial moment. That Eros demon looked very similar to what was described in the information. She was tall and voluptuous. Her clothes were revealing a lot of her skin. Her skin was smooth and white, looking very delicate. Chapter 5:10. She looked no different from a human woman. However, there was a thin, black tail sticking up behind her. This made it clear that she was not human. However, for some reason, when Xiao Chen looked at her face, it was blurry. He could only feel hazy. Xiao Chen discovered that the thrill of the frenzied massacre was slowly fading away, replaced by another kind of desire. The Eros demon's eyes were still red. However, they were not blood red but crimson. The Eros demon seemed to have a boundless charm. With just one glance, Xiao Chen felt his entire body heat up and his mouth go dry. As the Eros demon got closer, a fragrance wafted over. The Eros demon's soft voice rang out in Xiao Chen's ears. The entire space seemed to be filled with pink light. When the Eros demon saw the crimson light in Xiao Chen's eyes, she revealed a cocky expression. She stretched out her right hand and tried to touch Xiao Chen's somewhat bewitching face. Xiao! Just at this moment, the crimson light in Xiao Chen's eyes faded away. They became clear again. Xiao Chen stretched out his right hand at lightning speed and grabbed the Eros demon's wrist. Don't move! Xiao Chen's two fingers were like pincers on the Eros demon's lifeline. The Eros demon's hazy face revealed only a pair of alluring eyes. Xiao Chen said indifferently, "Scatter your charm technique and look at me. If you move, you will die immediately." Young hero, don't be like this. This servant is doing this out of good intentions. I grabbed you back from your desire to kill. The real show is coming up next. The Eros demon's almond-shaped eyes were like flowers. She leaned toward Xiao Chen and a faint fragrance spread out from her body. Xiao Chen exerted some force on the Eros demon's right hand. The Eros demon immediately panicked and stopped what she was doing. Xiao Chen smiled coldly and said, "What is the real show? Sucking my yang yuan? You are about to die, yet you still dare to be dishonest? I'll say it again. Don't play any tricks. Scatter your charm technique and look at me." In that case, I'll listen to young hero. This servant will scatter my charm technique. The succubus giggled, and the faint fragrance in the surrounding space immediately disappeared. Her hazy face also clearly appeared in Xiao Chen's field of vision. What surprised Xiao Chen was that this succubus appearance was incomparably pure. Her almond-shaped eyes had become clear and pure, and there was a purple rhombus mark between her eyebrows. Strange, I don't think I've heard of a succubus having a mark between their brows. The mark seemed to be engraved with an ancient pattern. Just as Xiao Chen's eyes focused on it, the mark suddenly flashed with a demonic purple light. Xiao Chen's eyes momentarily blurred. By the time his powerful divine sense reacted, the succubus in his right hand had already broken free from his control. Blood flame shoes, activate. The runes on the boots suddenly blossomed, and Xiao Chen's speed suddenly reached 4 times the speed of sound. He turned around and appeared in front of the succubus. Boom! Xiao Chen struck the succubus with the berserk dragon fist. The dragon head roared ferociously, and the succubus vomited a large mouthful of blood. Her complexion paled as she fell miserably into the water. Xiaochen said calmly, "You are an advanced demon, right?" The so-called advanced demon was not a high-ranked blood demon or a low-ranked blood demon. Instead, it was the nobility of the demons. Demons were also an intelligent race. They had their own martial techniques and civilization. However, in the demonic world, only advanced demons and the higher-ranked royal clans were qualified to learn the demonic race's martial techniques. The demons that Xiaochen saw on this battlefield were all low-ranked demons. None of them could learn the demonic race's martial techniques. They all relied on their innate abilities to fight. In reality, the demons that came out of the spatial tiers were all low-ranked demons. Even the demons, who were as strong as martial saints, were only extremely talented and had cultivated their physical bodies to the extreme. This was the information that Xiaochen had read in an ancient book before he came here. However, the Eros demon before him seemed different. The mark on her forehead was extremely ancient. The Eros demon, who was currently wiping the blood off her lips, looked at Xiaochen in shock. Her expression changed slightly as she asked, "How did you know?" Naturally, Xiaochen would not tell her that he was just guessing. It was impossible for an advanced demon to be so weak. Something must have happened to her, causing her to become extremely weak. "What do you want to do? Just say it." The Eros demon no longer hid her identity. Her earlier gentleness vanished without a trace, replaced by a faint might. She could tell that Xiaochen did not want to kill her. If he really wanted to kill her, he would have done so long ago. There was no need to wait until now. Xiaochen stepped gently on the water and slowly walked towards the Eros demon. He asked indifferently, "What is your name? You should already have a name as an advanced demon." "Leng Yu. Accompany me for a year, and I will let you go." Xiaochen paused for a while before finally stating his purpose. Leng Yu's heart turned cold. Humans in many planes had the habit of subduing Eros demons as pets. Could this person be thinking of the same thing? Xiaochen continued, "In this 1 year, if I fall into the state of massacre, you will be responsible for pulling me back until I completely grasp the state of massacre." Leng Yu heaved a sigh of relief. If that was all, there was no problem. However, she thought of a problem. She asked, "What if you still cannot grasp the state of massacre after a year?" Xiaochen looked coldly at the Eros demon and said indifferently, "That is my problem. You don't have to care about it. I only have one question. Do you agree or not?" A killing intent spread out from Xiaochen's body and enveloped Leng Yu. Xiaochen's tone did not contain any emotion. Leng Yu felt a bone-chilling coldness. She had a premonition that as long as she answered no, this person in front of her would definitely not kill her without mercy. "I agree." In the end, Leng Yu still chose to agree. It was just 1 year. To her, who had a long life ahead of her, 1 year was too short. Xiaochen scattered the killing intent in his heart. He took out a spirit blood jade from the universe ring and dripped his blood on it. Then, he tossed it over and said, "Drip your spirit blood on it. I will let you go after a year." Leng Yu shook her head and said, "No. That way, you will completely control me. At that time, I will not be able to do anything even if you do not let me go." Xiaochen did not say much to her. He said indifferently, "Think about it yourself. If you are not willing, I will find another Eros demon." The other party needed to drip her spirit blood on the spirit blood jade before Xiaochen could feel at ease keeping her by his side. The demons were very cunning, not to mention the Eros demon, who was good at charming people. Furthermore, if others discovered that he was with an Eros demon, it would be problematic. Entering the spirit blood jade would allow him to avoid these problems. Collecting his thoughts, Xiaochen started to search for his saber. His lunar shadow saber had fallen into the Scarlet Sea and had sunk for an unknown length of time. Normally speaking, if the lunar shadow saber was within 2 kilometers, Xiaochen would be able to sense it easily. However, that lunar shadow saber had already fallen for a long time. Furthermore, there was the undercurrent at the bottom of the sea. It might already be 10 kilometers deep. Xiaochen extended his spiritual sense into the depths of the sea. However, after a kilometer, he could not go any deeper. He could only return empty-handed. However, Xiaochen was not worried. He could sense the general direction of the lunar shadow saber. He would not really lose it. Collecting his thoughts, Xiaochen walked over to the somewhat pitiful Eros demon. He said indifferently, "Have you thought it through?" Leng Yu clenched her teeth and said, "I promise you. I hope you will keep your promise. Also, I will say something else. I am the only one who can pull you out of a massacre. The other Eros demons will not be able to do so." Xiaochen was somewhat surprised. However, he did not believe the other party's words. The demons were crafty. He could only treat it as a scheme. Xiaochen took out the spirit blood jade with Leng Yu's soul blood. Then he dripped his own soul blood on it. After using a secret technique, this Eros demon would be his spirit pet in the future. If he died, Leng Yu, who had sacrificed her soul blood, would die immediately as well. This was enough to guarantee that the other party would not play any tricks. "Come in," Xiaochen instructed softly. Leng Yu helplessly turned into a beam of dim light and entered the spirit blood jade. Bai's seal in the spirit blood jade had already been forcefully broken by her father. Hence, there was no problem with using this spirit blood jade to seal Leng Yu. After putting away the spirit blood jade, Xiaochen closed his eyes and carefully sensed the direction of the lunar shadow saber. The moment the lunar shadow saber formed, Xiaochen held it in his hand. After thousands of battles, Xiaochen had already established an indistinct connection with the lunar shadow saber. In reality, every cultivator had a similar experience. Back then, Ping Xingting was able to find Xiaochen's saber because of this. As long as one had feelings for one's weapon and treated it as a companion over time, one would naturally establish this wondrous connection. After a while, Xiaochen opened his eyes and quickly stepped on the Scarlet Sea. His figure flickered, and in a short while, he had traversed more than a kilometer. "It should be here. However, I do not know how deep I have sunk. I have never heard anyone mention how deep the boundless sea is." After hesitating for a while, Xiaochen used his essence to form a barrier around him. Then he slowly sank into the Scarlet Sea. After sinking for 500 meters, Xiaochen's vision turned blurry. Fortunately, he had his spiritual sense, so he was not blind. After descending another 500 meters, Xiaochen finally saw the strange fish that he had seen before. Their pitch-black bodies were covered in hard scales. Their sharp teeth crisscrossed together, not allowing any water to pass through. With his spiritual sense, Xiaochen could see many skeletons floating around in the seawater. There were at least 1,000 of them. They looked very horrifying. However, there were even more strange fish than the skeletons. Their numbers were staggering. They floated around in large groups. Everywhere they passed was like a hurricane. There were at least 10,000 of them. Xiaochen felt his scalp go numb. With so many of them, he could not do anything to them in the water. Xiaochen could only carefully avoid these strange fish. He walked and stopped. After he figured out the pattern of these strange fish's movements, he increased his speed. After descending another 2,000 meters, the entire Scarlet Sea sank into eternal darkness. Xiaochen felt a boundless pressure in his heart. He felt very uncomfortable. He did not want to stay here any longer. However, for the sake of the lunar shadow saber, he could only endure. As a bladesman, he could lose anything except his saber. After descending another 5 kilometers, Xiaochen finally felt the presence of the lunar shadow saber. It was about 2 or 3 kilometers ahead. Although he could not see it, the feeling was very real. Xiaochen increased his speed again. Chapter 5:11. A spot of light flickered quietly in the dark seawater. It was Xiaochen's lunar shadow saber. Xiaochen rejoiced in his heart. He revealed a faint smile and waved his hand. The lunar shadow saber quickly swam towards him. Xiao! The lunar shadow saber swam faster and faster. When it arrived before Xiaochen, he grabbed the handle and sheathed it. Lunar shadow! Lunar shadow! No matter where you run to, even if you run to the ends of the world, I will find you and bring you back. Xiaochen held the saber and said resolutely in his heart. With the saber in his hand, the pressure in his heart immediately lessened significantly. Suddenly, there was a strange sound in the surroundings. Xiaochen frowned and became cautious. He extended out his spiritual sense and discovered that many skeletons had appeared in the surroundings at some point in time. These skeletons were different from the human skeletons above. They did not move with the sea current. Instead, they moved toward Xiaochen in a regular pattern. 2 spots of light floated in the eyes of these skeletons. They seemed to be alive as they flickered. Quickly leave. These are lich fiends made from the resentment of human kings and demons. They cannot be killed. Don't get entangled by them. Leng Yu's anxious voice came from the spirit blood jade in Xiaochen's chest. Even without Leng Yu's reminder, Xiaochen had already felt something strange about these skeletons. So he quickly swam upwards. However, it was already too late. There were too many lich fiends. At some point in time, they had already surrounded Xiaochen. 5 or 6 skeletons above slowly descended toward Xiaochen. A faint fluorescent light burned in the hands of the skeletons. When they were only 5 meters away from Xiaochen, the fluorescent light shot towards him. The fluorescent ball of light flew toward Xiaochen. The ball of light seemed formless as it penetrated his essence shield and entered his forehead. Ghostly cries and wolf howls resounded in Xiaochen's sea of consciousness. The ball of light turned into a malicious spirit, devouring Xiaochen's mental energy. Oh no! It's a mental attack. Xiaochen focused and quickly gathered his spiritual sense in his sea of consciousness, forming a dazzling golden deity. The golden deity held a sharp saber and sent out a resplendent sword light, killing the evil spirits in the sea of consciousness one by one, and the evil spirits dissipated. The devoured spiritual force returned to Xiaochen's sea of consciousness. The spiritual force in his sea of consciousness seemed to be much stronger than before. Kacha kacha. Following the death of the evil spirit in the brain, the body of the lich blocking the way in front of him cracked and quickly decayed, turning into nothingness in the dark sea. When Leng Yu, who was in the spirit blood jade, saw all this, she was greatly startled. Although these were the weakest witch fiends, even a martial monarch would not be able to deal with their mental attacks so easily. Xiaochen was merely a medial-grade martial king. Unexpectedly, his mental energy was ridiculously strong. No wonder Xiaochen could break free from his charm technique with just a thought. Within the light shield, Xiaochen understood. He smiled lightly. He didn't plan on leaving. The spiritual attacks of these liches were completely ineffective against him. Instead, they would be devoured by him. Mental energy was not easy to cultivate. How could there be such a good thing in the world? It would be a pity to leave like this. After 1 hour, the witch fiends blocking Xiaochen scattered. They avoided Xiaochen like he was the plague. Xiaochen laughed loudly and chased after the witch fiends. If they only had mental attacks, he would not be afraid of these witch fiends. Boom! Just as he was about to give chase, a bright light suddenly exploded in the darkness, illuminating the eternal darkness of the seabed. A skeleton with a jade-like luster walked out from the light. Every bone was crystal clear, looking like a work of art. 2 balls of firefly light shone brightly in his eyes, giving off a feeling of holiness. Pu Si I. The jade-like witch fiend looked at Xiaochen and waved its 5 fingers. A beam of light turned into a sharp blade and sliced the seawater in half, heading for Xiaochen. This is an advanced witch fiend. Furthermore, it is a rare sage attribute witch fiend. You have no chance. Hurry! Leave quickly. This witch fiend was able to materialize mental energy and achieve such might. Xiaochen knew that he was not a match for it. The instant the beam of light appeared, he immediately headed for the top of his head. Boo! Pooh! The advanced witch fiend flicked its hand a few times. Beams of mental energy turned into radiant blades and shot at Xiaochen from the bottom of the sea. Sliced by the radiance blade, the Scarlet Sea's seawater was like tofu, sliced into pieces of various sizes and separated. He wasn't cutting through the seawater, he was cutting the void into pieces. Xiaochen understood and was horrified. This time, he had kicked an iron plate. He should not have coveted the mental energy. Friend, since you are already here, why leave? Suddenly, a dignified voice rang out in Xiaochen's mind. The advanced witch fiend pointed at the top of Xiaochen's head. 9 dragon-shaped beams of radiant energy formed a cage, trapping Xiaochen. As the cage descended, the space below seemed to shrink, trapping Xiaochen within it. This was the power of the laws of heaven and earth. Xiaochen had never expected mental energy to be so mighty. It could even change the laws of heaven and earth. Xiaochen did not just sit and wait for death. He shouted ferociously, and the spiritual sense formed by the mental origin in his mind rushed out of his forehead. Then, he chopped at the cage with a sharp blade in his hand. Bang! Xiaochen gathered all his spiritual sense and chopped down on the cage. The seawater shook intensely, and the cage was chopped in half by the sword strike. The radiance of the deity was incomparably dim. There was only an indistinct shadow flickering faintly. Now that his spiritual sense was damaged, Xiaochen immediately felt sleepy. He felt incredibly weak, like he would fall asleep at any moment. However, there was no time to rest. Xiaochen could only force himself to focus and recall his spiritual sense back into his sea of consciousness. Then he quickly rushed over. Xiaochen had just rushed over when the cage of light closed up again. The advanced witch fiend below entered deep thought. It was unknown what he was thinking. The advanced witch fiend stopped attacking and flicked his finger. The cage of light turned back into 9 dragon-shaped beams of energy and returned to his body. Strange, such impure mental energy can actually cut open my 9-dragon prison, the advanced witch fiend thought doubtfully. Xiaochen felt increasingly dizzy. He saw stars. His mental energy was extremely weak, and he felt like he would fall asleep at any moment. Xiaochen mustered the last of his energy and swam forward quickly. He could not fall asleep in this scarlet sea. If he fell asleep, he would end up in the stomachs of the fish. Just as Xiaochen thought of the strange fish, a large school of strange fish appeared in front of him. Xiaochen smiled bitterly to himself. My luck is really bad. The spirit blood jade on Xiaochen's chest glowed faintly. That was a sign that Leng Yu was about to come out. Xiaochen stopped her. Don't come out. You will not be able to help. Kasu. Xiaochen drew the lunar shadow saber, and a red light flickered on his forehead. The saber gave off a scarlet light, and the state of massacre burst forth. Kill, kill, kill. The scarlet pool in the throne churned continuously. Xiaochen's mind was filled with the state of massacre. His saber techniques became incredibly sharp. Saber lights flashed in the scarlet sea. Every time Xiaochen swung his saber, 10-odd strange fish would be chopped in half. However, there were simply too many strange fish. They were everywhere in the scarlet sea. They opened their sharp mouths and tried to bite Xiaochen. Xiaochen protected the vital points of his body and went all out. The sharp state of massacre made his saber technique incredibly ferocious. He would kill whoever blocked his way. Pu Tong. After killing for an unknown period of time, Xiaochen leaped out of the scarlet sea. The wounds on his body looked somewhat horrifying. His white clear wind robes were dyed red. Blood splashed on his body, mixing with his own blood. Xiaochen looked like he came out of hell. Now that Xiaochen was out of the water, he would no longer be harassed by the strange fish. The drowsiness that he forcibly suppressed came back together with the relaxation of his heart. The pain on his body and the weakening of his mind made Xiaochen dizzy. His entire body felt incredibly sore. I'm going to sleep. Don't wake me up if there is nothing important. Xiaochen muttered. He could no longer hold on. He closed his eyes and fell into the vast scarlet sea. Xiao! The spirit blood jade on Xiaochen's neck flickered with a dim light. The Eros demon Leng Yu came out of the jade and looked at Xiaochen sleeping soundly in the scarlet sea. She shook her head slightly. How reckless! How did you know that I could not do anything to those corpse demonic fish? Leng Yu looked up at the pitch-black sky and gazed into the distance. She said softly, Is this the Sky Dome realm? The once strongest realm of the 3,000 great realms. Indeed, it has declined significantly. Xiaochen slept very soundly. He slept for 3 whole days without waking up. His body floated on the surface of the sea for a long time. If a human cultivator came over and saw Xiaochen covered in wounds and bloodstains, they would think that he was a corpse if they did not pay attention. Human cultivators were not interested in corpses. Leng Yu hid in the spirit blood jade and did not attract any trouble. If a demon came over to snatch away Xiaochen's corpse, Leng Yu would have to jump out and say that the prey already had an owner. The other demons would also leave. Back and forth, the same thing happened nearly every day. Another 3 days passed like this, but Xiaochen still did not wake up. However, Leng Yu felt somewhat annoyed. She said in a low voice, "This fellow definitely knows that I will help him cover up. That's why he dares to sleep so soundly." Leng Yu had taken out her spirit blood. If Xiaochen died, she would die as well. No matter how annoyed she was, she had to continue helping him cover up. Dong, dong, dong. Footsteps came from the surface of the sea again. When Leng Yu felt the aura of humans, she quickly hid in the spirit blood jade. A team of 10 people walked over to Xiaochen in the distance. Someone immediately discovered Xiaochen's body. He exclaimed, "Big brother, there seems to be a person lying in front." The person leading the team was about 40 years old. He had a calm expression and a sword hung at his waist. He was a small perfection half-step martial monarch. The teams that dared to mingle in the inner area would have a half-step martial monarch leading them. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to mingle in the inner area. The middle-aged swordsman glanced over and lost interest. He said indifferently, "It is just a corpse. What is so strange about that? There are always people dying on the battlefield. Even if there was something good, it would have been taken away long ago." The person who spoke smiled and did not say anything more. He had only said it casually and did not mean anything else. However, the middle-aged swordsman had only taken a few steps when he frowned and stopped. He vaguely saw the other party's lips move. When the person behind saw the middle-aged swordsman stop, he could not help but ask, "Big brother, what's wrong?" Chapter 5:12. The middle-aged swordsman did not say anything. He placed his right hand on his sword hilt and slowly walked towards Xiaochen. When he was 100 meters away from Xiaochen, he drew his sword and sent out a sharp sword chi. He drew his sword and sent out a sharp sword chi at Xiaochen. Dang! Leng Yu flew out from the spirit blood jade and sent out a beam of energy to block the sword chi. Eros demon. Why is an Eros demon with a human? What's going on? It really is an Eros demon. There are really all sorts of strange things happening these days. When the cultivators behind the middle-aged swordsman saw Leng Yu's hazy face, they were all astonished. They quickly took a few steps back and discussed the situation. In this battlefield, the Eros demon was very mysterious. Most cultivators avoided the various legends about the Eros demon. However, the middle-aged swordsman did not panic. Instead, a look of envy flashed in his eyes. He smiled faintly and said, "I nearly misjudged. This fellow actually subdued an Eros demon as a pet." Looking at the hazy face and beautiful eyes of Leng Yu, the middle-aged swordsman said calmly, "Don't make things difficult for me. I will take something and leave. I will not harm this person's life." The Eros demon's charm technique had a fatal attraction to humans. Before Leng Yu unleashed her charm technique, the middle-aged swordsman already felt his entire body heat up. If Leng Yu unleashed her charm technique, given his willpower, he would not be able to block it. Leng Yu smiled tenderly and said, "No way. This person has a bad temper. If you take away his spatial ring, he will definitely punish me. Big brothers, please do me a favor and pretend you did not see anything." The voice was very gentle and seductive. The cultivators behind the middle-aged swordsman had already moved a long distance away. However, when the middle-aged swordsman heard this voice, he still felt dizzy. His entire body felt very comfortable, like the little sister next door acting spoiled to him. The middle-aged swordsman calmed himself and thought to himself, "Indeed, she lives up to her reputation. I have already started cultivating my mental energy, but I still cannot block it." Wuxia. The middle-aged swordsman was already prepared. He took out a short sword and stabbed it into his chest, 1 centimeter away from his heart. Intense pain jolted the middle-aged swordsman awake. He narrowed his eyes and raised his sword, charging at Leng Yu. Leng Yu was startled. She had not expected this person to use such a decisive method to break her charm art. Xiaochen grasped the position of the short sword very precisely, putting the cultivator in constant danger of death. With death looming over their heads, no one would think about lust at the moment of life and death, unless they had cultivated their charm technique to the pinnacle. Damn it, the after effects of forcefully transmigrating to another plane are too great. Otherwise, how could this little trick deal with me? Leng Yu felt very anxious. She blocked her opponent's sword technique in a sorry state. Her opponent was a half-step martial monarch. His sword chi was very ferocious. Bang bang bang. Sword chi flew everywhere, and the waves on the blood sea churned endlessly. The middle-aged swordsman's chest was bleeding profusely, but his expression was one of madness. Xianxia forced Ling Yu to retreat continuously. He smiled maniacally and said, "Are you regretting it now? You should have agreed earlier. Haha. Now, not only do I want to take the things, but I also want to take the person. I have not experienced the taste of an Eros demon before." Boom. The swordsman's sword technique changed, and a huge sword chi swept over from the side. Ling Yu could not dodge in time and was struck by the sword chi. She vomited a mouthful of blood and fell miserably into the water. Ling Yu was already wearing very little clothes in the first place. When the sword chi struck her, her clothes became even more tattered. She could not hide her body at all. "Aren't your charm arts very powerful? Try it on me." Haha. The middle-aged swordsman laughed maniacally. Sword lights danced around. Ling Yu, who had just gotten up, could not block a few moves. The sword chi knocked her back again. Several sinister wounds appeared on Ling Yu's fair skin, and blood flowed out. After 7 or 8 minutes, Ling Yu was severely injured. She lay weakly on the blood sea. The middle-aged swordsman smiled coldly and said, "You do not know what's good for you. Tie her up. I will let you enjoy yourself tonight." At this moment, Ling Yu looked very lovely. When she saw the cultivators behind the middle-aged swordsman, her blood surged. When they heard this, they all rushed over. The middle-aged swordsman looked at Xianxia. When he saw the universe ring in Xianxia's hand, he smiled faintly and said, "You can even subdue an Eros demon. You are quite capable. Unfortunately, the heavens want to subdue you. There is nothing you can do." The middle-aged swordsman stretched his right hand towards the ring on Xianxia's hand, wanting to break it off. Just as he bent over, Xianxia, who was lying on the blood sea, suddenly opened his eyes. "Even if the heavens want to subdue me, it is not your turn to take advantage of me." Pu Si. Xianxia, who had suddenly woken up, immediately stood up and smashed his palm on the sword hilt in front of his chest. The short sword pierced through the middle-aged swordsman's body. He was instantly severely injured. He vomited a mouthful of blood, and his complexion was extremely pale. The middle-aged swordsman quickly retreated. His expression was filled with shock. He had not expected the almost lifeless Xianxia to wake up at this moment. "If you had not woken up, it would have been fine. I would have taken some things and left. However, since you injured me today, I will cut you into 1,000 pieces." The middle-aged swordsman shouted ferociously. He brandished his sword and a resplendent light flickered. A goshawk made of essence flew at Xianxia. The goshawk looked very real. Every feather was clearly visible. It stuck close to the water surface and charged at Xianxia. A vast energy caused the blood water to soar. With the help of the goshawk, the blood water rose higher and higher. When it was only 100 meters away from Xianxia, it was like a huge wall, giving off a strong sense of pressure. Xianxia pulled his palm back and the lunar shadow saber appeared from the universe ring. The saber hummed as it flew out of its scabbard. Wuxia shakes the heavens. A scarlet divine Wuxia tree formed by the pure state of massacre descended from the sky, carrying an inextinguishable sharp saber intent. Bang! The tree's roots pressed down on the goshawk. It cried out miserably and turned into strands of essence that scattered. The scarlet Wuxia tree's strength did not decrease. Suppressing the huge wave, an invisible force slowly spread out from the tree, suppressing the huge wave that had a terrifying momentum. The surging scarlet sea turned calm once again. A scarlet Wuxia tree stood quietly on the water surface. No matter how the undercurrent flowed, it did not move at all. After breaking the other party's counterattack, Xianxia looked towards Ling Yu. He saw that Ling Yu's fair skin was covered in wounds. She looked very pitiful. The 9 subordinates of the middle-aged swordsman had wretched smiles on their faces as they walked towards Ling Yu excitedly. "You are seeking death." Xianxia's gaze turned cold and he pushed off the water surface violently. The force of this kick was very strong. After he leaped up, A pillar of water soared into the sky. Glittering Wuxia. A scarlet Wuxia tree branch appeared from nowhere. It flickered with a dazzling red light as it flew towards the cultivator in front. The sharp killing chi merged with Xianxia's inextinguishable sharp saber intent. The scarlet tree branch was like a saber chi descending from the sky. The person in front felt a bone-chilling cold. He quickly turned around and retreated. He drew his saber and sent out a screen of saber chi, trying to seal this strand of saber chi. However, the tree branch infused with the state of massacre and saber intent was extremely sharp. It pierced through the screen of saber chi in an instant. Then, it pierced through the cultivator's protective essence and pierced through his heart. His heart was broken, so naturally he couldn't be more dead. That person's eyes widened and he fell backwards in extreme dissatisfaction. He landed heavily on the water surface with a bang. The other 8 were startled. They quickly scattered and surrounded Xiaochen and Leng Yu, who had landed from a distance. Xiaochen helped Leng Yu up and asked, "Are you all right?" "That person injured me too severely. I do not want to enter the spirit blood jade," Leng Yu said somewhat miserably as she wiped the blood from the corner of her lips. Xiaochen nodded to indicate his understanding. It was not that she could not enter the spirit blood jade. However, after she entered, she would fall into a deep sleep. She could only come out after she recovered. She would not be able to come out for at least half a month. Xiaochen took out a set of clothes from the universe ring and handed it to her. He said calmly, "Sure. If you say you do not want to enter, then you do not. I will deal with this. Attack together. This brat can subdue an Eros demon. He must have many good things on him." The remaining 8 people drummed up their courage. In the end, the greed in their hearts won over their fear. They soared into the air and sent all sorts of ferocious killing moves at Xiaochen. Seeing the multicolored attacks in the air, Xiaochen did not dare to underestimate them. He swung his saber forward and quickly formed hand seals with his left hand. Scarlet ripples flickered under his feet. Wuxia blossoms. After the hand seals were formed, Xiaochen picked up Leng Yu, who was beside him. A scarlet flower bud enveloped the 2 of them. Bang, bang, bang. 8 sharp attacks struck the flower bud. Xiaochen's chi and blood surged within it. His complexion turned red as he resisted the pressure from the flower bud. A vast energy spread out from the flower bud, forming a strong shockwave. A scarlet wall rose up in the surroundings. Not far away, the middle-aged swordsman looked at the flower bud. He hesitated for a while before taking out a medicinal pill and swallowing it. Then he sat cross-legged on the water. The wound on his chest was very horrifying. Originally, he thought that Xiaochen was just an ordinary peak medial grade martial king and that such an injury would not be a problem. However, reality proved that this was not the case. Xiaochen had broken his killing move, which contained 60% of his strength, with 1 saber strike. Even a regular superior grade martial king would not have such an easy time. The swordsman had to treat the wound on his chest first. As for the other 8 people, he just needed to delay them for a while. He could not be bothered with whether they lived or died. Flower bloom. Xiaochen shouted and the scarlet flower bud instantly bloomed. Countless scarlet petals drifted quickly on the water's surface. It looked very enchanting. Xiaochen carried Leng Yu and leaped into the air the instant the flower bloomed. He held his saber with 1 hand and charged at the 8 superior grade martial kings amid the petals. Ding, ding, ding. An invisible red light flowed under the scarlet petals. When the red light entered Xiaochen's body, it increased his speed significantly. He was able to deal with the attacks of the 8 people in a very calm manner. A faint red light flickered in Xiaochen's eyes. The scarlet throne in his sea of consciousness trembled continuously. The state of massacre spread out in the air. It was clearly 8 against 1. However, when the 8 people faced Xiaochen, they felt that they had no advantage at all. They were completely suppressed by Xiaochen amid the petals. Chapter 5:13. That person tried to retreat a few times, but Xiaochen quickly caught up to him. With a flash, he sent out a dazzling saber light and forced that person back. The saber technique was filled with a state of massacre. However, Xiaochen felt calm in his heart. He looked at Leng Yu in his embrace and entered deep thought. This was the feeling Xiaochen needed to find when controlling his massacre. He wondered if it had anything to do with Leng Yu. As for the other 8 people in the flower petals, Xiaochen was not worried. Even if there were another 10 people in the flower petals, he was confident of trapping them. After another 15 minutes, one of the 8 people finally revealed an opening. Xiaochen narrowed his eyes and countless flower petals danced behind him. A sharp light flickered on his saber as saber intent surged out. He knocked aside the other party's weapon and gently sliced his neck. Blood spurted out and his head fell to the ground. With one person dead, the others panicked. They only thought of how to charge out. However, this gave Xiaochen a greater opportunity. Leng Yu, who was in Xiaochen's embrace, looked up at Xiaochen's calm expression. A strange feeling welled up in her heart. This youth was different from the humans she had seen before. After another 7 or 8 minutes, Xiaochen dealt with the remaining 7 people. He glanced at the middle-aged swordsman, who was anxiously treating his injuries. Then, he gently tossed Leng Yu into the air and landed on the water. Wuxia supporting the heavens. The flower petals filled the air and danced behind Xiaochen. A boundless red light poured into Xiaochen's body, causing the speed of this saber to reach its peak. It reached Mach 4. 5. The middle-aged swordsman opened his eyes and looked at the approaching Xiaochen and the countless flower petals behind him. He smiled sinisterly and said, "You have already recovered from your injuries, yet you still dare to charge over. Ignorant. Eagle spreading wings." The middle-aged swordsman shouted ferociously and stood up. A brilliant light flowed on his sword and a furious eagle spread its wings from behind him. It carried a boundless aura as it flapped its wings at Xiaochen. The eagle let out a loud and clear cry. As it flapped its wings, a gust of wind surged. Its sharp claws flickered with a cold light as it tried to grab Xiaochen's head. "Be careful," Leng Yu, who was in the water behind Xiaochen, exclaimed softly. Xiaochen's expression did not change. Together with the boundless scarlet petals behind him, he thrust his saber forward. The faint red light in Xiaochen's eyes turned bright red. He had fully activated the state of massacre. The red saber light instantly became extremely resplendent. It was so bright that it hurt people's eyes. Xiaochen leaped into the air and pierced through the eagle's belly with his saber. Boom! Then he pierced through the eagle's belly. 2 eagle claws struck Xiaochen's body at the same time, leaving 10 bloody wounds. But that was all. Xiaochen still managed to pass through. Before the middle-aged swordsman's astonished gaze, Xiaochen swooped down at an extremely fast speed and knocked away the other party's sword with his saber. Then, the tip of his saber stabbed into the other party's chest. Hu Qi! The scarlet petals behind Xiaochen immediately surged in. A huge force exploded and knocked the swordsman back several hundred meters. A scarlet wuxia tree quickly grew out of the wound. The roots quickly took root in the middle-aged swordsman's body, firmly grasping his internal organs. The wuxia tree pressed down on the middle-aged swordsman, who was trying to stand up, preventing him from moving. Xiaochen slowly walked forward. Blood dripped from the tip of his saber. When he arrived beside the middle-aged swordsman, he did not hesitate to chop down. Leng Yu, who had followed over, lowered her head, not daring to look at Xiaochen. She whispered, "Xiaochen, can you let me handle this person?" Xiaochen was slightly stunned. Then he understood what Leng Yu meant. Eros demons cultivated by absorbing the yang essence of men. A strong Eros demon that relied on yang essence to raise her cultivation would not be any weaker than other demons. When used together with charm techniques, they were the natural nemesis of male cultivators. Xiaochen felt that Leng Yu's strength had been greatly weakened. Regular Eros demons would not be so weak. Aside from charm techniques, they did not know anything else. Furthermore, Leng Yu was an advanced demon. That was the nobility of the demons. She was qualified to learn the demon race's martial techniques. No matter what, the middle-aged swordsman was a small perfection half-step martial monarch. He would be very useful in helping Leng Yu recover her strength. Xiaochen was not afraid. If Leng Yu's strength increased, she would be a threat to him. With the spirit blood jade, he would be able to control her life at all times. Xiao Chen walked forward and scattered the divine Wuxia tree on the middle-aged swordsman. Then he quickly tapped on the swordsman's chest and sealed his meridians. Xiao Chen said to Leng Yu, "Do as you please. I will not disturb you." When Eros demons absorbed yang essence, they usually did so during intercourse. They would let the man enjoy extreme pleasure. When the pleasure reached its peak, they would automatically send out yang essence. There were other ways to extract yang essence. However, the effects would be much weaker. No Eros demon would be willing to use other methods. After Xiao Chen spoke, he quickly left this place. He had fought many battles and exhausted a significant amount of essence. He also needed to deal with his injuries. Leng Yu watched as Xiao Chen left. She smiled bitterly, speechless. After that, she shifted her gaze to the middle-aged swordsman. Strands of pink light scattered into the surroundings like pollen. The middle-aged swordsman's eyes were filled with horror. He knew what awaited him. He struggled to stand on the water's surface, wanting to flee. However, he was helpless. His internal organs were badly injured. Furthermore, his meridians were sealed. He struggled a few times to no avail. Don't come over." Leng Yu ignored the middle-aged swordsman's pleas. Her gaze was incredibly cold as she controlled the pollen light to enter his body. At first, the middle-aged swordsman resisted. However, in the end, his eyes turned hazy and he revealed a faint smile. His expression was extremely joyful. It was like he was experiencing something extremely happy. Many illusions of love appeared in his mind. After a while, Leng Yu made her move. She grabbed the middle-aged swordsman's head and slowly closed her eyes. Strands of yang essence flowed into her body. This method was completely different from what Xiao Chen had imagined. If he had known, he would not have dodged. As the strands of yang essence entered her body, Leng Yu's injuries healed at a visible rate. Her delicate skin became even smoother and more exquisite. One could even faintly see a faint luster. Her entire face was glowing, and her fair skin looked so delicate that it seemed as if it would break at any moment. Bang! Leng Yu released her hand and the middle-aged swordsman's body slowly fell to the water. He no longer breathed. Before he died, he still had a joyful smile on his face. Leng Yu removed the middle-aged swordsman's spatial ring. However, she did not open it. Instead, she walked quickly towards Xiao Chen on the surface of the water. Xiao Chen sat cross-legged on the Scarlet Sea. He held 4 medial-grade spirit stones in his hands. When he heard Leng Yu's footsteps, he opened his eyes and casually put away the medial-grade spirit stones that he had not finished absorbing. Leng Yu tossed the spatial ring to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen stretched his hand out and caught it. He scanned it with his spiritual sense before placing it in his universe ring. When Xiao Chen saw the radiant Leng Yu, he frowned slightly. He felt a trace of displeasure. However, when he thought about how she was an Eros demon, he realized that it would be unfair to judge her by human standards. Xiao Chen no longer bothered with this matter. He said, "I have a few questions for you." Leng Yu nodded and said, "I will answer what I can tell you. As for what I cannot, don't force me." Xiao Chen smiled gently and said indifferently, "Don't overthink. I'm not interested in your identity. First question, how many days did I sleep for?" 10 days. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen had slept for so long. The drain on his mental energy was too great. This time, if not for Leng Yu's help, any demon or vicious cultivator would have been able to take his life. It looked like Xiao Chen had to be more cautious in the future. His mental energy had not been tempered and was very rough. In reality, it was not suitable for actual combat. Glancing at Leng Yu, Xiao Chen said softly, "Many thanks for your help in the past 10 days. Second question, how much do you know about Lich Fiends, especially that last advanced Lich Fiend?" Leng Yu thought for a while before saying, "Lich Fiends are not very mysterious. There are Lich Fiends in every plane. Some cultivators gather their resentment after they die. When there is enough resentment, it will attach itself to the skeleton and form a Lich Fiend. This is especially so in the human-demon battlefield. Who knows how many demons and cultivators have died in the past thousands of years? It is not strange for Lich Fiends to exist. However, that last advanced Lich Fiend is somewhat ridiculous." Xiaochen exclaimed softly and asked, "How is it ridiculous?" "It is somewhat ridiculously strong. Advanced Lich Fiends do not have such strength. Furthermore, its aura is very gentle, radiant, and holy. I have never seen such a Lich Fiend before. It was indeed ridiculously strong. It could bring out its mental energy to such a level. Just thinking about it was horrifying. However, there was no need to worry for now. That Lich Fiend would not leave the bottom of the sea. As long as Xiaochen did not provoke it, it would be fine. In the future, he would not need to use the Lich Fiend to strengthen his mental energy. That kind of untempered mental energy, no matter how much he had, would not be of much use. After wasting 10 days, Xiaochen rested for a while. Then he stopped hesitating and continued his training. He had to completely grasp that state of massacre. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble. Perhaps one day he would become a slave to massacre and be controlled by the strange Scarlet Throne. Xiaochen avoided the other cultivators and carefully chose his opponents along the way. Then he stopped at a rather desolate place. About 2 kilometers to the north, there was a group of blood demons that had just finished fighting. The human cultivators had suffered a crushing defeat. The group of blood demons was currently enjoying a feast of human flesh. The scene was incredibly cruel. Even though Xiaochen had seen many similar scenes, he still felt sorrowful in his heart. This was probably the most miserable ending for fallen cultivators. Xiaochen closed his eyes and adjusted his emotions. When his mental state returned to normal, he made his move. Life bestowal spell. Xiaochen shouted, and 10 odd figures made of blood quickly appeared on the surface of the water. They looked exactly like humans. There was no difference from the naked eye. Xiaochen was already very familiar with using the life bestowal spell to lure away the demons. Soon, 10 odd high-ranked blood demons chased after him with sinister smiles. 12 high-ranked blood demons should still be within my limits. I can challenge them. Looking at the remaining blood demons, Xiaochen circulated the state of massacre. Then he grasped the lunar shadow saber and charged at the blood demons. Chapter 5:14. Kasi. Xiaochen drew the lunar shadow saber, and a red light flickered. The intense battle started. One high-ranked blood demon was already as strong as a superior-grade martial king. 12 high-ranked blood demons would be even harder to deal with than the 9 cultivators that Xiaochen killed earlier. The battle lasted for a long time. In the midst of the intense killing, Xiaochen executed all his martial techniques and movement techniques to their limits. In the end, the battle still could not end. Xiaochen could only bring out his state of massacre to its limits. The boundless desire to massacre dominated his mind once again. Xiaochen's saber techniques immediately turned even sharper. The scarlet eyes of Xiaochen made him look even more like a demon than the demons. Blood continued to flow from the pitch-black saber. Xiaochen's white robes were dyed red once again. When the last high-ranked blood demon died to Xiaochen, countless beams of red light made of killing intent headed for his forehead. The blood pool in the Scarlet Throne also increased rapidly. The bloodlust that had been suppressed for a long time finally erupted. The clash of reason and desire caused Xiaochen to sink into boundless pain once again. The expression on his face was very horrifying. Xiao! A dim light flashed, and Leng Yu appeared. Her pure face instantly turned incredibly bewitching. Her pair of almond eyes bloomed like peach blossoms, tender and alluring. With just one look, one would sink into them. Strangely, the moment Leng Yu appeared, Xiaochen's pain lessened significantly. His eyes also turned from scarlet to scarlet. The desire to kill gradually subsided and was replaced by an instinctive desire. A hazy illusion appeared in Xiaochen's eyes. The Leng Yu before him seemed to become the perfect goddess in his heart. She looked pure and bewitching. She smiled faintly, captivating. With one glance, she looked like the lover that he had waited for many years. This kind of charm technique was not purely a seduction of lust. Instead, it entered the depths of one's heart, stirring the most obscure feeling in the depths. She is the person you are looking for. She is the woman who can accompany you to the end on the path of martial arts. Even if the world changed, even if the seas dried up and the rocks crumbled, even if the world changed, even if time passed by, she would still silently accompany you until the end. Such words kept ringing in one's mind, like hypnosis, telling one over and over again to make one believe that it was the truth. There was only one desire in one's heart, and that was to possess her, to possess all of her, her body, her soul, her everything. It was extremely terrifying. Compared to the desire to kill, it was actually not the slightest bit weaker. With his tenacious willpower, Xiaochen tried to resist this temptation and mend his lost soul bit by bit. Seeing that Xiaochen had completely forgotten about his desire to kill, Leng Yu smiled faintly and dispersed her charm technique. She stood calmly in front of Xiaochen. After a long time, Xiaochen opened his eyes. They were incomparably calm as he looked at Leng Yu. He already believed what she had said at the beginning. "Only I can bring you back from your lust for slaughter." Xiaochen said calmly, "Your charm technique seems to have improved. Does it have anything to do with the earlier matter?" Naturally, the earlier matter referred to the matter of Leng Yu absorbing the swordsman's yang energy. Leng Yu nodded and did not deny it. Xiaochen looked at Leng Yu and discovered that she had hidden herself even more deeply than he had imagined. He said bluntly, "If one day you do not disperse your charm technique and I fall into it, what will happen?" Leng Yu revealed a gentle smile on her pure and fair face. She said ambiguously, "Who knows?" "It looks like the spirit blood jade cannot completely control her," Xiaochen thought to himself. "If she succeeds in bewitching me, it would be easy for her to escape the spirit blood jade's control." Without saying anything more, Xiaochen refined some water from the Scarlet Sea and casually washed his body. Then he started his experiential training again. Xiaochen had not truly grasped the state of massacre yet. He needed to fill his mind with the state of massacre but still maintain a calm heart. Only then would he be considered successful. Time slowly went by. The deeper Xiaochen went into the inner area, the stronger the demons he met. Every battle was hair-raising. There were several times when he was severely injured and on the verge of death. He broke through his limits again and again as he hovered on the border of life and death. The scarlet pool in the Scarlet Throne had already turned into a lake of blood. It was many times larger than before. Now, with just a thought, the surging state of massacre would spew out. However, when Xiaochen brought out the state of massacre to its limits, the desire to sink into it became even more berserk. If it were not for Leng Yu's assistance, he might not have been able to hold on. Every day and night, aside from fighting, there was only fighting. There were endless battles, endless massacres. As a result, Xiaochen's combat experience became increasingly rich. In battle, his usage of saber techniques and fist techniques became more flexible. Sometimes, he could even modify some martial techniques to make them more suitable for him. The cruelty of the deep-sea battlefield made Xiaochen's state of mind even more resolute. The cultivators that became food for the demons also pushed him forward continuously. If Xiaochen did not want to become food for the demons, he could only become stronger, stronger, stronger. On this particular day, after Xiaochen finished his battles, Leng Yu pulled him back from the state of massacre and made a request. "I do not want to enter the spirit blood jade again. I do not like the environment there." Xiaochen had long since understood that Leng Yu did not like the environment in the spirit blood jade. Back then, when she was severely injured, she still refused to enter. She must have experienced something that caused her to be extremely afraid of that environment. Xiaochen muttered, "Sure. If you say you do not want to enter, then I will not enter." Leng Yu was somewhat surprised. She had not expected Xiaochen to agree so easily. After all, it would be troublesome for a human to see an Eros demon beside a cultivator. Leng Yu lowered her head and said softly, "Thank you." Boom, boom, boom. Just at this moment, Xiaochen heard a loud explosion in the distance. Ripples spread out from the surface of the sea. When the ripples reached Xiaochen's feet, a force came from above. Caught off guard, Xiaochen was sent flying. Fortunately, Xiaochen reacted very quickly. He used some force to stand back up, and vital qi came from his feet. When the two forces clashed, they formed a 10-meter-tall wall of water in front of Xiaochen. What a powerful person! Even though the shock waves traveled so far, they are still so strong. That person should have the combat prowess of a great perfection half-step martial monarch, Xiaochen thought to himself. This is not the deepest part of the inner area. It is rare to see such a strong cultivator. After thinking for a while, Xiaochen decided to go over and take a look. After 15 minutes, he saw the scene of the battle with his spiritual sense. A young cultivator in bright yellow robes stood on the Scarlet Sea. He was leading 20-odd winged demons alone. Flaming palm. The young man shouted and sent out thousands of flaming palms. The flaming palms exploded among the group of winged demons, injuring several of them. The thousands of flaming palms exploded and merged into an intense shockwave that spread out in all directions. The ripples that Xiaochen had encountered at the start should have been caused by this move. When Xiaochen saw all this, he was astonished. Even he would not dare to attract so many winged demons at once. At most, 15 winged demons would be his limit. Furthermore, Xiaochen had not expected this person to be so young. This person did not look much older than him, but he was already a half-step martial monarch. His overall combat prowess was comparable to Bai Lishi's. There should not be such a genius among the young cultivators of the four nations. This person should be a genius cultivator of the Great Jin Nation or a local expert of the Boundless Sea. The winged demons flew very fast. After they blocked this attack, they immediately caught up to the young cultivator. If they surrounded him, no matter how high his cultivation was, only death awaited him. The young man did not panic. Ice-attributed spiritual energy gathered in his palms. Strands of white cold qi appeared in his palms as he pushed them forward. Bow! Specks of frost spread among the group of winged demons. When the frost touched the bodies of the winged demons, it immediately turned into hard ice, slowing them down. The young cultivator took advantage of this opportunity to retreat. The distance between him and the winged demons increased once more. Then he executed a group fire-attributed attack. This repeated over and over again. The young cultivator's expression remained calm. Although there were many winged demons, they were all within his control. They could not attack him at all. The young cultivator's martial techniques of the ice and fire attributes were very smooth. When combined with his peak movement technique, it gave the impression that he was toying with the high-ranked winged demons in the palm of his hand. However, Xiaochen knew that this person was playing with fire, dancing on the tip of a knife. If he was not careful, he would immediately die here, becoming food for the winged demons. However, the young cultivator was indeed qualified to dance on the tip of a knife. Perhaps this kind of exciting and stressful game was what he sought. After another 15 minutes, the 30-odd high-ranked winged demons were toyed to death. However, the young cultivator did not seem to suffer any injuries. The yellow-robed cultivator was not in a rush to clean up the battlefield. He looked in the direction of Xiaochen and said softly, "Friend, after watching for so long, do you not intend to show yourself?" The voice was not loud, but Xiaochen, who was a kilometer away, heard it clearly. The other party must have sensed his spiritual sense. The battle had just ended, so this person only had 50% of his strength left. Xiaochen did not need to be afraid. He slowly walked over from a distance and looked at the young man calmly. He said, "I do not have any malicious intent. I am just passing by." The yellow-robed cultivator sized up Xiaochen with his deep eyes. He was not blinded by Xiaochen's cultivation. In Xiaochen's eyes, the yellow-robed cultivator saw a vast, hidden killing intent. There was also the faint hum of a saber. When the yellow-robed cultivator looked back and discovered Leng Yu behind Xiaochen, he frowned slightly. His expression instantly turned cold. Without saying anything, he directly sent a palm strike over. Bang! A huge wave immediately soared up from the Scarlet Sea. Cold qi quickly spread out from the scarlet waves and solidified into a huge scarlet ice palm, pressing towards Xiaochen. The huge scarlet ice palm was more than 500 meters tall. Its 5 fingers were like pillars supporting the sky. The lines on the scarlet palm were clear, and scarlet cold qi spread out from it. Chapter 5:15. The palm pressed down like a small mountain. Waves surged and surged. Before the huge palm, Xiaochen was as insignificant as an ant. Xiaochen had been on guard against that young cultivator. However, he had not expected the other party to execute such a powerful killing move in an instant. This was simply incredible. However, there was no time for Xiaochen to be shocked or flustered. The cold chi spread out and the huge palm pressed down. The area it covered was so large that Xiaochen could not retreat. The surging cold chi also interrupted his thoughts of diving to the bottom of the sea. If Xiaochen dived to the bottom of the sea, the cold chi would freeze him into an ice sculpture, leaving him at the mercy of others. Xiaochen could not retreat or dodge. In that case, he could only fight. Blood-colored lightning streaked across the pitch-black sky from time to time. A scarlet wuxia grew rapidly above Xiaochen's head. The instant the scarlet wuxia completely formed, a scarlet light gathered on the tip of Xiaochen's saber. The light quickly elongated. The instant the huge palm pressed down, it rushed towards the center of the palm. Bang! When Xiaochen infused his saber intent into the incomparably sharp scarlet saber intent, it became even sharper. This wuxia breaks the heavens was much stronger than before. With a flash of light, a small hole appeared in the center of the palm in an instant. On the blood-colored giant ice palm, a small hole appeared. Cracks spread out on the huge scarlet ice palm. Just as it was about to touch Xiaochen's head, it shattered and turned into countless scarlet ice shards, filling the air. Rumble! The remnant saber intent shattered the ice shards, turning them into drops of blood and falling to the surface of the sea. Instantly, it looked like a rain of blood fell from the sky where Xiaochen was. Xiaochen looked forward and saw that the yellow-robed cultivator had long since disappeared. Along with him were the corpses of the several dozen high-ranked winged demons. Interesting. I was wondering why he dared to clash head-on with me with less than half his essence remaining. Xiaochen was not afraid of arrogant genius cultivators. No matter how talented such people were, their accomplishments would be limited. What was frightening were geniuses who knew when to advance and when to retreat. Geniuses who would not make a move unless they were confident of winning, and who knew when to advance and when to retreat, would not act rashly. Such people were the most frightening. "Sorry, I have caused you trouble," Leng Yu said softly as she walked over. Leng Yu was the main reason why the other party had suddenly attacked. Seeing that he was so close to the succubus, that person would probably find it hard to believe that he was really just passing by and not here to take advantage of her. Xiaochen shook his head and said, "You don't have to apologize. Unless we enter the human camp, I won't force you unless it's absolutely necessary. If you say you don't want to enter, then I won't." Leng Yu did not understand. Xiaochen was clearly the kind of person who could clearly calculate the pros and cons of various things. He had always been extremely decisive when doing things. He couldn't understand why he would agree to her outrageous request even though he knew that he would be in trouble. As Xiaochen looked at the calm scarlet sea before him, he ignored Leng Yu's thoughts. He was still thinking about that young man. Xiaochen wondered which clan this genius cultivator came from. Indeed, there were many hidden dragons and crouching tigers among the younger generation. In the past, he had been like a frog in a well. Xiaochen still had a long way to go. In the four nations, his strength might already be at the peak. Aside from the royal court disciples of the various nations, no one else could compare to him. However, when looking at the entire world, not to mention the youths standing at the top of the pyramid in the Great Jin Nation, there were probably many youths stronger than him in the boundless sea. Just at this moment, Xiaochen's eyes suddenly narrowed. He felt an extreme sense of danger. He scanned the west with his spiritual sense and saw 10-odd middle-ranked fire demons riding fire clouds flying over quickly. "Quick, let's go. We can't stay here any longer." Xiaochen did not give Leng Yu a chance to react. He directly picked her up and executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art, rushing forward. Bang, bang, bang. The moment Xiaochen's feet left, a huge fireball suddenly landed where he had been standing. The fireball exploded on the Scarlet Sea. A deep, spherical pit immediately appeared on the calm sea. A large amount of seawater instantly evaporated due to the high temperature of the fireball. The surrounding seawater quickly gathered, and a huge whirlpool appeared on the Scarlet Sea. Among the demons Xiaochen feared the most, it would be the fire demons. Of all the demons, the fire demons had the lowest defense. However, the fire demon's offensive prowess and techniques surpassed all the demons. If 4 or 5 middle-ranked demons attacked, even if Xiaochen did not die, he would be severely injured. After Xiaochen tried out the consequences, he could not be bothered with the fire demons anymore. Without saying anything, he left first, not getting entangled with them. The 10-odd flaming figures rode on the flaming clouds as they chased after Xiaochen. Their attacks rained down relentlessly, causing the seawater behind Xiaochen to churn endlessly, forming waves that soared into the sky. The most annoying thing about the middle-ranked blood demons was that they were very fast. Even though Xiaochen used the blue dragon cloud soaring art, he would not be able to shake them off in a short time. This time, Xiaochen was carrying one person. If he wanted to shake them off, it would take him a long time. Xiaochen continuously scanned the surroundings with his spiritual sense, trying to find the best route for him to take. This was to avoid running into other demons on the way, which would be even more problematic. Suddenly, Xiaochen revealed a smile. His spiritual sense caught sight of a familiar figure in front. This time, it would not be as troublesome as before. Xiaochen's figure flashed, and his speed increased again. After 7 or 8 minutes, he arrived before that person. "Old Bai, it's been a long time. Help me out." That familiar person was Bai Lishi, who had a full set of medial-grade secret treasures. Xiaochen had not seen him for a long time. At this moment, Bai Lishi had just finished a battle and was happily sweeping the battlefield. He had gained a lot. When Bai Lishi saw Xiaochen's somewhat miserable figure, he stopped what he was doing and laughed loudly. "I just knew that you would not know your limits and run into the inner area. How is it? You ran into trouble, right? At the crucial moment, you still have to watch me, old Bai, make a move." Xiaochen smiled faintly and did not deny it. "That is natural." Bai Lishi turned his head and looked behind Xiaochen. He saw 10-odd fire demons flying through the air, rushing over. Bai Lishi's expression immediately changed. He quickly took a few steps back and said, "Damn it. I knew that you would not come looking for me for anything good. Of all the fire demons, you chose to provoke them." Leng Yu, who was in Xiaochen's embrace, smiled gently at Bai Lishi. She said in a sweet voice, "Big brother, please help me. I beg you." When Bai Lishi heard this, he felt somewhat dizzy. He felt his heart pounding heavily. Unexpectedly, a somewhat shy blush appeared on his coarse face. "I'm afraid of you. I'll help you this time." Bai Lishi did not dare to look Leng Yu in the eye. He gently leaped up and arrived behind Xiaochen. After Xiaochen stood still for a moment, he recovered his wits. "What's wrong with me? These are 10-odd fire demons." However, the situation did not allow Xiaochen to hesitate. The attacks of the fire demons had already covered his head and landed on him in an unending stream. With Bai Lishi's help, Xiaochen quickly pulled himself away. He only stopped after moving more than a kilometer away with Leng Yu. As for Bai Lishi's safety, Xiaochen was not worried. Back then, the dozens of ancient demonic energy cannons of the Black Dragon group could not do anything to him. A mere 10-odd medial-grade fire demons would be even worse. That set of medial-grade secret treasures was not something to be trifled with. At most, he would suffer some physical pain. Bang! 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 Even when Xiaochen stood a kilometer away, he could still hear the endless explosions. The waves from the seawater were more than a kilometer away, but they still reached Xiaochen's feet. After 1 hour, the explosions died down. The seawater stopped churning as well. The battle should be over. Xiaochen released Leng Yu from his embrace and quickly walked forward, arriving at the place where he parted ways with Bai Lishi. Bai Lishi's entire body was charred black, and black smoke came out of his head. He sat on the surface of the sea in a sorry state, panting. 5 or 6 fire demons' corpses floated beside him. The remaining fire demons were nowhere to be seen. Bai Lishi's monstrous defense had frightened them. Bai Lishi was probably the only person in the inner area who could make the fire demons feel so hard to deal with. When Bai Lishi heard Xiaochen and Leng Yu's footsteps, he stood up and looked at Xiaochen with an unfriendly expression. Helplessness appeared on his charred face as he said, "Brat, this time, you really caused me trouble." Leng Yu smiled gently and said, "Thank you, big brother." When Bai Lishi saw Leng Yu's smile, he was startled. He quickly said, "Sister, don't smile at me. I can't take it." Leng Yu's slender black tail gave her away. Earlier, she was in Xiao Chen's embrace. Bai Lishi had not seen it clearly, but he did not care. Now that he saw it clearly, he quickly put some distance between them. At the same time, he pulled Xiao Chen to the side and whispered, "I say, you don't seem like someone who indulges in beauty. What's with that Eros demon?" Xiao Chen was not willing to say much. He only explained seriously, "I have my own plans. I will not succumb to it. She has an agreement with me." Bai Lishi waved his hand and said, "I can't be bothered with your matters. I have to go back. First of all, you have to give me the spirit stones to repair the secret treasure now." Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, I'll go back with you. I have not returned for 3 months. It is time to rest." When Bai Lishi heard this, he looked at Xiao Chen like he was looking at a monster. He had not expected Xiao Chen to not return for 3 months. Knowing that Xiao Chen had returned to the human camp, Leng Yu did not say anything. She turned into a beam of dim light and entered the spirit blood jade. Along the way, Bai Lishi expressed all sorts of astonishment and curiosity at Xiao Chen's experiences. He found it strange that Xiao Chen had not returned to rest even once in 3 months. One had to know that when a person immersed themselves in massacres, their mind would be in a constant state of tension. After a long time, one's mind would become extremely fatigued. A normal person would have to vent their stress. At the very least, they would have to go back once a month. Otherwise, it would be hard to persevere. Xiao Chen did not have any special explanation for this. This was because he did not know the reason either. Perhaps it was because his mental energy was stronger than ordinary people's. Bai Lishi chuckled and said, "You don't have to say anything more. After taking in an Eros demon as a forbidden pet, he can vent whenever he wants. There is no need for him to return to the divine dragon worship." Xiao Chen was speechless. It was not convenient for him to say more about this matter. He could only change the topic. "Is there any news of Big Brother's son Guangquan?" When Bai Lishi heard this, his expression turned grave. He shook his head and said, "No. This time, that fellow has made up his mind. He will not come out until he becomes a martial monarch. Everyone calls him undefeatable unless he becomes a martial monarch. He has had enough of it." Chapter 5:16. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. He asked, "How confident are you?" Bai Lishi replied with a sullen expression, "It's hard to say. He already reached peak consummation half-step martial monarch a year ago. He is just short of opening his sea of consciousness. Once his sea of consciousness is formed, he will be able to advance to martial monarch. However, cultivating mental energy is as difficult as ascending to heaven. At least 70% of cultivators fail this hurdle." Xiao Chen had always respected the bloody bladesman, Sun Guangquan, as a senior bladesman. Xiao Chen was like a teacher and a friend to Sun Guangquan. Although Xiao Chen had only known Sun Guangquan for a short time, Sun Guangquan had helped Xiao Chen a lot. Xiao Chen could only silently pray for Sun Guangquan, hoping that he could overcome this hurdle and not fall. 4 days later, the two traveled at full speed and left the inner area of the endless battlefield. The 3 outpost islets appeared before everyone's eyes. Many cultivators rested on the outpost islets before preparing to set off again. Xiao Chen sized up the crowd and discovered that many of them were very strong. Furthermore, most of them were young. He felt it was strange. He said, "Why do there seem to be so many new faces?" Bai Lishi nodded and said, "Yes. When I returned 2 months ago, I learned that the Divine Dragon Palace sent invitations to the other 3 boundless seas. Several of the noble clans of the southern boundless sea, the northern boundless sea, and the western boundless sea have sent people over. I heard that the Divine Dragon Palace's Dragon King used the old Dragon King's favor to get these people to come." Xiao Chen still felt suspicious. He said, "It is just a 3rd-grade battlefield. With the Divine Dragon Palace's strength, they can't handle it. You can just send out some martial monarchs to surround and annihilate them." Bai Lishi laughed and said, "Brat, don't oversimplify things. The Eastern Boundless Sea has more than 1/3-grade battlefield. The 4th-grade battlefield and the 5th-grade battlefield all need martial monarchs to guard them. They cannot leave. Otherwise, there will be big trouble. The 6th grade battlefield is the place that the 4 boundless seas guard together. It is of utmost importance. The Divine Dragon Palace has to send people there. Furthermore, the border between the Divine Dragon Palace and the Black Dragon Group is not peaceful. They need a large number of martial monarchs to guard it. No matter how strong the Divine Dragon Palace is, how many people do you think they can spare? However, Xiao Chen's frown did not relax. He kept feeling that something was wrong with this 3rd grade battlefield. However, his knowledge was limited and he could not refute Bai Lixi's words. This time, the two of them were going to take a long break. Thus, they didn't stay on the outpost islets and quickly headed for the Divine Dragon warship. After another half a day, the Divine Dragon warship, which looked like a small city, appeared in their sight. The two of them could not help but increase their speed again. They finally dared to completely board the Divine Dragon warship before the sky turned dark. The surface area of the giant warship was incomparably huge, comparable to a real small city. The square where Xiao Chen was last time was just the tip of the iceberg. Under Bai Lixi's lead, Xiao Chen passed through building after building. There were tea houses, restaurants, inns, weapon shops, and all sorts of services. It was no different from a regular city. Bai Lixi pointed to a magnificent wooden pavilion and smiled. That is the Spring Pavilion. It is also the place with the best business. Xiao Chen looked over and discovered that there were many people coming and going at the entrance. Business was booming. After thinking about it, it was not hard to understand. Cultivators who fought for a long time needed a place to relax and vent. Lust was undoubtedly the best way to vent. After making a few turns, Bai Lixi brought Xiao Chen to a vast hall. This place was bustling with people, and the heat was intense. It was even more crowded than the Spring Pavilion. Bai Lixi said softly, "We have arrived. This is the command center of this battlefield. You can exchange your points for all sorts of things here. Let's go in." The two of them followed the crowd in. The hall did not have many extravagant decorations. It was very simple and unadorned. A flickering jade wall stood in the center of the hall. A large number of people gathered in front of the jade wall, discussing in soft voices. The Southern Sea's 4 heroes are indeed very strong. They have only been in this battlefield for 2 months, and they have already made it into the top 20. The Western Sea's 7 knights and the Northern Sea's 4 young masters are pretty strong as well. They managed to make it into the top 20 easily as well. These people practically occupy the top 20 spots. These people are the young experts of the Boundless Sea. They have participated in a few battlefield experiential trials. It is not surprising that they have such results. There are also experts from other places. The Great Jin Nation's Evil Moon Pavilion's Bai Zhan is very powerful. He has always been in the top 3 and has never fallen from the top. Ha! You also know that he is from the Great Jin Nation. How can he not be strong? At such a young age, he is already a small perfection half-step martial monarch. His raging ice flame palm is very refined, very horrifying. When Xiao Chen heard this, he could not help but be slightly stunned. He asked Bai Lixi, "What is that place? It seems like it is very lively there." Bai Lixi felt somewhat pleased as he said, "That is the point ranking. There is a formation on the jade wall that is connected to the jade pendant in our hands. As long as our points increase, it will immediately appear on the wall." Xiao Chen entered deep thought. No wonder the discussion was so intense. Since ancient times, there has been no first place in literature and no second place in martial arts. Regardless of where one was, there was always a need to compete. I wonder what my ranking will be? Will I be able to make it into the top 20? Bai Lixi continued, "This can be considered a small ruse by the Divine Dragon Palace to motivate everyone. The top 20 will obtain a corresponding reward. Furthermore, the rewards seem to be rather precious." Xiao Chen found this strange. He said, "This rule is not very appropriate. Are they not afraid of people cheating? If a half-step martial monarch went to the periphery to kill demons, their points would increase explosively." Bai Lixi laughed and said, "That is true. However, do you think that is possible? Would you purposely go to the periphery to kill low-rank demons for the sake of ranking?" Xiao Chen shook his head, indicating that he would not. He was here mainly to temper his killing chi. He wanted to comprehend saber techniques between life and death and raise his cultivation. How could he waste time for the so-called rewards? I understand now. This rule seems casual, but no one would waste time purposely raising their ranking. However, what is your ranking? Did you see my ranking? Xiaochen asked after he understood. The cocky expression on Bai Lixi's face deepened. He chuckled and said, I am untalented. I happen to be ranked 10th. I am also the only cultivator from the 4 nations to rank in the top 10. As for your ranking, I looked up 2 months ago. It seems to be around the top 500. 2 months ago, Xiaochen happened to be with Wu Quan and the others. At that time, he had been focused on observing the characteristics of the demons. He had not killed many demons, so it was not surprising that he had such a ranking. Seeing Xiaochen remain silent, Bai Lixi patted his shoulder and said, Don't be disheartened. You are alone. You will not be able to compete with me. Ranking 500 is already pretty good. Right now, there is an endless stream of people rushing over from the battlefield. There are at least 5,000 or 6,000 of them. At the very least, you will be able to suppress most of them. Come, I'll bring you to exchange your points. Tonight, I'll bring you to the spring brothel. It's my treat. Xiaochen smiled and did not say anything as he followed Bai Lixi. There was an independent hall in the great hall. The words, exchange room, were written on the door. That was the place to exchange points for spirit stones, spirit weapons, secret treasures, and all sorts of medicinal pills. The door was tightly shut. As only one person could enter at a time, there was a very long queue. No one had any special privileges, so they could only wait quietly. Xiaochen had always been very patient. As he waited, he took the opportunity to size up the cultivators in the great hall. He did not feel bored. However, Bai Lixi was not as patient. When he saw the points on the jade pendant, he hated that he could not rush in immediately. Seeing Bai Lixi so impatient, Xiaochen asked out of curiosity, Old Bai, how many points do you have? Why are you so excited? Bai Lixi laughed loudly and said, Not much, not much. Just slightly more than 3,000 points. This is already my 3rd time exchanging. The moment Bai Lixi said that, the surrounding people immediately cast envious gazes at him. Obtaining more than 2,000 points by himself, and this was his 3rd time, was already a large sum. Some people recognized Bai Lixi and started discussing him in soft voices. This made Bai Lixi feel very carefree. Xiaochen could not be bothered to look at his own points. When he heard what Bai Lixi said, he took out his jade pendant. He saw that the back of the jade pendant was filled with countless black dots. A rough count gave at least 10,000 points. In the time it took to brew a few cups of tea, it was Bai Lixi's turn. Bai Lixi smiled at Xiaochen and said, I'll go in first. I'll wait for you to come out later. I'll treat you to some meat tonight. Bai Lixi had been here twice already, so he was familiar with the exchange process. Xiaochen did not have to wait for long before Bai Lixi walked out excitedly. He had a carefree smile on his face. 1 point can be exchanged for 10 medial grade spirit stones. 10 points can be exchanged for 1 superior grade spirit stone. This person obtained 3,000 points in one go. No wonder he is smiling so happily. The benefits of having 3,000 points are not worth it. The more points one has, the more good things one can obtain in one go. When the people behind Xiaochen saw the smile on Bai Lixi's face, they all felt envious. They had not even obtained 3,000 points in the past few months. After exchanging twice, Bai Lixi was still able to obtain more than 3,000 points. This was indeed heaven-defying. They could not help but feel envious. Filled with anticipation, Xiaochen pushed the door open and entered the exchange room. The room wasn't big, but it was well organized. There were rows of shelves on the 4 walls, and there were many compartments on the shelves. There were many treasures that were rarely seen. There were high-ranked spirit weapons, earth-ranked cultivation techniques and martial techniques, all sorts of natural treasures, spirit pills, and miraculous medicines. There were also some rare minerals that could only be found at the bottom of the sea: frost iron, demonic crystals, purple silver, essence gold, brilliant white steel, tidal jade, deep-sea blood fiend stone, and many more. A long table made of white jade sat in the middle. 4 old men wearing purple robes with golden embroidery sat behind the table. They all had deep breaths and flourished qi and blood. When Xiaochen checked them, he found that they were great perfection half-step martial monarchs. The old man sitting in the middle had white hair and eyebrows. He had a peaceful expression. 4 azure flood dragons were embroidered on his purple robes, bearing their fangs and claws. He seemed to be a peak consummation half-step martial monarch. Chapter 517. The white-haired old man looked at Xiaochen and smiled gently. "Little friend, please have a seat. This must be your first time exchanging, right? If you have any questions, you can just ask me. Don't worry about not having enough time." Xiaochen sat across from the jade table and looked at the old man. He said, "Many thanks, senior. This is my jade pendant. This junior is Xiaochen." The old man received the jade pendant that Xiaochen handed over. When he saw the points on it, he could not help but feel astonished. 14,000 points. The old man muttered to himself, "Xiaochen? I don't think I've heard of this name before." There was no noble clan with the surname Xiao in the 4 seas. There did not seem to be a Xiao clan in the Great Jin nation either. The few super sects had never heard of any inheritors with the surname Xiao. However, the points that Xiaochen obtained were comparable to the noble clans of the Boundless Sea and the Evil Moon Pavilions by Zhan. However, the white-haired old man had seen many such hidden geniuses in his life. Although he was astonished, he did not find it too strange. The white-haired old man handed the jade pendant in his hand to the 3 old men beside him. They verified the points on the jade pendant and verified its authenticity. Let me explain the rules of the exchange first. 1 point can be exchanged for 10 medial grade spirit stones. 10 points can be exchanged for 1 superior grade spirit stone. That is the exchange of spirit stones. As for the other items, there is a form here. You can take a look. Xiaochen received the form and looked at it carefully. He discovered that the items in the form were all the treasures on the surrounding shelves. The points required for each treasure were written at the back. After looking through it carefully a few times, Xiaochen had a rough idea. He did not need medial grade spirit stones now. He still had 2 million in his universe ring. What he needed more were superior grade spirit stones. If he wanted to maintain a fast cultivation speed after he became a martial monarch, he would need to expend a large number of superior grade spirit stones. This was considered saving for a rainy day. Aside from this, some spirit herbs that increased vital qi were also necessary items. Currently, Xiaochen's pure vital qi was already 400,000 kilograms of force. After he reached great perfection of the firmament body tempering art, he should be able to achieve 500,000 kilograms of force. At that time, he would need to use spirit medicines to break through to 1,000,000 jin. Spirit medicines that were more than 1,000 years old would not be of much use to him. Only those that were more than 2,000 years old would have an effect. Just as Xiaochen was about to make his exchange, he suddenly noticed something. Inferior grade spirit gathering pearls, 1,000 points each. After a pause, Xiaochen entered deep thought. Then, he faced the old man in front and asked, "Senior, can you show me this inferior grade spirit gathering pearl? It's a small matter. Whatever you want to exchange, you can take a look at the goods in advance." The white-haired old man nodded and waved his hand. A brocade box flew down from the shelf behind Xiaochen. Xiaochen opened the brocade box and immediately revealed 4 round white pearls filled with spiritual energy. These were the inferior grade spirit gathering pearls. Xiaochen's heart skipped a beat. Indeed, it was as he had guessed. He also had 2 white spirit gathering pearls. Although he could feel the vast spiritual energy contained in them, he did not know what they were or what they were. Hence, he had never had the chance to use them. Unexpectedly, he found them here. The white-haired old man explained, "Spirit gathering pearls are condensed by a martial sage powerhouse from thousands upon thousands of spirit stones by exhausting their own source energy. Naturally, those condensed from inferior-grade spirit stones are inferior-grade spirit gathering pearls. Those condensed from medial-grade spirit stones are medial-grade spirit gathering pearls. And those condensed from superior-grade spirit stones are superior-grade spirit gathering pearls." The higher the grade, the more source energy will be exhausted. Most martial sages are not willing to condense spirit-gathering pearls above medial grade. The exhaustion of source energy was different from the exhaustion of essence. Normally, spirit stones and medicinal pills could quickly replenish the depletion of source energy. However, if one source energy was depleted, they would need at least a month to replenish it, perhaps even longer. This showed the preciousness of spirit-gathering pearls. They were condensed by a bona fide martial sage's source energy. How could they not be precious? Xianxia asked joyfully, "What are the uses of these spirit-gathering pearls? How do I use them? What do I need to pay attention to? Senior, can you give me some pointers?" The white-haired old man smiled and said, "It can't be considered pointers. Let me explain it simply. Spirit-gathering pearls are similar to spirit stones. They are used to assist cultivators in their cultivation. However, the effects of spirit-gathering pearls are much better. One inferior-grade spirit-gathering pearl is equivalent to several hundred superior-grade spirit stones. However, because the essence contained in the spirit-gathering pearl is too vast, cultivators below martial monarch cannot use it to cultivate normally. Otherwise, it will burst through the cultivator's dantian in an instant. However, it is good for breaking through bottlenecks. With the surging power of a river, one can break through the dam in an instant. When using it, place it on the Tianmin acupoint on the top of your head and use your pure yang energy to refine it into liquid. Then, let it flow into your body. Do not consume it. Otherwise, no matter how tough your body is, it will explode in an instant. After hearing the old man's explanation, Xianxia knew what he needed. He used 10,000 points to exchange for 10 spirit-gathering pearls. Then, he used the remaining 5,000 points to exchange for a 3,000-year-old monarch bloodgrass. The old man reminded Xianxia, "Little friend, with your current cultivation, you can use at most 5 spirit-gathering pearls. It would be a waste to exchange for so many." Xianxia thanked the other party for the reminder. However, he still insisted on exchanging for 10 spirit-gathering pearls. He was very clear about his own situation. Xianxia cultivated a heaven-ranked cultivation technique. Furthermore, he had established a strong foundation when he broke through to Martial King. His cultivation could not be compared to that of an ordinary person. When Bai Lishi, who had been waiting outside for a long time, saw Xianxia come out, he immediately went over with a smile. "Xianxia, let's go. I'll bring you to see the point ranking. Let's see if your elder brother has improved." Xianxia did not really want to go. He had just obtained the spirit-gathering pearls and was in a rush to test their effects. However, he could not resist Bai Lishi's enthusiasm, so he could only follow. Bai Lishi parted the crowd excitedly. He was tall and strong. No one could compete with him. Soon he pushed his way to the front. Bai Lishi ignored the dissatisfaction of the others and excitedly looked for his name. His name was near the front, so he found it immediately. However, the smile on his face froze. Bai Lishi's name was ranked 11th on the Jade Wall. As for Xianxia, he was just ahead of him, ranked 10th. Damn it! How can this be? Bai Lishi was dumbfounded. Originally, he thought he would be able to suppress Xianxia. Who knew, Xianxia would surpass him without saying anything. Furthermore, Xianxia had snatched Bai Lishi's place from the top 10, pushing him out. Xianxia had not expected to be able to rank 10th. He felt surprised as well. However, he did not care too much about it. The point ranking was not a ranking of strength. The true experts faced the peak demons on the islands in the core region. It was extremely difficult to kill them. They could not even rank within the top 100 of the point ranking. However, no one would deny their strength. The ones at the top of the point ranking were all cultivators in the inner area. When these people worked in teams, they could achieve an effect that was greater than the sum of their parts. When Xianxia looked at the top of the point ranking, he saw a name that he was not familiar with. After asking around, he found out who it was. That was the Eastern Sea's Little Dragon King, Xinyuan Zhantian. Since the point ranking began, he had been ranked first. In the past 3 months, more than 20,000 demons had died at his hands. As Xianxia continued looking, he found that the top 10 were all unfamiliar names. They should be the young cultivators of the boundless sea. However, the person in third place, by Zhan, attracted Xiao Chen's attention. Earlier, he had heard someone say that this person's raging flame frost palm was very refined. This was very similar to the yellow-robed cultivator that Xiao Chen met. If that was the case, then this would be interesting. The Evil Moon Pavilions by Zhan. Xie Ziwen was the second disciple of the Evil Moon Pavilion's pavilion master. This by Zhan was even stronger than him. He should be his senior brother. Xiao Chen wondered if this person was aware of the grudge between him and the Evil Moon Pavilion. If he was, it would be hard to avoid trouble. Xianyuan Zhantian is back. Suddenly, a cry of surprise rang out in the hall. Everyone turned around and saw a young man wearing purple armor and a purple dragon cloak on his back walking in from the entrance of the hall. This person was no older than 20. He had handsome facial features and an oppressive aura gathered on his face. His eyes contained a hint of arrogance as he walked with a majestic gait. When this person arrived in front of the point ranking, the surrounding crowd immediately parted for him. He glanced at the point ranking and saw the 4 words, Xianyuan Zhantian, at the top of the point ranking. Xianyuan Zhantian's expression was neither complacent nor conceited. It was as if everything was as it should be, as if the first place was prepared for him. When Xiao Chen felt this person's aura, he felt astonished. This person was actually a great perfection half-step martial monarch. Xiao Chen wondered how this person cultivated. In terms of combat prowess, he was probably stronger than Bai Lishi. Xianyuan Zhantian, no matter how you look at it, you will not be able to maintain the first rank for long. Who was so bold to speak to Xianyuan Zhantian like that? Everyone could not help but feel curious. Xianyuan Zhantian was a true inheritor of the Divine Dragon Palace. As long as he did not fall, he would be the next master of the Divine Dragon Palace. Half of the Eastern Sea would have to listen to him. When everyone looked up, they saw 4 youths wearing red, blue, green, and purple robes standing in a row at the entrance of the hall. They all had impressive appearances and were extraordinarily handsome. Unexpectedly, they were all small perfection half-step martial monarchs. Of the 4, the second from the left was the youth in azure robes. He was the most extraordinary. Like Xianyuan Zhantian, he was also a great perfection half-step martial monarch. The person who spoke earlier was this youth in azure robes. He looked at Xianyuan Zhantian mockingly. So, it is the Northern Sea's 4 young masters. No wonder they dare to challenge Xianyuan Zhantian. The 4 of them are qualified to do so. The Northern Sea's boundless sea is controlled by the 4 noble clans. These 4 people are the scions of their respective clans. In the future, they will be the rulers of the Northern Sea. They are Xianyuan Zhantian's competitors. The people in the surroundings who understood the situation discussed in whispers. Their gazes were filled with interest. When the outstanding talents of the 2 clans met, there might be a fierce battle in the hall. However, what surprised everyone was that the Eastern Sea's little dragon king, Xianyuan Zhantian, did not even look at the green-robed young master's mockery. Xianyuan Zhantian only said indifferently, "If you have the ability, then take it." However, do you have the ability? Chapter 5:18. After the green-robed young master spoke, he laughed loudly and headed for the exchange room. He only showed his back to the green-robed young master, completely ignoring him. This angered the green-robed young master. He clenched his fist tightly, and his complexion turned ashen. He felt powerless but helpless. The purple-robed young master consoled the green-robed young master. "Big brother, just ignore him. You just advanced to great perfection half-step martial monarch. It is not too late to fight him after some time." The green-robed young master's gaze turned cold as he said, "This fellow is still as arrogant as ever. Does he really think that the Divine Dragon Palace is still the same as it was 5,000 years ago? Sooner or later, I will make him kneel and beg for mercy." Young master, stop boasting. You already lost to Xianyuan Zhantian once. You can forget about making a comeback in this lifetime. 7 youths wearing the same golden battle armor arrived at the entrance. They all had golden swords hanging at their waists. The 7 of them stood at the entrance together. The light in the hall was dazzling and dazzling. It seemed like the light in the hall was brighter because of these 7 people. The Western Sea's 7 knights are here as well. This is going to be very lively. We are still missing the Southern Sea's 4 heroes. If they really arrived, all the outstanding talents of the Boundless Sea's younger generation would be defeated. As the crowd discussed, 4 youths slowly walked in from a side door of the hall. There were both men and women. The 4 of them were very low profile. They did not look at the point ranking in the center and headed straight for the exchange room. However, the strong auras of the 4 could not be hidden from the cultivators in the hall. It really is the Southern Sea's 4 heroes. All the outstanding talents of the Boundless Sea's younger generation are here. The atmosphere between the Northern Sea's 4 young masters and the Western Sea's 7 heroes was not friendly. However, the green-robed young master endured it in the end. He looked coldly at the leader of the 7 before heading for the exchange room as well. Unexpectedly, there were so many strong geniuses in the Boundless Sea. There were many hidden dragons and crouching tigers everywhere. They were much stronger than the youths of the 4 nations. With such strength, probably only the peak geniuses of the Great Gene Nation could compare to them. There is still a gap between me and them. However, this is just the beginning. As long as I am not a martial monarch, I can hold my own against them. From these people, Xiaochun could see the gap between them. However, he did not feel discouraged. His blood surged with fighting spirit, his ambition undying. However, these people had all returned from the battlefield at the same time. It was a little strange, and it was hard to describe it as a coincidence. Bai Lishi had already recovered from his earlier disappointment. When he saw Xiao Chen's solemn expression, he thought that these people had overshadowed him, causing him to be depressed. Xiao Chen consoled, "Don't overthink. In the ancient desolate land, you are the center of attention. However, in the Boundless Sea, you are nothing." Ever since the destruction of the Tianwu dynasty, the 9 dragon veins left the Tianwu continent. Aside from the Great Gene Nation, the spiritual energy of the other nations is not very good. The spiritual energy of the Endless Sea hasn't changed much since ancient times. In addition, these guys all have super forces behind them. They grew up eating heavenly treasures, so the treasures they have are stronger than yours. As the saying goes, they eat better than you, dress better than you, and live in better places. Furthermore, this is the era of geniuses. Their talents are not bad either. It is reasonable that they are stronger than you now. However, this is just the beginning. You still have a chance to catch up to peak martial monarchs. Once you become a martial monarch, you will all be on the same starting line. Xiao Chen smiled helplessly to himself. Although Bai Lishi liked to show off occasionally, he was still a friend in the end. "Thank you. However, I really do not care about this. Don't you think that it is too much of a coincidence for these people to return at the same time?" When Bai Lishi heard this, he was stunned. Coincidence? What coincidence? Right after Bai Lishi spoke, he thought about it and understood what Xiao Chen meant. Unless they had no other choice, no one would return to the main camp during the experiential training on the battlefield. They could settle some minor matters on the outpost islets. There was no pattern to when they would return. However, today, the outstanding talents of the Boundless Sea all returned on the same day as if they had discussed it beforehand. This was indeed too much of a coincidence. Xiao Chen continued, "There is no harm in being prepared. Let's not go out for the next few days. At the very least, we can only leave after all these people have left." The 2 chatted for a while before they took their leave. Bai Lishi wanted to repair his secret treasure and Xiao Chen wanted to find a place to test out the power of the spirit-gathering pearls. Xiao Chen left the hall. Not long after, he ran into someone. He could not help but stop. It was the yellow-robed cultivator that he met a few days ago. When the yellow-robed cultivator saw Xiao Chen coming out of the hall, his expression froze. The Evil Moon Pavilions by Zhan? The white-robed bladesman Xiao Chen? The 2 exchanged glances before asking probingly at the same time. It looked like while Xiao Chen was trying to figure out the other party's identity, the yellow-robed cultivator was trying to figure out Xiao Chen's identity as well. The yellow-robed cultivator, Bai Zhan, smiled gently and said, "If I could confirm your identity back then, you would not be standing here now." Bai Zhan's tone was calm, and his expression was gentle. However, the meaning behind his words was overbearing. He did not care about Xiao Chen at all. It was like he could squash Xiaochen to death at any moment. Xiaochen retorted with a smile. Back then, your movement technique was excellent as well. You came and went without a trace. You have already grasped the essence of leaving no trace. Naturally, Bai Zhan could tell that Xiaochen was mocking him for being cowardly and running away without a fight. Bai Zhan's lips curled up in a smile. He said indifferently, "Good luck. You had best not run into me on the battlefield. The pavilion master already gave the order. If I do not kill you, I will not be able to obtain the position of pavilion master. Although I don't care about the position of pavilion master, I don't mind using your head to repay his kindness." After Bai Zhan spoke, he flicked his sleeves and leaped over Xiaochen's body, heading for the palace doors with large strides. Bai Zhan was a small perfection half-step martial monarch. However, the combat prowess he displayed could rival that of a great perfection half-step martial monarch. Bai Zhan's martial technique, which was an extreme attribute of ice and fire, inspired fear in others. The most important thing was that this person was very cautious. He had thought things through, knew when to advance and retreat, and knew how to endure. It would be fine if Bai Zhan did not make a move. Once he made a move, he would be confident of victory. Xiaochen compared his own strength with Bai Zhan's. He discovered that Bai Zhan's overall combat prowess was much stronger than his. At the very least, Xiaochen would not dare to fight against 20-odd high-ranked winged demons at the same time. Being targeted by this person would be problematic. Xiaochen had to quickly raise his cultivation to superior grade martial king. Otherwise, he would only have a 40% chance of victory. After leaving the palace, Xiaochen spent a large sum of money to find a secluded courtyard on the divine dragon warship, far away from the crowd. Xiao. When Xiaochen arrived at the courtyard, Leng Yu immediately rushed out of the spirit blood jade. Xiaochen pointed to a side room and said, "You can stay there for the next few days. I will not be going out in the short term." Leng Yu thanked Xiaochen. After that, she said, "That person is much stronger than you. Although he looked casual, he is actually determined to kill you. You must be careful of this person." The Eros demons were good at reading people's hearts. Outside the palace, Bai Zhan spoke casually. The smile on his face never faded. However, the killing intent hidden in his heart could not be hidden from a high-ranked demon like Leng Yu. Xiaochen smiled faintly and said, "I always know my limits. He is very strong, but he is not strong enough to make me stay. You don't have to bother about this." Leng Yu felt the confidence in Xiaochen's words. She did not say anything more and headed to her room. In her room, Xiaochen took out 12 inferior-grade spirit-gathering pearls from his universe ring and placed them on the wooden table. Finally, he took out 2 blue spirit-gathering pearls. He had obtained the blue spirit-gathering pearls from the Savannah King's burial goods. When he placed the white spirit-gathering pearls next to the blue spirit-gathering pearls, it was clear who was superior. Be it the color or the spiritual energy they contained, they were far inferior. They were clearly not of the same grade. Xiaochen played with the 2 blue spirit-gathering pearls in his hand for a while before putting them away. Xiaochen thought to himself, the blue spirit-gathering pearls should be superior grade. However, now is not the time to use them. Let's test the might of the white spirit-gathering pearls first. Xiaochen took out a white spirit-gathering pearl and carefully placed it on the Tianmen acupoint on his head. Then he sat cross-legged on a prayer mat. Although the white-haired old man from the Divine Dragon Palace said that those below Martial Monarch could not use the spirit-gathering pearls to cultivate, Xiaochen believed that his situation was special and that there should not be any problems. Xiaochen had been stuck at peak medial grade Martial King for a long time. If his cultivation was compared to a bottle, this bottle was constantly expanding. Xiaochen consumed more than 20 medial grade spirit stones every day. Coupled with the heaven-ranked cultivation technique and the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 6th layer, his cultivation speed was very fast. However, he had not reached the bottleneck of medial grade Martial King. The bottle continued to expand. Xiaochen could still advance further as a medial grade Martial King. This was a blessing. If others had Xiaochen's cultivation, they would have already advanced to peak superior grade Martial King long ago. However, Xiaochen was still climbing step by step as a medial grade Martial King. He could not see the end point, it was so far away. With such a large foundation, once Xiaochen advanced to half-step martial monarch, even the older generation experts who had been stuck at half-step martial monarchs for decades would not have any advantage over him. It is time to use a strong medicine. Even if there are risks, I have to bear them. I do not have time to stay here any longer. Those outstanding talents of the boundless sea are all stronger than me. Bai Zhan is also eyeing me like a tiger waiting to take my life. I already have no way out. I have to charge forward. I have to keep charging forward. After Xiaochen made up his mind, he steeled himself. He no longer hesitated. He closed his eyes and circulated his lightning-attributed pure yang-attributed energy above his head. Boo! Boo! As time went by, strands of white smoke came out of Xiaochen's head. The white spirit-gathering pearl finally started to melt. Xiaochen remained calm. He was not in a rush to let the white liquid flow into his body. He sent out some essence and let the white liquid float quietly above his head. Chapter 5:19. After 1 hour, the spirit-gathering pearl turned into a ball of liquid flickering with spiritual light. It floated quietly above Xiaochen's head. Some of the spiritual energy leaking out of the spiritual liquid turned into a white mist, spreading throughout Xiaochen's room. A fragrance immediately assaulted the nose. The spiritual light was very moving. With just a gentle sniff, one would feel refreshed and refreshed. Xiaochen carefully extracted a grain-sized drop of spiritual liquid from the glowing spiritual liquid. Then, he dripped it into his Tianmen acupoint. Xiaochen had to be bold and careful in everything he did. He could not act rashly because of lofty aspirations. He could not think that he had the halo of a main character and could never die. Xiaochen's Dantian, the Chanzhong acupoint on his chest, and the Tianmen acupoint on his head formed a central axis, separating his body into two. That was the most important of the 9 main meridians. Boom! The moment the grain-sized drop of spiritual liquid came into contact with Xiaochen's scalp, it immediately poured into the acupoint and turned into a ferocious flood. It was like a waterfall falling from the 9 heavens. It passed through the Tianmen acupoint and the Chanzhong acupoint, carrying 5 tons of force as it entered the Dantian. The energy contained in the spiritual liquid was too vast. The speed at which it fell was very fast. Xiaochen did not have time to react at all. He immediately felt panic in his heart. The qi whirlpool in his Dantian was like a small pebble under a waterfall. When the spiritual energy fell, it gave off a loud sound. Xiaochen's internal organs immediately turned upside down. His heart was in intense pain. Pu Si. Xiaochen opened his eyes and vomited a large mouthful of blood. He had been caught off guard and was significantly injured. That was not all. The essence controlling the spiritual liquid also lost its air for a short period of time. It instantly poured into Xiaochen's body. The energy of the grain-sized drop of spiritual liquid was extremely horrifying. Xiaochen found it hard to endure. When this large ball of spiritual liquid fell, it was like the water of an entire river poured in. It was more than 100 times more powerful than any waterfall. The energy fluctuations generated by the explosion were enough to blast Xiaochen to pieces from the inside, killing him without a burial. The situation suddenly became very dangerous. As long as that ball of spiritual liquid fell into the cyclone, it would definitely cause an explosion, and Xiaochen would definitely die. Bang! The spirit liquid landed on the cyclone and a loud bang echoed inside Xiaochen's body. At this moment, the purple spirit liquid inside the cyclone completely exploded. The purple liquid was the essence cultivation Xiaochen had cultivated over the years. In terms of power and storage capacity, it was even larger than the white liquid. The 2 types of spiritual liquids converged in an instant and surged wildly in Xiaochen's body. They were like wild horses that had lost control. This caused Xiaochen's already injured lungs to become even more injured. If this terrifying energy could not find a place to vent, it would directly blow up Xiaochen's body. I can't die. Xiaochen did not lose all hope. At this critical moment of life and death, his mind was incredibly calm. The 12 acupoints on his left and right arms that could close freely were quickly opened. The wild horse-like energy in Xiao Chen's body found an outlet to vent and immediately surged out from his arms. Boom, boom, boom. 24 streams of dragon-shaped qi came out from the acupoints. Amidst the dragon roars, the 24 streams of qi immediately blasted Xiao Chen's room into fragments. Then, the fragments turned into dust. Xiao Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Immediately, he felt a boundless pain and vomited a large mouthful of blood. Xiao Chen, who was extremely pale, could no longer hold on and fainted. Xiao! The instant the dragon qi appeared, Ling Yu, who was in the side room, felt an intense aura. At the same time, she felt an intense pain in her chest. This was something that would happen when the master of the spirit blood jade was in a life-or-death situation. Ling Yu rushed out and headed for Xiao Chen's room. However, just as Ling Yu reached the door, she saw 24 blue dragons come out from the room. Xiao Chen's room immediately turned into dust. An intense shockwave surged over and Ling Yu quickly leaped up. When she landed, the entire courtyard no longer existed. It had been reduced to rubble. When Ling Yu found Xiao Chen's body in the rubble and saw the spirit-gathering pearls scattered on the ground, her expression changed greatly. She said with some resentment, "A martial monarch already refined his essence into quintessence. That is why he dared to use the spirit-gathering pearls. This fellow is really suicidal. Even if he wanted to use it, he should have told me first." Boom. At this moment, a wooden coffin slowly rose from the ruins of the courtyard, and the lid of the coffin fell down. The scarred man walked out and looked at the unconscious Xiao Chen. He smiled sinisterly and said, "I originally thought I would have to put in a lot of effort. I did not expect things to be so simple." Ling Yu turned her head and looked at the scarred man slowly walking out of the rubble. Her expression did not change much. In the inner area of the battlefield, Xiao Chen frequently met with cultivators who wanted to target him. After he crippled these people, Xiao Chen handed them over to Ling Yu to deal with. After absorbing the yang essence of so many cultivators, Ling Yu had already recovered some of her strength. She would not be like when she met the middle-aged swordsman, where her charm technique broke and she lost all her combat prowess. Suddenly, Ling Yu felt the aura of a demonic spirit from the scarred man. She muttered, "It is actually someone from the dark church." The scarred man looked at Ling Yu. Originally, he did not pay much attention to her. However, when he saw the slender tail behind her, he could not help but frown. This brat actually has an Eros demon by his side. The Dark Church was founded on demons. Naturally, they worshipped the demon god of the deep abyss. Even now, it was still the same. Every person who joined the Dark Church had to place their mental imprint on the demon god statue and swear on their heart demons to be loyal to the demon god for life. Only by doing this could one turn their martial spirit into a demonic spirit and obtain great strength. At the same time, they could learn the demonic race's martial techniques. Of course, cultivators with naturally mutated martial spirits did not count. However, the scarred man was not one of them. Hence, he placed his mental imprint on the demon god statue. He had to be loyal to the demon god. One of the rules was not to kill demons. If he killed demons, he would be disloyal to the demon god and would suffer the backlash of his heart demons. Back then, when the scarred man swore on his heart demons, he did not care too much. After all, the demonic calamity had passed many years ago. Demons were very far away from him. Such rules were useless to him. However, he did not expect that the person the vice sect master wanted to kill today would have an Eros demon by his side. After thinking for a long time, the scarred man looked at Ling Yu and said expressionlessly, "Move aside. Don't block me from doing what I want to do. Although I cannot kill you, I can still severely injure you." The scarred man did not have any true loyalty to the demon god. He was only doing this for the sake of gaining strength. He did not have any respect for demons, he only found them troublesome. Ling Yu smiled gently and said in a gentle voice, "No." These were just 3 simple words. However, when Ling Yu said them, they sounded very flirtatious. Even the resolute scarred man felt somewhat dazed. The scarred man steeled his resolve and got rid of that daze. He said coldly, "You actually dared to use a charm technique on me. In that case, you were the one who made the first move. If I accidentally killed you, you will be fine. The scarred man had a demonic spirit and was very strong. He was also a half-step martial monarch. However, with his demonic spirit, he could rival a human Tianwu realm cultivator. A regular half-step martial monarch would not be a match for him. Hence, the scarred man thought very highly of himself. He did not care about Xianxia at all. The Eros demon did not care about him at all. The corners of Leng Yu's lips curled up slightly. When she saw the wooden coffin behind the scarred man, she had a playful expression on her face. She smiled and said, "I wonder which layer of the coffin evasion technique you have cultivated to? I hope you can still return." After she spoke, she started to form complicated and ancient hand seals. Her expression turned very grave and the purple mark on her forehead glowed. An ancient and distant aura spread out from her body. The scarred man felt an indescribable sense of danger. He quickly took 3 steps back and formed hand seals as well. 8 wooden coffins slowly rose from the courtyard. The wooden coffins contained rank 4 demonic corpses specially refined by the Dark Church. A rank 4 demonic corpse was strong enough to fight a peak superior grade martial king. Furthermore, the corpses were specially tempered. Ordinary martial techniques would not be able to harm the demonic corpses. With 8 demonic corpses, the scarred man could find an opportunity to kill a great perfection half-step martial monarch. Leng Yu completed her hand seals before the scarred man could. A dazzling purple mark appeared between her palms and she pushed it forward. The purple seal exploded, forming a formation with many complicated lines in the air above the courtyard. The formation glowed with a purple light, enveloping the knife-scarred man and the 8 wooden coffins within it. The scarred man's expression changed drastically. He said in astonishment, "This is the great exorcism mark, a high-ranked martial technique of the demon race. How can an insignificant Eros demon like you grasp it?" Before he finished speaking, the light on the spirit formation grew even more dazzling. When the light reached its peak, the spirit formation began to emit even more dazzling light. When the light reached its peak, the 8 wooden coffins, which had only appeared halfway, all retreated. A strong suction came from the scarred man's wooden coffin, trying to suck him back in. That suction was incredibly strong, comparable to a strong wind. The scarred man's face was filled with dissatisfaction. He half knelt on the ground and stabbed his fingers into the ground. However, he still could not resist the suction. His 10 fingers left long marks on the ground. The scarred man's expression became even more horrified. The exorcism mark could knock a demon back into the demonic world. There were 18 layers of the demonic world. No matter which layer the scarred man entered, he would not have a good time in the future. Although the scarred man had joined the Dark Church, he was still a human. He still wanted to enjoy the colorful world of humans. How could he get used to it after entering the demonic world? Furthermore, every layer of the demonic world was filled with danger. As a human, it would be difficult for the scarred man to establish himself. However, no matter how much the scarred man resisted, it was to no avail. The light of the formation became even more dazzling. In the end, the scarred man could no longer resist and was pulled back into the wooden coffin. Pa! The coffin lid on the ground instantly closed. Leng Yu pointed at the air and the purple great exorcism mark immediately pressed down on the wooden coffin. The formation caused the wooden coffin to vanish into the rubble of the courtyard. After doing all this, Leng Yu looked at the 10 finger marks on the ground. She rolled her eyes and rubbed the finger marks, making everything in the courtyard look exactly the same as when it was in ruins. Chapter 520. 3 days later, Xianxia, who was lying on the ground, finally woke up. Cough, cough. Xianxia opened his eyes weakly and coughed violently a few times. Then he struggled to sit up from the ground. Xianxia checked his body with his consciousness. He could not help but reveal a bitter smile on his pale face. Although most of the spiritual energy from that day had already leaked out from the 24 acupoints, the vast amount of spiritual energy that remained in his body still caused significant damage. Xiaoqian's heart, liver, spleen, lungs, kidneys, large and small intestines, stomach, and gallbladder, all his internal organs were severely injured. Every slight movement caused intense pain. Fortunately, Xiao Chen's meridians did not suffer much damage. His meridians had been specially tempered by the dragon and tiger body tempering art and the firmament body tempering art. His meridians were already as tough as frost iron and as hard as a mountain rock. At the same time, they were as soft as autumn water. His meridians were already hard and soft at the same time. It was very difficult for him to receive true damage. However, the thing that dismayed Xiao Chen the most was that the essence in his body was completely drained. It was completely drained, with nothing left. Even if he wanted to use his essence to alleviate the pain, he could not do so. No matter how intense a battle was, cultivators would always leave some essence for themselves. This was because only with essence could they complete a cycle of cultivation and quickly replenish their essence. If one's essence was completely drained, it would be very difficult to recover. No matter how powerful the medicinal pill was, it would be useless. One could only wait for the dantian to naturally produce a strand of essence. Only then would there be an effect. This time, I really ruined myself. Xiao Chen sighed to himself. In the end, cultivation could not be done with brute force. Xiao Chen looked at Leng Yu. She had a calm expression as she looked at the sky. It seemed like she did not notice the awakened Xiao Chen. Speaking of which, is the sky very nice? When I woke up, I did not even want to look at it. Leng Yu withdrew her gaze and smiled sweetly. How can that be? I did not notice. Then she ran over and helped Xiao Chen up. Xiao Chen really could not stand up. Leng Yu could clearly feel the pain on Xiao Chen's face when she helped him up. You've suffered such heavy injuries. I'm afraid this trial is about to end. Xiao Chen smiled faintly when he heard this. He let go of Leng Yu's hand and said, End? You're looking down on me too much. This bit of internal injury is still within the range of what I can consume. Don't even think about it. Leng Yu muttered to herself, I am showing concern out of goodwill, but this fellow still does not understand. Half a day later, Xiao Chen regained his basic ability to move. Leng Yu finally understood what Xiao Chen meant when he said he could afford it. First, Xiao Chen spent 300,000 medial-grade spirit stones to buy a bottle of rank 9 healing medicine from the Divine Dragon Warship's medicinal store. The Dragon Fragrance Clear Cloud pill specialized in treating internal injuries. It had an excellent effect on Xiao Chen's injuries. That medicinal store was opened by a merchant association under the Divine Dragon Palace. There would definitely be cultivators injured during the trial. Hence, business was booming. They also had all sorts of herbs. After buying the healing medicine, it was still not enough. Xiao Chen spent another 100,000 medial-grade spirit stones to buy a blood circulation mushroom that replenished blood essence. This blood circulation mushroom was 2,000 years old. That day, Xiao Chen vomited a few mouthfuls of blood. Furthermore, it was not the usual blood clots from internal injuries. Instead, it was the blood essence of the human body. When one's blood essence flourished, one's qi and blood would flourish. One would feel refreshed and full of energy, doing anything with vigor. When one's blood essence was insufficient, one's qi and blood would weaken. One's complexion would turn yellow, and one would become dispirited. One would be out of breath with just a little intense exercise. Hence, Xiao Chen had to replenish his blood essence. Furthermore, it had to be a great supplement. He had to replenish it in the shortest time possible. Hence, he had to be willing to spend spirit stones. Xiao Chen bought a blood circulation mushroom and a few other similar spirit herbs that were 2,000 years old. 300,000 medial-grade spirit stones were gone, just like that. Xiao Chen felt that it was still insufficient. So, he bought some 1,000-year-old sea cucumbers. Sea cucumbers were a spirit herb unique to the boundless sea. They were very useful for recovering from internal injuries. When used together with the Dragon Fragrance Azure Cloud pill, the effects would be even better. When Xiao Chen walked out of the shop, the boss of the shop sent him off. The smile on his face was like a flower. He was clearly very excited. It was impossible not to be excited. On this trip, Xiao Chen had spent a total of 1 million medial-grade spirit stones. That was equivalent to the boss's monthly sales. Originally, with Xiao Chen's physique and some low-grade spirit herbs, He would be able to recover from his severe injuries in at most a month, even though he was severely injured. However, what Xiaochen lacked now was time. He had 30 days in a month. How could he afford to waste so much time? Furthermore, he had a feeling that something big would happen in a few days. Hence, Xiaochen had to recover within 3 days. He could only spend spirit stones to buy time. No matter how big the price was, he would not reject it. Leng Yu, who was beside Xiaochen, wore a pink dress. She also had a black and white robe draped over her back, covering her tail. She also wore a veil that covered her face. This way, no one would know that she was an Eros demon. This was a method that Leng Yu had thought of in the past few days. This way, she would not have to remain in the spirit blood jade. After returning to the courtyard that Xiaochen rented, Leng Yu clicked her tongue and said, "Young Master Xiao, I could not tell that you were actually so rich. No wonder you dared to speak so boldly, not bothering with such a small injury. However, I do not know how many more times you can do this. Spirit gathering pearls are not that easy to absorb." Xiaochen's expression changed slightly. He looked at Leng Yu and said, "You seem to be implying something." Leng Yu smiled and nodded. "That's right. I know how to let you absorb spirit gathering pearls normally. However, you have to agree to a few conditions of mine." Xiaochen shook his head slightly and did not say anything. Then, he headed for his room. Xiaochen did not intend to touch the spirit-gathering pearl for now. It was as the white-haired old man said. That thing could only be used when breaking through to the martial king realm. Xiaochen had oversimplified the problem earlier. It was not a problem of whether the Dantian could contain the spiritual energy. Instead, it was whether the Dantian could withstand the force of the river that seemed to fall from the 9 heavens. Only when one reached a bottleneck would the Dantian require a large amount of vital qi to break through the bottleneck. At that time, the Dantian's endurance would be very strong. No matter how much strength a cultivator used, they would not be able to break through. This was the meaning of the so-called bottleneck. Only at such a time could one withstand the impact of the spiritual liquid from the spirit-gathering pearls. The stronger the impact, the better. However, even at such a time, the danger was not small. Once he failed, he would most likely die. Xiaochen guessed that not many people would dare to use the spirit-gathering pill. This was because the price of failure was too high. Xiaochen did not believe that Leng Yu would have a way to use such a dangerous thing. Furthermore, demons were very cunning. How could he completely trust her words? He did not want to experience such a situation again. When Leng Yu saw Xiaochen leave without even turning his head back, she thought that Xiaochen felt that she had raised too many conditions. She quickly said, "I don't need a few conditions, just 3 conditions will do." Two is fine as well. Don't go. One should be fine, right? I'll tell you how to use the spirit-gathering pearl. You have to promise me one condition. Leng Yu chased after Xiaochen. She said this somewhat angrily. Her face was red under the veil. Xiaochen turned his head back and looked at Leng Yu suspiciously. He said, "Do you really know the correct way to use the spirit-gathering pearl?" Seeing that Xiaochen was looking down on her, Leng Yu was unconvinced. She said, "Naturally I know. I also know how to deal with the corpse demonic fish and witch fiends at the bottom of the sea. I was about to tell you about it, but you did not let me out. If you had asked me in advance, you would not have ended up in such a miserable state," Leng Yu muttered to herself. "I even helped you chase away a big problem." Xiaochen nodded and said, "Good, I believe you. State your conditions first." Conditions? Conditions? What conditions should I state? Leng Yu felt somewhat anxious. The conditions cannot be too simple. Otherwise, he will know that I am helping him on purpose. It cannot be too difficult. If I cannot do it, he will definitely reject me. Damn it. Why is this fellow so straightforward? It is so difficult for me to think of a condition. Xiaochen looked at Leng Yu strangely. She lowered her head and clenched her fists tightly. He did not know what she was thinking. After a while, Leng Yu raised her head and asked depressedly, "I have not thought of it yet. What should I do?" Xiaochen was slightly stunned. However, he did not pay too much attention to it. He only thought that the other party was trying to maximize her benefits. There is no rush. 3 days is enough for you to think about it. By then, my injuries should have more or less recovered. When Xiaochen returned to his room, he placed the peak-grade spirit herbs that he had bought at the medicinal hall on the table. Then, he divided them into two categories. One was to replenish essence blood, and the other was to heal internal injuries. Internal injuries and replenishing essence blood could not be done at the same time. There was a sequence. He had to heal his internal injuries first before replenishing essence blood. Otherwise, if he forcefully replenished essence blood with his severely injured body, his weakened internal organs would not be able to endure the vigorous qi and blood. His injuries would worsen. When Xiaochen saw the table full of spirit herbs, he felt a pang in his heart. 1 million medial-grade spirit stones was not easy to come by. Right now, Xiaochen only had about 1.7 million medial-grade spirit stones in his universe ring. Of the 700,000 medial-grade spirit stones he needed for his cultivation, he only had 1 million left. After taking a deep breath, Xiaochen picked up the dragon fragrance azure cloud pill on the table. He opened the bottle cap, and a dragon-shaped medicinal fragrance immediately wafted out. Xiaochen took a gentle sniff and the dragon-shaped fragrance split into two, entering his body and circulating around his chest. Then, it circulated in his chest and turned into a liquid that dripped onto his liver and spleen. It was like sweet nectar, instantly alleviating much of Xiaochen's pain. A rank 9 medicinal pill truly lives up to its name. Just a strand of medicinal fragrance has such an effect. It is indeed worthy of the title of holy medicine. Xiaochen revealed a joyful smile. Originally, he had many doubts about these medicinal pills. He was worried that he would not be able to recover completely within 3 days. Now, it looked like there would not be any problems. Xiaochen no longer hesitated. He took out the medicinal pill and swallowed it together with the 1,000-year-old sea cucumber. Immediately, Xiaochen felt a strong sense of drowsiness and immediately fell asleep. During the night, the medicinal pill completely permeated Xiaochen's internal organs. As he fell into a deep sleep, the medicinal pill anxiously healed his internal injuries. The next day, Xiaochen opened his eyes and stretched his legs. Then, he was shocked to discover that his internal injuries were already mostly healed. 1 million medial-grade spirit stones, it was worth it. Xiaochen felt very carefree. All the depression from the pain was swept away. Chapter 521. After another 2 days, Xiaochen's internal injuries were completely healed. His blood essence was strong and his qi and blood flourished. His face glowed and he was in high spirits. He had completely recovered to his peak state. Dong, dong, dong. There was knocking on the door. Xiaochen calmed down. It should be Leng Yu. When he opened the door, he saw the alluring Leng Yu standing outside. She smiled and said, "I have thought of the terms." Xiaochen nodded gently and asked interestedly, "What is it?" Leng Yu said softly, "Change the 1-year period to half a year." According to their initial agreement, Leng Yu needed to stay by Xiaochen's side for a year to help him grasp the state of massacre. Now, 3 months had passed. If it was changed to half a year, there were only 3 months left. Xiaochen thought for a while and said softly, 9 months. Help me for 9 months. At that time, regardless of whether I have grasped the state of massacre or not, I will let you go. Sure, 9 months it is. Contrary to Xiaochen's expectations, Leng Yu did not try to haggle. She quickly agreed to Xiaochen's terms and handed him an alchemic recipe. Xiaochen received the alchemic recipe and took a look. There were many precious herbs recorded on it. According to a certain ratio, they could be used to make a special medicinal liquid, the exquisite 7-aperture fluid. Leng Yu explained, the spiritual liquid in the spirit-gathering pearl is very vast. Only when one is a martial monarch and has cultivated their essence into quintessence can one withstand the impact. If one wants to absorb it when one is a martial king, one has to dilute the spiritual liquid with the exquisite 7-aperture fluid. Then, fill the bathtub with clean water and sprinkle the petals of the heavenly demon flower. After you jump into the bathtub, you will be able to absorb it. Xiaochen looked at the alchemic recipe carefully and frowned slightly. He said, "The things on this are not cheap. 1 bottle of the exquisite 7-aperture fluid costs about 500,000 medial-grade spirit stones." Leng Yu's expression was very calm. She said softly, cultivation requires resources. Without resources, you will not be able to get injured. Without resources, you will not be able to cultivate quickly. In the demonic world, only some of the royal clans know this alchemic recipe. In the demonic world, only the royal clans can afford it. You just need to buy the ingredients. I will make the exquisite 7-aperture fluid for you. Otherwise, the horrifying failure rate will make you bankrupt. Xiao Chun grasped the alchemic recipe tightly. He looked at Leng Yu and asked, Leng Yu, I should believe you? Of course you have to trust me. Right now, there are powerful enemies who want to kill you. If you die, I won't be able to live either. Leng Yu spoke with an extremely serious expression. As she spoke, a faintly discernible air of nobility was being emitted from her body. 2 days later, Xiao Chun went to all the medicinal stores on the divine dragon warship. Then, he went to the free market for cultivators for a long time. Finally, he managed to gather 20% of the ingredients for the alchemic recipe. Xiao Chun spent 1 million medial-grade spirit stones just like that. Even Xiao Chun lamented his own squandering. In less than a week, he had spent 2 million medial-grade spirit stones. Xiao Chun hoped that he would be able to fulfill his wish. Otherwise, his losses would be too great. 1,000-year-old snake blood flower, Dead Sea mushroom, magic blood crystal, demonic monarch grass, poison stump fruit. Leng Yu was in her room, taking inventory of the various natural treasures that Xiao Chun had bought. She carefully checked the quality of every ingredient. Her expression was very serious and meticulous. Furthermore, her eyes were very sharp and her methods were very experienced. She managed to find a few spirit herbs that did not meet the requirements. How can a snake blood flower be 1,000 years old? It can only be used for 900 years. When determining the age of a spirit herb, you cannot just look at its growth rings. The snake blood flower grows in the stomach of a snake for its first 100 years. Those 100 years do not count. You will have to buy another one. One of the Dead Sea mushrooms has already withered. The person who sold you used spiritual liquid to nourish it. After 12 hours, the spiritual liquid will be used up and it will be useless. The spirit herbs in Leng Yu's alchemic recipe were very rare. They were not recorded in the compendium of cultivation. Hence, Xiao Chun fell for this trick. When Xiao Chun heard Leng Yu's words, he did not feel uncomfortable. He made a mental note of it. He felt like he had learned a lot. Leng Yu sorted out the spirit herbs that did not meet the requirements. Then, she looked at Xiao Chun and said unhurriedly, "You have to buy these again. You wasted 200,000 medial-grade spirit stones." Xiao Chun swept the spirit herbs that did not meet the requirements into his universe ring. He said indifferently, "It is not really a waste. Naturally, I will make the person who cheated me pay double. Wait a little longer." Leng Yu did not have to wait for long. For hours later, Xiao Chun returned, filled with killing qi. Then, he took out 2 sets of spirit herbs that he originally wanted to buy. "I will take my leave first. I will not disturb you from refining the exquisite 7-aperture fluid." Leng Yu stopped Xiao Chun and said, "There is no need for you to leave. I need your help. Refining the exquisite 7-aperture fluid is not a secret. How much you can learn will depend on your own ability." Bang! Right after Leng Yu spoke, she waved her hand and a cauldron appeared in the air. The azure-black cauldron was about the height of 2 adults. It was very large and there were dragons and phoenixes carved on it. Many talisman scripts were carved on it, giving off a spiritual light. At the top of the cauldron, there was a smooth, transparent, and crystalline mirror floating above the cauldron. Below the cauldron, there was a crystal board with a large formation carved on it. A small strand of white flame floated quietly in the center of the formation. All this was an eye-opener for Xiao Chun. This was almost exactly the same as the cauldron that immortals used to refine medicinal pills and treasures in the compendium of cultivation. When Xiao Chun looked at the pure and charming Leng Yu again, a huge wave stirred in his heart. Perhaps Leng Yu's identity was even more incredible than he had imagined. Xiao! The purple mark on Leng Yu's forehead glistened brightly. She flicked her finger and sent a beam of dim light at the crystal board. Boom! The white flame floating in the center of the formation exploded. The blazing flame started to burn intensely. However, the burning flame did not raise the surrounding temperature. Instead, a cold wind blew. Instead, it made one feel a chill. Xiaoqun knew that this white flame was probably a high-ranked Yin-attributed flame. As for what kind of Yin-attributed flame it was, only Leng Yu knew. The raging golden light mirror floats above the cauldron. Originally, it could absorb the flames of the sun during the day and use it. However, this is the deep-sea battlefield. The sun is blocked by the demonic clouds. Hence, we need to borrow your purple thunder true fire. Xiaoqun nodded to indicate that he understood. A purple flame gathered in his right eye and turned into a purple dragon that swam into the raging golden light mirror. The transparent surface of the mirror instantly refined the purple dragon into a pure Yin-attributed flame. It gave off a dazzling golden light. Leng Yu opened the lid of the cauldron and placed the various ingredients into it. The sound of splashing water came from the cauldron. It looked like she had filled the cauldron with clean water in advance. Leng Yu placed the lid back on and pointed at the raging golden light mirror. Immediately, a beam of golden light shot out from the mirror and penetrated the barrier of the cauldron, entering the cauldron. At this moment, Leng Yu had already closed her eyes. As the yin and yang flames intertwined, she focused on refining the herbs in the cauldron. The purple mark on Leng Yu's forehead flickered. An ancient and noble aura came from her body, sweeping away her usual charm. After refining the herbs for 6 hours, Leng Yu opened her eyes again. A purple vertical eye opened in the depths of her eyes and gave off 2 beams of dim light. She started the final step of the refinement. Boom! The dim light vanished, and Leng Yu waved her hand. The lid of the cauldron fell off, and 2 streams of golden liquid leaped out of the cauldron. Under Leng Yu's instructions, the golden liquid entered a jade bottle that she had placed at the side. Then, Leng Yu carefully handed the bottle to Xiaoqun. The exquisite 7-aperture fluid is done. Take it. Remember, 1 bottle can only neutralize 3 spirit-gathering pearls. Any more will not do. Xiaoqun caught the jade bottle in his hand. He was not in a rush to leave. He stared at the cauldron with a fiery gaze and asked, "This cauldron can be used for refining, right?" Leng Yu was slightly stunned. She had not expected Xiaoqun to know about this. She nodded and said, "Indeed it can. However, what do you want to do? If you want to refine a magic treasure, you will need natural treasures. You will not be able to afford them." Xiaoqun did not say much. He took out the palm sword in his right hand and said, "Help me strengthen this secret treasure. I will pay for all the materials you need. If you have any requests, just let me know." Leng Yu received the flying sword that Xiaoqun handed over and looked at it carefully. Then she nodded and said, "Secret treasures are slightly different from magic treasures. However, they are of the same origin. I can help you strengthen it. I will list out the materials and you can think of a way to obtain them yourself. As for the conditions, there is no need for that. Just leave those cultivators seeking trouble for you to me. Only when you become stronger will I be able to stay by your side with peace of mind during these 9 months." When he was an inferior grade martial king, the palm sword had been Xiao Chen's trump card. When the palm sword was shot out from the palm, it could catch the opponent off guard and make it hard for them to dodge. Unfortunately, as Xiao Chen's cultivation increased, the palm sword became outdated. Its flying speed could no longer pose a threat to half-step martial monarchs. If Leng Yu could help strengthen it, that would be for the best. In the future, Xiaoqun could ask her for help on the blood flame shoes and black leather gloves. After receiving the list from Leng Yu, Xiaoqun took a quick look. The items listed were all rare ores such as black crystal, brilliant white steel, earth crystal, and magic blood crystal. They were all very expensive. Now, Xiaoqun only had about 700,000 or 800,000 medial grade spirit stones to use. After he bought all the ores on the list, he would be left with about 200,000 medial grade spirit stones. 200,000 medial grade spirit stones is sufficient for me to cultivate to martial monarch. I should not think too much about it for now. I will think of a way to obtain more resources when I am a martial monarch. If I really cannot, I will just rely on the Haoyan sect that Xianxia is in. On the path of cultivation, the higher one's cultivation, the more resources one would need. This was especially so for genius cultivators. Without sufficient resources, they would not be able to bring out their potential. Thus, most genius cultivators had to rely on a strong sect. Only then could they afford to expend a horrifying amount of resources. With an idea in mind, Xiaochen no longer hesitated. He went out and spent 400,000 medial-grade spirit stones to buy all the rare ores on the list. Then he handed them to Leng Yu along with the palm sword. After doing all this, Xiaochen returned to his room and prepared to absorb the spirit-gathering pearls. There was a bathtub about half the height of a person in the room. It was already filled with clean water. Black heavenly demon flowers floated on the water. Chapter 522. Xiaochen took out a jade bottle and carefully poured out a third of the exquisite 7-aperture fluid. As the golden liquid dripped into the tub, the clear water in the tub immediately churned. Golden bubbles appeared continuously. The black petals of the heavenly demon flower floated on the surface, suppressing the spiritual energy in the water. None leaked out. By the time the exquisite 7-aperture fluid had completely melted into the water, the clear water had already turned golden. Xiaochen took out a spirit-gathering pearl and let it float in his palm. Then he used the purple thunder true fire to refine it. The purple thunder true fire burned ferociously. Soon, the spirit-gathering pearl slowly melted. After a while, it turned into a ball of spiritual liquid floating in Xiaochen's palm. A vast amount of spiritual energy flowed out from the spiritual liquid, causing a cold wind to blow in the room. Xiaochen poured the spiritual liquid into the bathtub and waited quietly. The golden water quickly warmed up and steam rose from the bathtub. However, the spiritual energy did not leak out at all. The petals of the heavenly demon flower were like a formless and tight net, trapping all the spiritual energy in the golden water. When the golden water boiled completely, Xiaochen removed his clothes and leaped into the tub naked. Then he sat down cross-legged. After one breath, the exquisite 7-aperture fluid entered Xiaochen's pores. It circulated around Xiaochen's body and opened all 300-odd acupoints. The spiritual liquid hidden in the golden water instantly found an entrance and surged towards Xiaochen's acupoints. Opening 300-odd acupoints was equivalent to splitting the might of the spiritual liquid into 300-odd portions. This way, the pressure on Xiaochen was significantly reduced. Xiaochen's face immediately lit up with joy. It was indeed useful. The heavenly demon flower prevented the spiritual energy from leaking out, and the exquisite 7-aperture fluid opened his acupoints. At the same time, it dispersed the spiritual liquid from the spirit-gathering pearl. Given this, Xiaochen could use the spirit-gathering pearl to cultivate without any danger. Boom, boom, boom. The spiritual liquid flowed from the 300-odd acupoints in Xiaochen's meridians at the same time. It was like 300-odd rivers in his meridians, surging with boundless spiritual energy. Good timing! Xiaochen shouted in his heart, and the purple qi whirlpool quickly spun. More than 300 strands of surging heaven and earth spiritual qi immediately poured in and merged into the qi whirlpool before exploding. The energy of the spiritual light liquid wasn't used up all at once. Instead, it was used continuously, so the power of the explosion was completely within the range of Xiaochen's tolerance. After the explosion ended, the sparkling and resplendent purple qi whirlpool doubled in size, reaching a size that could only be achieved after a month of bitter cultivation. This made Xiaochen feel incomparably carefree. However, this was far from the end. The spiritual liquid contained in the golden water surged endlessly towards the more than 300 acupoints in Xiaochen's body. The speed of the purple qi whirlpool actually increased at a visible rate. Xiaochen was incomparably shocked, and he was so happy that he was speechless. The resplendent purple qi whirlpool was Xiaochen's cultivation. The larger the qi whirlpool, the higher his cultivation. In the past, Xiaochen would have to cultivate bitterly for at least half a month, using several thousand medial-grade spirit stones, before the qi whirlpool could grow slightly larger. However, today, it was slowly growing at every moment. How could such a fast speed not be incredible? Xiaochen thought excitedly in his heart. It's all worth it. What 1 million medial-grade spirit stones? What severe injuries? What narrow escape? In exchange for 10 times his cultivation speed, it was all worth it. This process continued for the time it took to brew a pot of tea before the spiritual liquid in the golden water slowly decreased. The color of the water also slowly became very clear. The 300-odd acupoints in Xiao Chen's body quickly closed. The petals of the heavenly demon flower floating on the water were no exception. They all withered. Xiao Chen opened his eyes, and a bright light appeared in them. They were very bright in the darkness, like resplendent crystals. After a long time, they slowly faded away. Xiao Chen felt his entire body filled with boundless energy. He could feel the purple liquid in the qi whirlpool. This round of cultivation was equivalent to 3 months of cultivation. However, Xiao Chen still felt that he was still a medial grade martial king. He still had not reached the bottleneck. My potential is really ridiculously scary. Unexpectedly, I have not reached the bottom yet. However, now that I have the spirit gathering pearls, I do not have to rush. I should be able to advance to superior grade martial king in 6 days. With such a vast foundation, once Xiao Chen advanced to superior grade martial king, he felt terrified just thinking about it. Xiao Chen thought of the evil moon pavilions by Zhan. That terrifying opponent could execute his killing move in an instant. The more he thought about that person's strength, the more afraid he became. However, you are dreaming if you want to use my head to repay the pavilion master's kindness. When I advanced to superior grade martial king and completely grasped the state of massacre, I do not mind giving you a pleasant surprise. Xiao Chen had a grave expression as he spoke with a cold and sinister gaze. The divine dragon worship occupied a vast and luxurious courtyard. There were fake mountains, flowing rivers, gardens, ponds, corridors, and jade pavilions. This was a courtyard that the Northern Sea's 4 young masters rented together. At this moment, the leader of the 4 young masters, the green-robed young master, was entertaining an honored guest in the Great Hall. It was the last disciple of the Evil Moon Pavilion, Bai Zhan. The Evil Moon Pavilion was one of the 10 great sects of the Great Jin Nation. It was undoubtedly one of the great sects of this starry sky. Even the green-robed young master's clan paled in comparison. Furthermore, Bai Zhan's strength was unfathomable. Hence, the green-robed young master did not dare to slight him. Brother Bai Zhan, it has been 2 years since we last met. I did not expect that your cultivation has already surpassed mine. Bai Zhan smiled faintly at the green-robed young master as he picked up a wine cup and took a sip. When the wine cup in Bai Zhan's hand was emptied, a few scantily clad maidservants at the side immediately came over and refilled Bai Zhan's wine cup. This maidservant had a slender black tail on her back. The other maidservants all had slender black tails as well. The 5 or 6 of these scantily clad maidservants were all beautiful and charming Eros demons. The green-robed young master waved his hand and smiled. Brother Bai, don't laugh at me. At our cultivation realm, everyone knows that cultivation is not the only measure of combat prowess. I'm afraid that I am still not a match for Brother Bai. Bai Zhan smiled faintly and did not deny it. He said, this time, I came looking for you to ask you to help me kill someone. The green-robed young master gently swirled the wine cup in his hand. When he saw the swirling wine in the cup, he smiled faintly and said, Speak, what do you want me to do? Bai Zhan slammed his wine cup heavily on the table and said softly, An advanced Eros demon. Bang! The green-robed young master crushed the wine cup in his hand. The wine turned into a straight arrow that broke through the roof and soared into the sky. The 4 directions of the boundless sea all had their own deep-sea battlefields. The scions of these clans or great clans would undergo experiential training on these battlefields from a young age. They were no stranger to demons and did not fear them at all. They had strong wills and strong perseverance. There were even several strong cultivators who would go to the deep-sea battlefields to subdue Eros demons as their pets. This was because Eros demons were extremely beautiful. Their body structure was no different from that of a human woman. Eros demons were also more skillful in bed than human women. They enjoyed it much more comfortably than regular women. There were even some who practiced dual cultivation, relying on yin to replenish yang to strengthen their own cultivation. Eros demons innately knew how to replenish yin by using a male's yang essence to cultivate. To these cultivators, they were excellent cauldrons. With yin and yang complementing each other, the effects were even better. It was much stronger than a regular yang essence technique. This green-robed young master cultivated the joyous yin-yang incantation. It was an incomplete dual cultivation technique from the ancient era. 2 years ago, he found it while exploring a remnant in the boundless sea. After the green-robed young master made up for it, he started cultivating it. By relying on yin to replenish yang, his cultivation advanced rapidly. In a short 2 years, he caught up to the top genius of the boundless sea, Xianxia. The green-robed young master had gained boundless benefits from the Eros demons, tasting countless benefits. Hence, when he heard Baijian mention an advanced Eros demon, his emotions surged and he could not control himself. The demons that came out of the spatial tiers would not appear unless there was a true demonic calamity. Even if there were, they would just come and take a look before leaving. The green-robed young master had once used the influence of the 4 noble clans in the shallow sea of the northern sea to search for an advanced Eros demon. After spending countless resources, there was no news at all. The green-robed young master looked at Baijian with a fiery gaze and asked, "Brother Bai, are you serious?" "Indeed, I knew that you would take the bait." Baijian smiled faintly and said softly, "What benefit do I get from lying to you?" Baijian immediately told the green-robed young master about Xianxia's backer. Then he mentioned that Xianxia had subdued an advanced Eros demon. The green-robed young master muttered to himself for a while. He was not in a rush to make a decision. Instead, he carefully considered the pros and cons. The 4 young masters all had strong clans behind them. They had received guidance from famous teachers since they were young. Aside from cultivation, they were very familiar with the conflicts of interest in the mundane world, as well as all sorts of crafty schemes. These people were very intelligent. For them to be able to achieve their current accomplishments, they were all very meticulous. How could the green-robed young master not tell them that Baijian wanted to use him? However, this was a mutual use, each taking what they needed. The fact that the other party was able to tell Xianxia's backer in full detail showed his sincerity. If it was really as Baijian said, then there was no need to fear too much. The Heavenly Extermination Union was indeed strong. However, this was the boundless sea. Their influence could not reach here. Furthermore, I will not use the strength of my clan. All I have to do is persuade the other 3 young masters. This will be a fight between the younger generation. The Heavenly Extermination Union will not be able to say anything. This way, I will settle the matter with the Heavenly Extermination Union. I will not bring any hidden dangers to my clan. People like them had to be careful with every move they made. Otherwise, if they lost their position as scions for the sake of an advanced Eros demon, the gains would not make up for the losses. In that case, many thanks to Brother Bai for the information. Tell me, what do you want me to do? After thinking about it, the green-robed young master felt that it was not a big problem. He chuckled and made his decision. Baijian smiled faintly as though he had expected the other party to agree. He said softly, "I will not make things difficult for you. If there is an opportunity, kill Xianxia and hand over his head to me. If not, just subdue his Eros demon." Chapter 523. In reality, Baijian did not care about Xianxia at all. Even if Xianxia comprehended saber intent, had exquisite saber techniques, and grasped 2 states at the same time, he would not be able to defeat Xianxia. However, there was still a difference of 2 cultivation realms between Xianxia and Xianxia. Xianxia's cultivation had risen from the ground up. Along the way, he had consumed countless spirit pills and natural treasures. His cultivation technique was also a peak Earth-ranked cultivation technique of the Evil Moon Pavilion. In terms of cultivation conditions, he was far superior to Xianxia. On top of that, his aptitude was not inferior to Xianxia's in the slightest. At his peak, he was confident that he would be able to defeat the other party within 10 moves, not even giving the other party a chance to escape. However, there was an advanced succubus by Xianxia's side, which added some variables to the battle. He wasn't 100% sure that he could keep Xianxia here, So he had to get rid of the succubus by Xiao Chen's side before he could make a move. That was how he was. He wouldn't make a move unless he was 100% confident. Once he made a move, he wouldn't give his opponent any chance. The green-robed young master laughed loudly and said, "That would be for the best. If he is sensible, I can spare his life. If he is not, then don't blame me for being ruthless." This topic ended here. The green-robed young master asked Bai Zhan another question. "Brother Bai, you are one of the strongest people in the Great Jin Nation. Tell me, with my current strength, can I rank high in the Great Jin Nation? In the next 5-nation youth competition, I should go and see if I can get into the top 10. In the past 5-nation youth competitions, the many outstanding talents of the Boundless Sea could not be bothered to participate. The rewards were not worth their attention. This was because there were similar competitions in the Boundless Sea. The rewards were no worse than the 5-nation youth competition. However, there were already rumors about this 5-nation youth competition. It was the budding era of geniuses. Heroes emerged in large numbers, the winds and clouds stirred. Geniuses from all walks of life gathered here, already drawing the attention of the last competition. Those who obtained the best rankings could enter the higher realms ahead of time. The mysterious upper realm held a fatal attraction for the many cultivators of the Boundless Sea. Naturally, the green-robed young master was no exception. Bai Zhan could tell from Xiao Chen's tone that he was quite pleased with himself, as if he was determined to get into the top 10. In his heart, he couldn't help but curse him for overestimating himself. Even he didn't have much confidence in getting into the top 10. He really didn't know where this person got his confidence from. As everyone knows, there are 10 great sects in Dajin, and the direct disciples of each sect are top-notch geniuses. However, not many people know about the 8 noble clans of the Great Jin Nation, which are even more powerful. These clans have existed since the Tianwu dynasty. Some of these clans can even be traced back to the earlier period of the Tianwu dynasty. Each of these clans produced an Emperor Wu. The 10 great direct disciples and the disciples of the 8 great clans, that's a total of 18 people. In every 5-nation youth competition, the top 18 will be decided from among these 18 people. With your strength, you should be able to fight for the last 2 spots in the top 20. However, you don't have much hope because there are still many hidden talents in Jin Nation. There have also been some top geniuses in the 4 nations recently. With your strength, you can only make it to the top 30. Bai Zhan also wanted to suppress this person's arrogance and prevent him from being too impudent. Thus, he told him the truth. When the green-robed young master heard Bai Zhan words, he felt somewhat embarrassed. The top 10 were the peak, the top 20 were first-rate, and the top 30 were second-rate. The green-robed young master smiled embarrassedly and did not continue on this topic. Instead, he talked about other things. With the attentions of the Eros demons, the two drank and chatted happily. The sky slowly darkened. "Brother Bai, stay here tonight. I will discuss this with my brothers first." Not allowing Bai Zhan to refuse, the green-robed young master forced Bai Zhan to stay. A sinister smile appeared on his handsome face as he said to the Eros demons wearing revealing clothes, "You all better properly entertain Brother Bai tonight. If Brother Bai is not satisfied, be careful of my punishment." The Eros demons that the green-robed young master had subdued bowed slightly, revealing a large portion of their bodies. They smiled faintly and said in a soft and charming voice, "Master, rest assured. We will not disappoint young Master Bai." Seeing the green-robed young master leave, Bai Zhan smiled coldly to himself. To think that he dares to practice an incomplete ancient cultivation technique without any qualms. This person is really bold. In the end, dual cultivation is an unorthodox cultivation technique. Furthermore, it is an incomplete cultivation technique. Sooner or later, this person will be blinded by his desires and sink into depravity. There were no shortcuts on the path of cultivation. Since ancient times, how many people who took shortcuts had a good ending? Bai Zhan put down his wine cup and looked at the beauties surrounding him. He frowned slightly and said in a cold voice, "You want to absorb my yang essence and use it to replenish your yang essence to pry into the profound martial techniques of the Evil Moon Pavilion? How can I not see through such a small trick?" How foolish. Bai Zhan quickly tapped with his index finger, and a light flickered. In an instant he tapped 6 times. A finger mark appeared on the foreheads of the 6 Eros demons, and they slowly fell asleep. For the past 4 days, Xiaochen had been focused on refining the spirit-gathering pearls, strengthening his cultivation to deal with the evil moon pavilions by Zhan. However, Xiaochen did not know that the other party had already made a move against him. Furthermore, the other party was making use of Xiaochen's strength, using schemes to deal with him. Everything was linked together, forcing Xiaochen into a dead end step by step. After 4 days, Xiaochen had already used 4 spirit-gathering pearls. His essence cultivation had increased explosively. The purple qi whirlpool in Xiaochen's dantian had become crystalline and translucent, giving off a resplendent light. Indistinctly, a faint crystal appeared on the qi whirlpool. That was a sign that the qi was about to solidify. In the end, the purple qi whirlpool was just qi. If it could completely crystallize, anyone who wanted to injure Xiaochen's heart veins or break his cultivation would have to put in a lot of effort. 4 spirit-gathering pearls. I can vaguely see the end of my cultivation as a medial-grade martial king. After absorbing 2 more spirit-gathering pearls, my potential as a medial-grade martial king should be completely tapped out. After Xiaochen finished cultivating for the day, he came out of the bathtub and put on his clothes. No matter how great one's potential was, it would be tapped out one day. Xiaochen had expected this day long ago. He did not show any dismay on his face. Instead, he was very excited. He had waited for this day for a long time already. After Xiaochen put on his clothes, he was about to go out when he saw a painting on the table. So he stopped. Xiaochen had brought this painting out from the ancient desolate tower. Back when he broke out of the Scarlet Blood prison, he had obtained this painting. Everyone else's paintings had exploded. Only Xiaochen's painting remained intact. The painting had changed from the original Scarlet Blood Frost Flame to the current one. A lotus-shaped Scarlet Blood Frost Flame floated above a huge palm. The entire painting was very strange. Xiaochen had not been able to store it in his universe ring. Originally, he had forgotten about it. However, every time he entered the bathtub, he would have to remove his clothes. Only then did he discover this painting tied to his chest. I should go and ask Lengyu. See if she knows what this is. It has been 4 days. She should have more or less finished refining my palm sword. After storing the painting, Xiaochen pushed open the door and headed for Lengyu's room. Dong, dong, dong. The door is not closed. You may come in. Xiaochen knocked on the door a few times and heard Lengyu's melodious voice. When Xiaochen entered the room, the cauldron, which was as tall as 2 people, entered his eyes. There was a yin-attributed flame on the crystal board under the cauldron. The raging golden light flame mirror above his head also shone with a beam of golden light. The purple mark on Lengyu's forehead glistened brightly. She stared at the cauldron and did not look at Xiaochen. It looks like this is not the right time. When Xiaochen saw this, he knew that he should not disturb her. So, he stopped and prepared to leave. Don't go. It is almost done. Just wait a little longer, Lengyu said softly as she stared at the cauldron. Xiaochen stopped and casually sat on a chair at the side. Then he watched with interest. Xiaochen felt anticipation in his heart. He wanted to know how strong the palm sword would become after Lengyu tempered it. The people of the immortal sect used cauldrons to refine magic treasures and medicinal pills. Xiaochen was familiar with the compendium of cultivation and was very familiar with this. However, the secret treasures of the Tianwu continent were refined using cauldrons. Although secret treasures and magic treasures were similar, there were still differences. Xiaochen did not know if using the method of refining magic treasures to strengthen secret treasures was difficult for Lengyu. The expression on Lengyu's face became increasingly grave. A purple light flickered on her fair fingers. She quickly formed hand seals and the purple light flickered continuously, illuminating the room. Boom! After Lengyu finished forming the hand seals, the lid of the cauldron suddenly opened. A 3-inch short sword flew out from the cauldron. A purple flame burned on the sword. Lengyu shouted and the short sword immediately lengthened, becoming a 1-meter-long sword. When the sword trembled, it gave off a melodious hum. The gentle purple flame turned into strands of purple sword light and shot out from the sword. They flashed in the air and the temperature in the room immediately soared. Go! Leng Yu pointed and the sword flew at Xiaochen. It was very fast, like a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, it arrived before the tip of Xiaochen's nose. He did not even have a chance to react. The instant the tip of the sword flew over, Xiaochen clearly felt a dangerous aura in his heart. He nearly thought that he would be pierced through by this sword. When Xiaochen felt the power of his bloodline in the sword, he smiled gently. He stretched out his hand and the sword hilt flew into his hand. With a thought, the sword quickly shrank to the size of a palm. Xiaochen directed the palm sword to dance around the room. Everywhere the short sword passed, a fierce purple flame burned and there was a faint flicker of lightning. Not only was it faster, but its might was also much stronger than before. What was even rarer was that it now had its own attributes. It was no longer just a simple sharp blade. As Xiaochen held the short sword in his hand, he had an extremely happy expression on his face. He said seriously, "It has been hard on you, Leng Yu." Leng Yu set up the cauldron and smiled gently. "It is not hard at all. Secret treasures are modified from magic treasures. They are mainly for cultivators without magic energy to use. They are a smaller version of magic treasures. I've used the materials you gave me to refine this palm sword. It's even tougher than your heaven-ranked soul weapons. Then, I attached a formation to it to increase the explosive power of the short sword. Finally, I infused all the lightning-attributed fire in the raging golden light flame mirror into it. This little secret treasure of yours has been reborn." Xiaochen could not hide the smile on his face. He touched the smooth lightning patterns on the sword. The more he looked, the more he liked it. He said, "This can no longer be called the palm sword. You should give it a new name." Chapter 524. Leng Yu giggled and said, "I already thought about it for you. Even if you did not tell me, I would have told you." "What palm sword? That sounds awful. Let's call it the Thunderfire sword." Thunderfire, good name. I will call it the Thunderfire sword." Xiaochen fiddled with the Thunderfire sword for a while before reluctantly placing it back in his palm. After recovering his wits, Xiaochen remembered the other purpose of this trip. He took out the painting and handed it to Leng Yu. "Take a look. Do you know what this is?" Leng Yu casually received the painting. At first, she did not care about it. However, after she unfurled the painting, her expression slowly turned grave. She said, "This is a void projection painting. Originally, it is blank. One can extract a scene from thin air and replicate it perfectly. This is a rare treasure even in the Kunlun realm. Where did you get it? Did you get it from the Heavenly Pagoda?" "No, it is the ancient desolate tower. There are 9 floors in the tower. Every floor gives you some benefits. I obtained it on the 3rd floor." Leng Yu closed the painting and said, "That is the Heavenly Pagoda without a doubt. Each of the 3,000 great realms has a Heavenly Pagoda. Each realm has a different name. Thinking about it, this is the only place where you can obtain this void projection painting." Xiaochen received the painting again. He did not dare to be interested in the origins of the ancient desolate tower. He asked, "What is the use of this void projection painting now?" Leng Yu explained, "Naturally, it is very useful. If you complete the blood sacrifice, you will be able to use the scarlet blood frost flame in this painting. If your mental energy is stronger, you can even suck in cultivators and trap them to death." "Isn't the painting in fake? How can it be useful?" Leng Yu explained patiently, "I already said that it is a perfect replication. What is real and what is fake? If I make a clone of someone with your memories, your personality, and your personality, they will be exactly the same as you. His height, weight, and appearance are exactly the same as yours. The martial techniques he practices are also the same as yours. That person is also called Xiaochen. No one can see through him. Tell me, is he real or fake?" Xiaochen pondered for a moment. Just thinking about it made his hair stand on end. Everything was the same. No one could tell the difference. Even if it was fake, it would become real. Have you figured it out? This is how the scarlet blood frost flame is replicated. Of course, That person must have held back when absorbing the scarlet blood frost flame. It is impossible for him to replicate the might of the scarlet blood frost flame completely. Otherwise, he would have overdrawn his mental energy and died. Xianxia nodded and said, "I've thought it through. Do you have a way to help me refine it with a drop of blood?" Hearing Ling Yu say this, Xianxia immediately became excited. If he could really use this scarlet blood flame diagram, his strength would increase significantly. Ling Yu shook her head and said, "If you have magic energy, you can use your blood to refine it. However, it is very simple. You just need to drip your own blood on it. But without magic power, it will be difficult. This thing is a magic treasure, not for you warriors." Xiao Chen was extremely disappointed. He could only look at such a good treasure but could not use it. This was very depressing. Xiao Chen did have a secret technique for immortal cultivation. However, he could not build a foundation or form a core in this realm. How could he cultivate magic energy? The immortal secret technique, the purple thunder divine incantation, cultivated mental energy and not magic energy. However, if you still have resources, I can form the 10,000 magic gathering formation and forcefully help you condense some magic energy. At that time, you can use your blood to refine it. Xiao Chen muttered, "How many medial grade spirit stones do I need to buy those resources?" Ling Yu already had a basic understanding of the prices of goods in this world. She calculated in her heart and said, "However, 20 million medial grade spirit stones should be enough." Xiao Chen gaped slightly. He had an astonished expression on his face. After that, there was no after that. Xiao Chen had obtained the 3 million medial grade spirit stones after a series of bitter battles and coincidences. 20 million medial grade spirit stones was too large a sum. Unless Xiao Chen was as lucky as Bai Lishi, he would not be able to obtain it. After he sold off all the demonic beast materials he had on him and added in the hundreds of thousands of medial grade spirit stones that he had, he could barely gather 1 million medial grade spirit stones. Wanting to gather 20 million medial grade spirit stones felt like a pipe dream. However, Xiao Chen still asked Ling Yu for the materials needed for the 10,000 magic gathering formation. Although the chances were slim, it did not mean that there was no chance. Now that he had advanced to martial monarch, it was still possible for him to obtain 20 million medial grade spirit stones. Xiao Chen removed the blood flame shoes and the black leather gloves on his hands. Then, he handed them to Ling Yu and said, "Help me strengthen these two secret treasures. Tell me what materials you need." Ling Yu received the blood flame shoes and the black leather gloves and said, "You should only have about 100,000 medial grade spirit stones left, right? To refine these two secret treasures, you will need at least 1 million medial grade spirit stones. I have my ways. Just write down the list." Xiao Chen received the list of materials from Ling Yu and glanced at it. Then he decisively went out. Xiao Chen went to the market and sold off the demonic beast materials in his universe ring, the miscellaneous items he obtained from the other cultivators, and some secret treasures that he had no use for. Xiao Chen finally obtained 1,100,000 medial grade spirit stones. Then he bought a long list of natural treasures and all sorts of rare ores. Xiao Chen had spent all 1,100,000 medial grade spirit stones in an instant. He was now truly a pauper. "I have brought the items. I will come back to collect them 3 days later. Sorry for the trouble." Xiao Chen handed the list of materials to Ling Yu. He appeared very determined. With the Thunder Flame Sword as an example, Xiao Chen believed that the Blood Flame shoes and the black leather gloves would give him a pleasant surprise. Even if he became a pauper, he would not care. Xiao Chen's strength would increase visibly. Only by doing this could he gain the strength to fight with Bai Zhan in a short time. Back in the bedroom, Xiao Chen took out the jade bottle containing the exquisite 7-aperture fluid. Then he slowly poured the golden liquid into the bathtub. Cracking sounds came from the bathtub. Soon, the clear water turned golden. Xiao Chen observed for a while, waiting for the exquisite 7-aperture fluid to completely melt. After the exquisite 7-aperture fluid completely melted, Xiao Chen took out a spirit-gathering pearl and refined it into a spiritual liquid. Then, he quickly poured it into the golden water in the bathtub. Xiao Chen closed his eyes and waited for a while. He knew that it was time. He stopped looking at the scene in the bathtub and started to take off his clothes. Now that he had experienced this several times, he did not need to be as careful as he was the first time. Xiaochen leaped into the bathtub and sat down cross-legged. Soon, with the help of the exquisite 7-aperture fluid, all 320 acupoints in his body opened. The spiritual liquid that the spirit-gathering pearls turned into poured into Xiaochen in an endless stream. He closed his eyes and familiarly refined this vast spiritual energy into his own cultivation. The purple qi whirlpool gave off a resplendent light. It spun wildly like a tornado, greedily absorbing this vast spiritual energy. The qi whirlpool slowly grew larger. Xiaochen had only absorbed half of the spiritual liquid when the qi whirlpool stopped growing. Xiaochen rejoiced. He knew that his bottleneck was approaching. If a regular person felt a bottleneck, they would be very upset. This was because once they reached a bottleneck, they would be stuck for at least a year and a half. It would be hard for them to advance their cultivation. If their mentality was not good and they did not have any natural treasures, they would be stuck at this bottleneck for 4 to 5 years, or even more than 10 years. However, Xiaochen was not vexed at all. He had the spirit-gathering pearls. He had a foundation that ordinary people could not compare to. What was even rarer was that he had failed once. He knew that even if he failed when using the spirit-gathering pearls, he would only be severely injured. This was because he had 24 acupoints that he could open and close freely. As for the other geniuses, they did not have 20 acupoints. If they failed, they would die. Even if they had a spirit-gathering pearl, they would not dare to risk using it. The next day, Xiaochen absorbed another spirit-gathering pearl. He had completely used up the exquisite 7-aperture fluid. This time, the purple qi whirlpool did not increase in size. However, the number of crystals outside the qi whirlpool increased slightly. Xiaochen tried to cultivate again. Like before, his cultivation did not increase at all. The bottleneck between medial-grade Martial King and superior-grade Martial King had truly arrived. If I cultivated normally, I would need at least half a year to reach the bottleneck of medial-grade Martial King. The 6 spirit-gathering pearls saved me half a year of time. The gap has shrunk again. Xiaochen clenched his fist tightly as he spoke with a resolute expression. On this day, Xiaochen did not do anything. He just lay on his bed and slept. The next day, he did not do anything either. He rested his mind and spirit, preparing to break through the bottleneck of superior-grade Martial King in one breath. On the third night, Xiaochen finally made a move. He got up from his bed. After sleeping for 2 days and 2 nights, his mind, qi, and spirit were completely replenished. Sitting on the prayer mat on the floor, Xiaochen took out the 6 inferior-grade spirit-gathering pearls from the universe ring and placed them on his head. Then, he used the purple fire to slowly refine them. Regular people only needed 3 spirit-gathering pearls to break through. However, Xiaochen's foundation was much stronger than others. Naturally, it would be much harder for him to break through. He even worried that 6 spirit-gathering pearls would not be enough. After 7 or 8 minutes, the 6 spirit-gathering pearls had all turned into spiritual liquid. The leaking spiritual energy instantly spread throughout the room. A pure white mist shone on Xiaochen, making him look very hazy. The white mist condensed on the ceiling beams, the vase, the table, and the bed. Immediately, drops of dew formed. This was dew formed from pure spiritual liquid. It was incredibly precious. However, at this moment, it filled Xiaochen's room. At first, Xiaochen took a deep breath and relaxed. Then, he controlled a clump of spiritual liquid and placed it on his Tianmen acupoint. The moment the spiritual liquid fell, it flowed along the main meridian. It was like a huge river carrying the force of tens of thousands of horses galloping. That force, that aura, it was like a magnificent army. It kicked up a cloud of sand as it surged over. No one could block the Night Sword. With his previous experience, Xiaochen did not panic. He quietly waited for the moment he crashed into the barrier. Boom! In merely a moment, the spiritual liquid crashed into the purple qi whirlpool, creating an intense explosion. The unmoving bottleneck loosened slightly. However, it was only a slight loosening. The qi and blood in Xiao Chen's body surged as he endured the pressure. Xiao Chen roared in his heart, still not enough. Again. Boom! Another stream of spiritual liquid fell down and exploded with a bang. Not enough, again. Chapter 525. Xiao Chen had a grave expression. Blood leaked out of the corner of his lips as he controlled the spiritual liquid to pour it down. He did not hesitate at all. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. He showed no fear. He was resolute and decisive. There was only one thought in his mind: to break through the bottleneck that ordinary people had been stuck for 10 or 20 years in one go. This was because Xiao Chen was not an ordinary person. He was not. He was not. He was a one-in-a-million genius. He was the white-robed bladesman who had never been defeated. He was the peak genius of this budding age of geniuses who could contend with the heavens. In this age of geniuses, geniuses from all walks of life were like the stars in the sky. There were countless heroes from all walks of life, like carps crossing the river. Cultivators were hot-blooded and had lofty aspirations. In this age of geniuses, they could endure the loneliness and the temptation. They dared to fight with the heavens, with the earth, with men. How could they show any fear? Boundless hot-bloodedness and lofty aspirations. They only asked the heavens one question: will I, Xiao Chen, reach the peak? If the heavens do not answer, then I will break the heavens. Will I, Xiao Chen, reach the peak? Boom, 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 boom. Explosions rang out continuously in the qi whirlpool. The shock waves caused his internal organs to sustain severe injuries. However, Xiao Chen did not relax or have any intention of giving up. When the last clump of spiritual liquid fell into the qi whirlpool, the entire qi whirlpool exploded into primal chaos. Pure spiritual energy surged out and spread throughout Xiao Chen's body. He immediately felt refreshed. The injuries in his chest were all healed in an instant. Xiao Chen waited until the chaos slowly regained its clarity. He sank his consciousness into the purple qi whirlpool. At this moment, half of it was gaseous, while the other half was a crystalline purple crystal. Superior grade Martial King. I succeeded. Xiao Chen opened his eyes joyfully, and they gleamed. His eyes were as clear as crystal. They were incomparably bright in the white fog. Xiao Chen opened his mouth and sucked in all the white fog and spiritual dew in the room. The martial Tao is difficult. My path is even more difficult than that of ordinary people. However, I managed to break through to superior grade Martial King. Xiao Chen said softly with a faint smile on his face as he sensed the pure and explosive Yuan Qi within the purple crystal cyclone. Pushing open the door, Xiao Chen headed straight for Ling Yu's room. There were 2 refined mid-grade secret treasures waiting for him there. Ling Yu took out the black leather gloves from the cauldron. When she saw Xiao Chen enter, she immediately smiled and said, "Congratulations, you succeeded. You did not die from the explosion of the spirit-gathering pearls." Xiao Chen was in a good mood, so he did not mind Ling Yu's teasing. He took the black leather gloves and blood flame shoes from Ling Yu and put them on. Xiao. Before Ling Yu could introduce the wondrous uses of the 2 new secret treasures, the 2 of them felt a chill descend from the sky at the same time. This chill passed through the windows and entered their bodies, making them feel very cold. Something's happened. Xiao Chen was shocked. The big event that he had predicted might really happen. The 2 of them quickly went out and looked up. They saw the distant horizon. A scarlet full moon had appeared at some point in time. It slowly rose and broke through the pitch-black demonic clouds, sending down a boundless light. Loud roars came from the deep-sea battlefield, sounding like they could topple mountains and flip the seas. The sound waves were vast and mighty. Even from far away, they could feel the air trembling. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. He looked at the rising scarlet moon in the sky and muttered, "Scarlet moon, this is a real scarlet moon. What's going on?" Ling Yu's expression did not change. She said calmly, "This is the demonic spirit scarlet moon. Once a demon appears, its strength will increase significantly. The blood in its body will surge, becoming ferocious and berserk. It is very difficult to deal with." Xiao Chen felt it was strange. He asked, "Then why are you not reacting at all?" Ling Yu smiled and said, "What reaction can I have? However, when this light shone on me, my strength increased by at least 20%. What causes the demonic spirit Scarlet Moon to appear? Do you know what it means? Xiaochen asked Ling Yu. She was an advanced demon. She should know some of the secrets behind this. When the outstanding talents of the Boundless Sea returned to rest at the same time, Xiaochen had already felt that something was wrong. Indeed, in less than half a month, this mysterious Scarlet Moon rose into the sky. Ling Yu shook her head and said, "The demonic spirit Scarlet Moon exists in the starry heaven's end. During the demonic calamity, demons will use the blood of 10,000 virgins to summon the demonic spirit Scarlet Moon to strengthen the demons. If no one summons it, it will appear once every 3,000 years. After that, it will appear every month for about half a year. As for what it means, you will know very soon." At this moment, all the cultivators on the Divine Dragon warship felt that icy chill. They all rushed out of their rooms and were astonished when they saw the Scarlet Moon in the distance. Many figures leaped from roof to roof, rushing towards the deep-sea battlefield. Everyone felt that something was wrong. Xiaochen followed the crowd and rushed forward as well. He wanted to see what was happening. The edge of the giant ship, which was also the direction of the bow, was already filled with people. As they got closer, they could hear the roars of the demon dwellers even more clearly. Xiaochen floated in the air and looked ahead. He could not help but frown. 3 huge pillars of light soared into the sky from the 3 outpost islets in front. Talisman scripts appeared around the pillars of light, linking the formations on the 3 outpost islets together and forming a barrier flickering with blue light. Behind the barrier, there were countless demonic humans gathered. All 18 types of demonic humans had gathered together, and the number of each type of demonic humans was extremely large. The iron demons with the strongest defense were at the very front. They acted as meat shields among the demons. 4,000 iron demons lined up like a human wall. They blocked all the ancient demonic energy cannons from the 3 outpost islets with their bodies. Behind the iron demons was an unending chain of flaming clouds. The red flaming clouds were more than 5,000 meters long. Many fire demons stood on top of them, sending all sorts of strong attacks at the barrier. Behind them were ice devils, winged devils, ghost race, blood devils, all 18 kinds of devils were present. They gathered together and let out heaven-shaking roars. They were like an army as they ferociously attacked the blue barrier. Under the unceasing attacks, the blue barrier that supported the sky began to ripple like water mist. If this continued, the barrier would be broken sooner or later. Once the Divine Dragon warship was destroyed, the 3 outpost islets would fall, which would directly threaten the Divine Dragon warship. Once the Divine Dragon warship was destroyed, the 3rd grade battlefield would go out of control. The millions of humans on the islands behind would have to migrate. The losses would be immeasurable. How can it be like this? The demons in the periphery and the inner area have all gathered together. All of them are at least 20% stronger than usual. This won't do. If this continues, the outpost islets will fall sooner or later. We will also lose the Divine Dragon warship. We will all lose our lives. Where are the Divine Dragon Palace's people? Why do I not see them? Where did they go? Are you stupid? The elites of the Divine Dragon Palace are all in the core islands, guarding the high-ranked demons. Otherwise, how would we have the opportunity to hunt demons in the periphery and inner area? Any high-ranked demon would be able to kill us. Xiaochen was not the only one who thought of the consequences of losing the outpost islets. The many cultivators on the Divine Dragon warship thought of it as well. Xiaochen, you are right. If we were still in the inner area, we would not be able to stand here. When Bai Lishi saw Xiaochen in the air, he immediately flew over. He said with a cautious expression, "What should we do? Should we retreat in advance?" I think several people are thinking the same thing. They are already making preparations. Xiaochen looked around and discovered that this was indeed the case. The people at the front of the warship had already disappeared. These people had all flown into the air, their eyes flickering as they retreated far away. Such a phenomenon was no exception. There was life and death in the experiential training. However, there was still a chance of survival. If the outpost islets fell, the demons would attack. Under the illumination of the blood moon, there would be no hope of survival against the demons, whose strength had increased explosively. Furthermore, there was a large number of them. Furthermore, the survival of the Divine Dragon Palace did not have much to do with these people. It was not their own sect, so there was no need to throw their lives away. Xiao Chen's expression remained calm. He smiled faintly and said, "There is no rush. Although the inner sect experts of the Divine Dragon Palace are on the core islets, don't forget about the Southern Sea's 4 heroes, the Northern Sea's 4 young masters, the Western Sea's 7 knights, and the Eastern Sea's little dragon king. They are all half-step martial monarchs and above. 10-odd half-step martial monarchs are a significant force. I believe that the Divine Dragon Palace summoned them back for this." Bai Lishi analyzed the situation and felt that Xiao Chen's words made sense. He chuckled and said, "I was the one who panicked. If that is the case, this is a fortuitous encounter for us. To the weak, it would be pretty good if they could preserve their lives in such a dangerous situation. However, to the strong, as long as there was a chance to fight, the endless number of demons would be a large number of points, an endless source of wealth." Confidence appeared in